And I'm like dead ass tired. But I wanted to, my body just would not get up because I wanted to get on the live when she was up there. My body would not get up. And so I couldn't wait to get back here. The moment I woke up, the first thought that came to my mind was like, bitch probably the same motherfucker that'll fight a woman over a motherfucking man. That's the first thing that came to my mind when I woke up. Like the women that come on here wanting to fight us talk about how we look and you wear wigs and you wear makeup and all this stupid shit. Like those are probably the same women that'll walk up to a woman and be like, "You fucked my man, bitch. You fucked my man. I'm gonna whoop your ass," instead of going to the dude. You know what I'm saying? Like that's your dude. Like hold your dude accountable. Hold your God accountable.
They're in a wig and makeup, of course, too.
Exactly.
Which is
I
fine.
wear my wig better.
Which is great. Like, do your thing. It's just, it's to the hypocrisy is all.
Yeah. My wig looked better. One of them was like, I spent $250. No, she said I spent $150 on a wig, and me and Christine was like $150. It was like, what? Like who wearing $150 wigs? But
I have no idea. Is that a lot or a little?
That's too little. Like for good quality.
I have no idea. The wigs I wear are $10 on Amazon. But they're for costumes. Like I have an old man wig.
Oh,
you know what I mean? Like
costume.
it's not. Yeah. Like I don't. So I'm not familiar with it.
My wife gets. M's done chose the bottom row too.
Yeah, what's up down here?
M said I'm sitting at the table. M said I'm sitting at the table with y'all.
I came up to just say that there are genetic predispositions to the amount of sleep you get or are able to operate on. So people can very well get on 4 hours of sleep their entire life.
Yeah.
I've been doing it for a long time.
Sleep is just fucking boring. Oh, sorry, we're on the YouTube earlier, huh?
And sleep is boring as fuck.
It is.
Like, man, I'd be ready to get back here. I got shit to do.
I'm also so uncomfortable. I have so many bad joints and nerve pain and stuff that when I lay still too long, I'm just not comfortable. I have to kind of fidget and move so much. I wake my wife up and stuff. So I end up leaving a lot. If I lived alone, I would just be on live way too much though. I do have to shut up eventually. And so it does help me not do this as much, but man.
Look, as we say, sleep is boring. NJ's like, enjoy your evening. I'm going to sleep. I can hear NJ's voice when she types that. She's like, enjoy your evening. I'm going to sleep. Huh? What'd you say?
If I could sleep forever, I would.
Really?
I mean, you can, but I don't recommend it.
Yes. I love sleep.
If you get a really good lucid dream going or a weird dream that's kind of funny, that can be enjoyable, but you really don't realize until after you wake up that it was fun. So the woken up part is the better part, really.
Yeah, that's the part where you okay, back to the land of the living. What's cracking? What's I'm about to do today? What's up, Cindy Prim? What's up, Wimbles? What's up to the YouTube fam? I see 53 of y'all already done clocked in and ready for the shenanigans tonight. Hopefully we're gonna have some good conversations. Y'all know what to do over there in YouTube land. Get the likes up. Well, not likes. You can't get the likes up in YouTube. Well, yeah, smash the like button. Go ahead and share it out to your peoples. I gotta figure out how to get on the YouTube newsfeed so that we get more people in there. I want y'all to have a popping chat, just like the chat be popping over here. But y'all chat be going, but I want y'all's chat popping over there. So we got to get more people on the YouTube. Your audio sounds good, Ems. It sounds really good.
Is it better than normal?
You're more clear than normal. Yeah, you're very clear. I don't think you're gonna get.
I'm trying to figure out how to fix my audio problems.
It sounds good, and you're not gonna get people saying, "What did he say?" It's very clear.
He does have 3 or 2 bars or something. So at the end of the sentences, for me, it's kind of
I do, yeah.
fuzzing out a little bit. But yeah, I can hear you pretty clear.
Yeah, see the chat is way better.
I think it's something with TikTok.
Yeah, well, Ems, you also have a really deep voice.
TikTok. It works perfectly.
You know you have a super deep
But I do
voice,
feel
right?
like TikTok, but it doesn't that doesn't carry on the same problem like off TikTok. If I'm doing a phone call, literally with the same people that have problems hearing me on TikTok, they hear me way better off TikTok.
Oh, where
I do
else
not
do
know
you
why.
be?
It's
You
weird.
be on YouTube too?
No, but like if I'm on Discord having a call with someone or on FaceTime,
Oh,
they
okay.
hear me way better than on TikTok.
Oh,
So
okay.
I think it is just something with the processing of the app that is like trying to cancel out my audio.
Somebody was and Christina was alive. Somebody was like preaching to Christina and him, and then I swear, if the Holy Ghost was real, I'd be like, that was the Holy Ghost. So like he was talking to them, preaching to them, and all of a sudden, like he was fighting with his volume button. His volume button just kept turning down by itself. And he was fighting with his volume button, and then finally the volume button just gave all the way out. And so you could hear him preaching, and then the sound just got lower and lower and lower, and you could tell he didn't know that the sound was just going away. And boy, they was cracking up. They was like, he been fighting with that volume button for a minute, and that motherfucker just gave out. It's like, we don't even think he knows.
Go on.
Yeah, he didn't even know. Yeah, the Lord was telling him to shut up. He didn't even know the volume had gone out. They just finally took his ass off stage.
I think the funniest thing that's ever happened on one of my lives of all time ever was on my last live that was similar, which is I was all done. We were wrapping it up, and I was like, don't let anyone else in the box. And then Joel was like popping people up who were in the request to like make me stay longer. And this random person came up, and she had so much to say. She was like spiritual or something. You know how they talk forever. And so I just started playing my loop and like fading it in louder and louder and louder and louder. And she did not stop. Like she kept going. She could hear it, and you could just like, it drowned her out. And I was like, how long is she going to go? And I let it go as long as I could. And it was so long. And eventually I just ended the live, and like I got more messages after that than I have ever, like see people in chat has like people were like, what the fuck? Like people could not believe it. It was so crazy. I got to clip it and actually edit it out. I forgot to do that.
That reminds me of the Manor reports.
Ben, all you have to do, give me just a second. Ben, there's a button at the bottom that says multi-guest. All you have to do is click that button and then come on stage, and we'll have a conversation about that. Okay? And lucky for you, Ben, when you come on stage, you only choose one. So just choose the one that you want me to talk about and come on stage. Sorry, y'all. Go ahead.
I was just saying that it reminds me of the crash out that Manor reports had on Justin's. Did any of y'all see it?
The what reports? Who just sent out
Manor
subs?
reports.
I didn't see it.
No. Thank you, Sweetie Pie, for sending out the subs. I appreciate you. How many subs did you send?
Wow.
Well, damn, it's still going. Thank you, W, Sweetie Pie.
10.
What reports are you? The Manor
reports? It's a guy. His name is Manor Reports. He was Justin muted him and put him in the background, and he started shadow fighting with the other guests.
Oh yeah, I heard about that. That he was like pretending to actually box.
What?
Like, he took his shirt off or something.
Oh, on Justin's live. That was on Justin's live, wasn't it?
I didn't see it.
Was that on Justin's live, Ems?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I know.
And he was flexing his biceps and calling him a small man.
Yeah, I remember that.
TikTok is so classy.
Oh my God, TikTok done gave this 17-year-old kid a fucking subscription to the nerds.
God. Wait, do you have your thing set to be 18 and up?
No, because it messes with the algorithm.
I found it doesn't. Ever since I switched mine, I've been seeing better numbers.
Do you use TikTok Studio?
No, but I set my whole account. Like I don't do it for each live. I went into my account settings and said my whole account is 18 and up. And so that automatically makes all my lives 18 and up. And I stopped getting like baby people coming up and trying to like do weird troll things. So I don't know.
Yeah, I'm on TikTok Studio and they're on a different algorithm than the app.
Oh, that's weird.
Yeah, it took a minute for us to get our regular audience back. Okay, I got you, Ems. It took a minute for us to get our regular audience back when I started using TikTok Studio, and that's when I was like, let me put my backup account on stage. And so some of the traffic that we get comes from the algorithm on the app because my backup account is on stage.
Oh yeah, I always got to make sure mine is on like visible too. Sometimes I turn that off.
What the fuck?
Alien. ETX Alien.
Oh, and you're South African?
Yes. What's up, guys?
Okay. Hi, how are you? So, you get to be our first guest today.
I'm good. I'm good.
Okay. I think there might be a delay.
May I just... Okay, sorry.
Yeah, I think there's a delay. So, bear with us. Do me a favor and try to wait and count 5 seconds and then respond because of your delay. Okay?
Okay.
Thank you. Awesome. That worked great. How old are you?
Can I go? I wanted to... My name is Elelwang Tau, and I'm from South Africa, Pretoria. So...
How
I just want to say that.
I'm sorry. No.
I just wanted to mention...
No.
Okay, sorry.
So no. Yeah, I don't allow that on stage. What I need to know is your age, okay? And then I need to know if you are a believer in the God of the Christian Bible, if you are deconstructing, or if you are an atheist. Which one of those?
Okay, I'm 27, and I would say this. In my family, we are Roman Catholic. However, I stepped out when I was 18. That's when I started becoming more aware, and yeah.
Okay. So you are
what
deconstructing.
Was it again? What was the question again? Yes, I'm deconstructing, actually.
Okay, awesome. So can you pick a topic from the board that you wanted to talk about?
The most intriguing one, it's the one that says God is an abusive husband, father, and leader. Now here's my opinion, right? Like, how do we get to that conclusion of saying God is a man, like husband, father? Doesn't that sound a bit patriarchal? I mean, how do we know that God is a man? Because this is what they are projecting, like we make it seem as if we know that God is a man, and that's just my take on it. I see it as being patriarchal. Like, how do we know that God is a man? And why are we saying it? And half of the time people would refer to God as him. You'd never hear people say her or... But do you get my point? Do you guys get my point?
Yeah, I do get your point. But have you ever read the Bible where the God refers to himself as a father and a master? In Malachi chapter 1, where I think it's... Give me just a second. Let me get this pulled up for you. I think this will answer your question pretty quickly. It says, a son honors his father, and a servant his master. If then I am a father, right? This is the God talking. If then I am a father, where is the honor due me? And if I am a master, where is the respect due me? Says the Lord of hosts to you. Right? And so it's not difficult to, although a lot of believers say, oh, God doesn't have a gender, he definitely identifies himself as a he throughout this book, and as a father throughout this book. Are you there?
Are you basing your facts and conclusion on a book?
Are you asking me about a different God? Because again, I asked you if you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I'm a
Are
bit
you?
skeptic about
Hey,
it
hey,
because
hey.
see
Are
now,
you? Stop.
like the
Hey,
way
hey,
you're
hey, hey.
also
Hello.
expressing yourself, like
Hello. Hello.
it sounds as if you're
Hello.
convinced.
Hello.
Just are you?
Shh. You don't know where you are, so be quiet, okay? And allow me to tell you where you are, okay?
Hello, yeah, I'm here.
There's like a 12-minute delay.
The delay seems to be eternal.
I liked the scary librarian shush.
Oh my gosh. Listen, we're atheists in here, okay? We do not believe in God, all right? Again, we're only talking about the God of the Christian Bible. If you have an idea of a different God, we're not talking about that God. Okay, so this isn't the conversation where, I'm going to even entertain that God may be a woman. Like, that's not this room and that's not this conversation, okay? I honestly don't care what gender the God is. I don't believe the God exists. Does that make sense?
It clearly does. It clearly does. Well, in I don't know about you guys, but in Africa, we get taught in the spiritual sense that I am, like I am the Most High, so I should think like the Most High. And however,
This isn't that
it's not
type of
about the.
life. I don't care. I don't care about any of that. That's not this type of life, and there's nothing wrong with that, right? I get the spirituality take, right? But this is not that type of life.
Okay, then I guess it's best for me to listen. Then I'll just jump on the bandwagon once I can understand what's going on here. So for now, I'll just observe and listen. Alright?
All right. Thank you so much.
That's a fine choice.
Yes. Have a good day, okay?
Oh, you too, guys.
He said, all right. Right? Why the fuck? This is why I don't like the randomness of the nerds, because now we got the jerk off penis with a nerd badge.
I'm sorry. What?
His name is Jerkin Penis. I guarantee you he's some 17 kid. And Ben. It's the name of my fucking ex-husband too. Like, but these two motherfuckers in the chat now have a nerd badge.
Your ex-husband's name was Jerkin Penis?
Jerkin Penis Ben.
He sounds worse every day.
No, I'm joking. But Jerkin Penis, and there's another guy named Ben who is obviously afraid to come on stage. Like, this is the thing, right? This is the thing. I'm in Christina's live. Every time I opened my mouth to say something, there would be men in the chat tagging me. Thinker thinks she this. Thinker. Back in the day, women knew their place in the kitchen. Thinker. But then y'all come in here and you get in my chat, ask me questions. You want me to fucking talk to you through chat. The guest box is open, Ben. It's open. You can come on stage. Like, it's ridiculous. Y'all scary asses.
For me, it's the DMs. I get them afterwards. Oh, there's Ben.
What topic do you want me to discuss with you, Ben?
I don't know, just pick a number.
Do you see numbers on there, Ben?
You can pick a random one. I don't know.
You came in here and asked
Let's go with
me,
one
right?
with
Pick,
stickers.
pick,
No,
pick
wait, there's
one.
two of them.
Pick one, Ben.
Let's
And
go
stickers
with
is and Ben. Stickers isn't the answer. Use your words and say which one you want to discuss.
small.
You don't know which one yet, Ben. Like, you've been in here. You came in the chat, right? Asking me to prove one of these. So I know you've read them.
Yeah. Let's just go with the bottom one, I guess.
Use your words, Ben.
If God couldn't resist the devil, how can you?
Okay. Now, what are your thoughts about that?
Job.
Well, I mean, what's the? I mean, it's false if you want to base it off of the temptation in the desert.
But I don't base that off of the temptation in the desert. I base it off of Job and the fact that your God, before he was in the flesh as Jesus, was debowed out of power twice, was convinced to put power in the hand of his enemy, by his enemy, to destroy his most faithful slave.
Okay, so you're thinking about Job that Satan, I guess, brought an offer that God could not resist. Is that how your way of thinking?
Well, he didn't bring an offer. Your God went to him cocky and got his feelings hurt and ended up handing over power to his enemy twice after trying to brag. You know, have you ever watched the show Friday?
No.
And this show is really funny. There's this skinny guy, right, named Smokey. And Smokey got this necklace on. Smokey is loud. Smokey loud. Smokey talk a lot of shit. You know, kind of like your God did, right? And then there's this other character in the movie called Debo. Debo big. He got muscles, right? Debo voice deep, right? Debo, Smokey is sitting on the front porch with his friend Craig. And he just loud talking, got his gold chain on, right? Debo walk up and he takes Smokey's chain. He Debo'd Smokey out of his gold chain. That's where the saying, you got Debo'd, comes from. Your God, with his loudness, right, wanting to brag about Job's faithfulness, walks up to Debo, right? It's like, hey, have you tried my servant Job? He faithful, he righteous. And Debo was like, nah, homie only like you because you give him everything. And then he was like, if you take everything away from him, he gonna curse you to your face. And then your God was like, I bet. Here, I'm giving you the power. You go do it. That happened to your God twice. And the crazy thing about it is, Job did curse your God. Job did exactly what Debo said he was going to do. But had your God not been cocky and offered Job on the plate and actually just said, get behind me, Debo, I got more power than you, and turned around and walked off, that would never happen.
Have you considered that you've misunderstood what actually happened?
I have considered that, but why don't you tell me what I've misunderstood?
Well, because because Jesus had not come yet, everything was still under the curse of sin, all creation. So, because of that, you can read in Job 1:12, and the Lord said to Satan, "Behold, uh, all that he has is in your power. Only do not lay a hand on him." So, the way I read it, understand that, is that God was not, giving him power. God was just stating the truth that, all that he has, that's, of this earth. It's all in your power. Like that's the earth is just your little realm to roam around and pester people, take, destroy, whatever, because it's all corrupted anyway. But one thing that you cannot do is destroy or kill Job, because he belongs to me. He is not of this earth. He is not part of this joint.
What did he wait? What did he say at first? Not you can't kill him. At first he said you can't do what?
Only do not lay a hand on his person. So Satan went out from him. Presence.
So at first, Satan or Debo couldn't even lay a hand on Job, correct?
Correct.
And then the second time, did he give him power to touch Job's body?
Yeah, because the body itself is also of the earth.
It's okay. I don't care. Did he give him power to touch Job's body?
I can tell you exactly how it's said.
I'm sorry?
I can tell you exactly how it is said.
It's a yes or no. Did he give him power to touch Job's body?
I'll get to that first.
As a matter of fact,
I believe it's in chapter 2.
What is it? Is chapter 2, verse 6. Did he give him power to touch Job's body? It's on the screen.
Yeah, it says, your hand now, but stretch out your hand now and touch his bone and his flesh.
Who's speaking? Hold on. Who's speaking in verse 5? Let me ask you that. Who's speaking in verse 5?
Oh, you got to take context. I don't do that. Go to one word verse and start quoting.
Oh my God, y'all don't know the definition of context.
Is that what you're doing?
Who's speaking in verse 5? Who's speaking here?
That's Satan telling God.
That's Satan. He says, touch out your hand, right? Is he saying, let me stretch out my hand? Did Satan say, let me stretch out my hand? Or did he tell the God to do it? Did he tell the God to do it? Stretch out your hand, right? And then your God said in verse 6, what did he say in verse 6?
He says, and the Lord said to Satan, behold, he is in your hand, but spare his life. Again.
Hold on.
Why do you think that was
Hold on. When the Satan said to the God, stretch out your hand, right? He was telling the God, the God to do it. And then your God turned around and said, better yet, you do it. Everything that he has is in your hand. You do it. And the Dead Sea Scrolls actually say, the Lord said to the accuser, very well, he is in your power. Only spare his life. And the crazy thing is, like, if everything Job had and everything Job was, his body and all, if that was already in Debo's head, then your God couldn't put special rules on it.
Why do you think he restricted him from killing
Because
him?
it was in your God's power first. What Job had was in your God's power until he gave it to Debo. Job's health was in your God's power until he gave that to Debo. Job's life was in your God's power, and if your God wanted to, he could have given that to Debo. He gave power to Debo twice in this story.
Okay, and what's the problem?
Number one, the reason why we went down this idiotic rabbit hole is because you said he didn't give power to him. Remember? You wanted to tell me how I was misunderstanding what happened here.
Oh no, I'm clear on you don't understand the moral of the story,
I don't give a
why
damn
this
about the
happened.
moral. I don't give a damn about the moral of the story. We're not discussing the moral of the story. And that's the problem with a lot of you believers, right? Because you don't know how to focus. The topic that you came up to discuss was, if God couldn't resist the devil, how can you? I give less than 2 fucks about your idea that Job passed a faith test when there's literally nothing in this story that says that his faith was being tested. That this was even a test for Job. Y'all made that shit up. But regardless if you think it's a test or not, that still isn't the topic you chose, is it?
That has nothing to do with God resisting.
Then why the fuck did you bring it up?
You were the one that brought up Job. I'm trying
You,
to figure out
oh
why
my
you're
God.
bringing
What
up
is
the book of
wrong with
Job.
y'all? Like, for some odd reason, there's something that happens when the Holy Spirit enters y'all's body. It does something to your mind, to your brain. Like, it's hard for you to stay on track, right? And to focus.
I'm on track, but your claim is invalid.
I'm going to ask you
It's
this
very
again,
valid.
and I guarantee you're going to say the same shit. What claim?
That God could not resist the devil.
And why did I say he did not resist the devil?
Because you think that this was something to do with I guess your thinking is that, well, God should have just maybe resisted the devil there because he was being tested by the devil. So no, you're completely missing it.
I'm sorry, no. I didn't say what he should have done. I said he didn't. And
Whether if he
so
did or
what? I'm
didn't,
sorry. I said he didn't. And so what claim was invalid?
that God resisted or didn't resist him.
Which one? Which one is invalid?
Let's see. You say that he could not resist the devil, I guess. So in this case, that's invalid.
It's invalid. So what does Job 2:3 say?
Then the Lord said to Satan, "Have you considered my servant Job?
I
That
said,
there's no."
go ahead.
Is there something you want to add?
No, go ahead. I'm going to put it on the screen.
Okay. That there is none like him on the earth, a blameless man, upright man, one who fears God and shuns evil. And still he holds fast to his integrity, although you incited me against him to destroy him without cause.
Why did you pause when you got to the B portion of that verse?
Pause? That's
Mm-hmm.
just the way I read.
No.
Honestly, it was because the word incited, I had to read it
Yeah.
in my mind
Uh-huh.
first, because it's not a word I'm used to. So I
Mm.
always pause to make sure I pronounce it correctly.
Oh, okay. That's a pretty hard word.
You ain't gotta lie.
That's such a hard word, you know, insight. I mean, that motherfucking word is difficult, Mezzo. I mean,
Okay.
yeah.
Were you something pointing out in
But hold
verse
on.
3?
Wait. So here, your God is saying to Debo, you made me do it. Right?
No. Did you copy?
We didn't hear you if you said something.
I said no.
That's so profound.
Just the way he said it. No.
Well, it didn't pick it up when I said it the first time, so I guess I have to say more than one word.
I mean, that's how you have conversations. So tell me how the words you incited me to destroy him. Just those words, okay? I'm going to say this again so you know exactly what I am asking you. And I'm even going to highlight it. That sentence right there, okay? When I say
Yes.
if I say to you, Ben, you incited me against Mezzo. Ben, you incited me against Mezzo. What am I saying to you?
Give me about 10 seconds and I'll tell you.
Are you getting ready to run, Ben?
No.
You getting ready to do some fuck shit, Ben?
No.
You don't know what insight means.
There's more to it. Hold on.
Ben, I don't trust you. Just like I don't trust your
Well,
God.
that's your downfall.
I bet
Yep.
he must be like looking up some apologetic website or something. Like, why else would you need time to think of your own opinion on something?
He's finna do some fuck shit, and that, like, I don't trust him. I don't trust him.
See, Ben was up in the... Oh, he left. Or did you drop him?
No, I dropped him. I don't... anybody that's got to have 10 seconds to think about his own motherfucking response, like, no, he's about to do some fuck shit.
Ben was in the chat talking about how he looked like Janet Jackson. Then he came up on stage looking more like Freddie Jackson. That's all he said.
He got to that. He stopped that pause. He's never read Job 2:3 before. That pause. He was like, in his head, Ben's like, oh, I'm fucked now. I'm fucked now. And he just straight, he turned off and he was about to do some fuck shit.
He was trying to figure out how to make it enough.
Yeah. What's up, Deja?
Thinker, did you just... Oh, I'm on a panel? Oh, my bad. Sorry.
Oh, no worries. I could take you down.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Have a good one.
You too.
Chatting with Kathy. Are you in the box on purpose?
I had like 5 more Friday quotes I was going to try to squeeze in. I'm bummed about that. My wife and I say pour some water on that damn shit like twice a week.
When you say you ain't got to lie, Ben, you ain't got to lie. That was funny as fuck. Randy's.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm alright.
What's your age? Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I'm 22 and I'm spiritual.
Do you believe in the God that we are discussing? which is the God of the Christian Bible?
I believe that Jesus Christ did exist scientifically as a person. Do I believe in the prophecy and the miracles?
Scientifically?
What does that
Yes.
mean?
Jesus did exist.
But scientifically, though?
Yes.
I don't even think I exist scientifically. I
I mean, aren't you here scientifically?
no.
How? You have DNA.
Yeah, but that wasn't like made by science.
I mean, okay, if evolution.
Like, do you think he was a test tube baby? Maybe
Like, it's so
you
funny how
mean that
people try
Jesus
to,
was like in a
laugh
test
at
tube?
me for what I say and interpret what I say in their way.
He was cloned, maybe?
We interpret. We just repeated what you said. We haven't interpreted anything.
Well, I mean, you did interpret it, and then it was like made into a joke, and people laughed. That's literally.
It
what
was
just
funny
happened.
because you said scientifically.
I know why it was funny.
But
know
we
exactly
didn't
why.
interpret anything.
Do you mean historically?
Well, sure, we can say historically. Yes, historically he existed.
Okay, yeah. That makes more sense.
Mezzo, you want to do this one?
Since we have to be literal, yes, historically.
Well, let's see, Randy. So we're only talking about like, Yahweh and Jesus, like these gods from the biblical Bible. So do you believe in either of those ones to be like gods?
Do I believe Jesus Christ was a god, or did he have God inside of him? What are you asking?
Yeah, anything like that.
According to the Bible, yes.
Yeah, and do
Yes,
you
he
believe
had-
the
he
Bible's
had-
true?
I believe the Bible was mistranslated, and people have the wrong depiction of it. It started in Iraq on tablets, and then they
Right, but
realized
do you
that a lot
understand
of
the reason
those-
that we're asking is that this conversation is like for people who do believe in that or who are deconstructing away from that. Like if you're like in the process of unraveling those beliefs because you grew up in the church or something like that. Or if you're just like a full-blown atheist like I am and you just want to comment on one of these topics. Are you one of those three things?
So I have to be one of those three things to comment on the topic.
Yeah, otherwise it just doesn't really like, you're not qualified for this conversation. You seem really cool, and I'm sorry we made fun of you, but I just mean like, that's just kind of what this topic is about, so it might not fit otherwise.
Well, I grew up Christian, so I mean, I don't know how it wouldn't apply to me.
Which one of the topics did you want to comment on?
We can talk about all of them.
Let's just do one. I'm kind of tired.
One.
Okay.
It always, confuses me. Like when people say we can talk about all of them. Like what makes them think that we want to spend that much time?
Like when you had 2 or 3 thinker, I kind of get it like that. But now there's
11.
11?
Well, I don't know. I mean, you have a whole bunch of things on a board with no rules, so people are going to come up here.
He gave you the rules. He gave you the rules, and your response was, we can talk about all of them. He gave you the rules.
Well, he did give me the rules before you cut me off and was rude and felt the need to intervene because you don't have respect.
Oh my God.
Clearly.
I don't fucking owe you any respect. I don't fucking know
you
you.
do, 'cause
That's
I
your
get the
problem. I don't owe you shit. No, you
don't owe
didn't.
me.
I don't owe you respect. That's your problem. You go around in life thinking that people owe you shit, and then you get disappointed. I don't owe you shit.
Here are the rules. Ready,
Okay.
Randy?
People are very rude.
Rule number 1 is you got to be 21 years old. Are you 21?
I'm 22.
Cool. You passed. Okay. Rule number 2 is you got to be either a Christian, deconstructing from Christianity, or an atheist. Are you one of those 3 things?
No, it's fine. Clearly, I'm reading the room, and this conversation isn't.
That's all right. And for everyone else in chat, I'll say the other rules too. Rule number 3 is like, be cool. Like, just I know that's not really one of your rules, thinker, but like, be cool, people. Read the thing before you come up. Pick one of the topics. Decide which one you want to get into. If you're going to come up and read all this stuff in silent, it's just going to be boring for the rest of the chat. You can do that while you're down in the chat, and then you're going to get to like number 6 or 7 here, and you're going to go, oh, I got a thought on that. Then hit that request button and come on up, okay?
And
also think
don't be a whiny ass crybaby. Like if you're gonna come in the chat especially if you are a man, okay? And I'm saying this to the men in the chat that come in this motherfucking room, right? And you want to whine. Don't come in here whining if you ain't got the balls to come on stage. And I said what I mean, and I mean what I said. Yep. I'm glad to see your crying, laughing emojis because I was talking to you. Do me a favor, okay? So you and I were talking in Christina's live today in the comments. Or was it this live? I can't remember. Was it my live or Christina's live?
Are you talking to me or the guest?
The guest.
Okay. I was like, I don't remember any of this.
When I kept asking you, what do I need your God for? When we were chatting in the chat today, correct?
Earlier today, we were talking about God's sovereignty. Yeah.
Right. Was that in my live or was that in Christina's live?
It was your live.
Okay. And I kept asking you, what do I need him for? Right? You kept saying, oh, he's sovereign. Okay, I don't give a fuck. What do I need him for? You kept saying, oh, he's the creator. Okay, and who gives a fuck? What do I need him for? And you didn't answer that. Can you answer that for me?
Yeah,
what do I need him for? Yeah, you kept saying creation. You kept saying creation. I responded to that. What the fuck is he creating today that I need your God? What do I need him for?
Well, that's a separate conversation. It wouldn't really matter if
no,
he was
that's the conversation. What do I need him for?
No, let me ask first, right?
No. I'm asking you what I want to know. What do I need him for? That is the question.
He wouldn't exist if he didn't create creation, right?
I exist because my parents had sex.
Right, and who created your parents? And who created your parents?
Their parents and their parents.
Right, and who created the human race?
Their parents.
The human race created the human race?
Organisms created the human race.
Okay, so you're asking, what do we need God for? So really, when you ask this question, is this like an internal or an external critique? Like, how are you doing that?
I mean, I can give you, right, that your God is the creator. I don't give a fuck. Sure. I can give you that. What the fuck do I need him for? I'm already fucking created. What do I need him for?
Right. So we're talking about the preconditions of things. So if we're operating in an internal critique and the precondition is that God exists prior to the human race, then he's necessary for the existence of the human race.
I already exist. I already exist now. Cool.
Yes.
What do I need him for today?
If he didn't, if he wasn't a precondition, listen.
Do you understand? Do you understand the question? I'm giving you that he created. I'm giving you that he's the creator. I don't give a fuck. Okay, I can. I'll stop. Okay. I will give you for today, for this conversation, that he is the creator. I am already here. Okay, I've already been created. What do I need him for today?
If God is the precondition for creation, then he is necessary for you existing right now as a live stream.
How?
Sorry, I'm allergic to Phil Bros.
How?
That's not a negation. It's not a negation.
How? How is he necessary for me to exist right now?
Because if there was not a necessary precondition for creation, then there would not be creation.
But I'm already created, so I don't give a fuck. I don't need him. I don't need him.
You're just begging the question.
So I don't need him. So I don't need him to wake up.
I just told you how.
So I don't need him.
You're not addressing the claim.
Literally, I don't need him to get up in the morning, correct?
You're just repeating yourself. I just gave you.
So the answer is I don't need him.
I just told you how you needed him. Repeat my claim.
You told me needed. Do you understand the words needed? You use past tense. The question that I am asking you is present and future tense. What do I need your God for today? The next moment? Tomorrow? What do I need him for? Future tense.
Future tense. You would not have a future tense of creation if there was not a necessary creator.
Oh, so I need to be I need to worship your God because he did something 8,000 years ago.
You need a precondition for existence.
So he has no use. I just want to make sure I understand. He has no use, right? He has no use outside of what he did 8,000 years ago. That is the scope of his utility.
That's not my argument, no.
That's all you've said.
So tell me my argument.
That your God is the creator, therefore he is needed?
No, the argument is that he's the precondition for existence /
Same
creation.
thing. Same thing.
So when we talk about past, present, and future, this is all contingent on the properties of existence.
Can I ask, Six Guy, when you say he's the precondition, do you mean that he was the initial precondition and at the very first moment of time depended on him, but is he the continual condition? Or could it be the case that at the moment of the beginning of the universe, God unalived himself and exploded and ceased to exist, and his explosion was the Big Bang, and everything else came to be without him?
No, that
but even if that's the case, I don't even care.
That's what I mean.
I'm giving him all of that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, let me address what Mezzo said, because I think that's a fascinating.
I don't want to go down that damn road. I don't care.
Mezzo
I don't care. I don't care, and I'm saying no. I don't care. I'm giving you that your God is the creator. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. Those conversations bore the fuck out of me. I give less than 2 fucks. Those conversations bore me. I'm giving you that your God is the creator. What I want to know is, why do I need your God now?
Yes.
What utility? Let me change the question. What utility? What utility does your God provide today after creation?
The utility is the property of existence.
So nothing.
Oh my gosh, can you address the objection?
Nothing.
Is existence nothing? Is that how you define existence?
Yeah, I already exist. I don't need him anymore for that.
Wait, so existence is defined as nothing for you?
Yep.
Okay, so what
I already exist, so I don't need him anymore for that. He has no utility outside of that. He has no utility whatsoever outside of that.
What are the properties of existence?
Listen to my question, okay? I already exist. I think you only studied this much of your philosophical argument, and you didn't expect me to not give a fuck about who created what. I give less than 2 fucks. What I want to know is, what have you done for me lately? What has your God done for me today? That's what I want to know.
Yes, so there are things that exist, for example, such as existence, that are necessary for the past, present, and future. You would agree on that, right?
Like what?
So, similar to the example I gave, like if we talk about some sort of transcendentals, such as logic, reason, or existence itself, these are necessary conditions.
Okay,
existence must exist?
Yeah, things exist because of God. He's the necessary precondition. He's the prior to existence.
Yeah, you're saying the same shit.
She's saying prior, like you're conflating creation with existence. She's saying, okay, he started it. Now what's next? What's the second thing he does?
No, I'm arguing that existence is a constant. It's not something that is just initial. It's not exclusive. It's inclusive.
So he's like holding it all together?
Yes.
How?
Because if there was not a necessary condition, then it makes everything else arbitrary.
Right. So is he waking me up every morning? Is what I asked you before. Is he waking me up every day? Like, do I need him to wake me up every day?
Yeah, you have a human body, right? So I mean,
so your God comes and wakes me up every day.
No, I'm saying he gave you the human body that you have.
You just saying the same shit. He's still saying the same dumb shit.
Before you cut me off, let me flesh out my point so you guys can understand what I'm talking about.
This is why nobody likes Phil Burns.
Yeah, you keep cutting me off. You think cutting me off makes you a better,
You're just saying the same shit.
For you to have a human body, the precondition to having a human body is existence.
This is your
So if you're asking the question of
That's your stop. You got to stop at pre. As soon as you say pre, even pre-cut, like maybe stop there, or like at pre, because you're saying pre. That's the prior, before condition. If your claim is that it's the continued condition, then say the condition for creation is this or something else. When you just say pre, then that thinker's already granted you that.
Sure, so she's already conceded the argument if she concedes that God is the precondition.
But that's not what her question is.
Well, it's irrelevant what comes after because we're talking about if God is necessary or not.
Oh, okay. Well, if you think the conversation's irrelevant, then like I don't know why.
No, it's not that the conversation is irrelevant. It's that
that's what the conversation's about.
We're talking about if God is necessary.
The whole thing, what the conversation's about, is what does God do today?
We're talking about if God is necessary, right? Yes.
No, we're asking about what God does.
Yes, what God does is He's the necessary condition for existence.
That's not a doing. That's not an action.
That's constant. That's a constant. Existence is a constant. Something does not just exist and then not exist.
The chat has paid $15 to drop your field bro ass. I'm done. What the fuck? Like, I think that's all he learned. And somebody said, you just need to prove that he's necessary for creation. But you haven't met people. They don't. But they haven't met people who literally just says, I don't give a fuck if your God created or not. That's old shit. What do I need him for now?
Well, and he admitted, like, okay, if you came from your parents, they came from their parents, how far back? Okay, well, then that means there was, like, could have been one snap of finger or anything. It could have been an accident. Could have been a freaking toot. And the rest of it would have continued down the line. And so he's useless now.
Exactly. And the fact that he couldn't think of anything else and all he could talk about was existence and creation, he proves it. Like, your God is useless. Twinny, how are you? Twin.
Twin.
All right, we're gonna move on. Chatting with Kathy. Are you in the box on purpose? Ben, why the fuck are you back in my box? Amani Poet, how are you?
Hi, good evening. Once again, accidentally up here. Love y'all work. And just get back to the comments.
Okay, thank you. Have a good night.
Thanks, you too.
Kylie? Kylie, are you there? See, Mezzo, it doesn't work. You see?
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't work. They still come up accidentally.
Have I ever been up here accidentally?
No.
I don't know what buttons people are pushing. like
I still don't see how it happens because you have to hit OK.
Yep.
I don't know. Key said periodic scrolling out and back in helps limit accidental requests. But the guest box is open, y'all. There's 450 people in the room. If you are a believer, if you are deconstructing, or if you're an atheist, the guest box is open. To all of those people that were tagging me in Christina's live, I know your asses are here. You cannot have that level of vitriol for me and not be watching my shit. Don't be whining and complaining when I'm out in these TikTok streets and my fucking box is open and I gotta beg people to come on stage.
Thinker, I had a Bible question to ask you, but I can't remember it. I'm going to look it up real quick. It was something about how we were going to be in charge of the angels. Do you know about what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I think in the New Testament.
Yeah.
And yeah. M. Khan, I'm not bringing you up. We're not about to do the dancing thing right now. It's too early in the show for that. So stop requesting. And if you want to come up later, right? If you want to come up later, don't get yourself blocked. Because if you keep trying to get in my box right now, I'm going to block you. Okay? It's too early. Just chill. If you are a believer, if you're deconstructive, if you're an atheist, the guest box is open. We've only been live for an hour and 8 minutes. And already we got to, like, beg people to come on stage. That's too much.
Good evening.
Good evening. How are you?
I'm well. I'm over 21 and I am deconstructing.
Congratulations.
Thanks. The topic I'm going to choose is God's will versus that's just life. But I want to say, for full transparency, I'm partially up here on behalf of my daughter. She's not here like you're talking to me, just so we're clear. But she listens to you and Christina often. She says that she likes to have her talking points together so that she can see how quick she can get kicked out of Sunday school each week. And
Yay, daughter.
I'm totally fine with that. Because, I don't force anything on her. It's like, if you're going to follow this, I want you to be sure. And, just to have some, critical thinking behind what it is you're doing. So thank you guys for what you do.
Well, thank you for supporting her, ability to question. Not a lot of parents do that. And I just want to say, big ups to you for that as well.
Yeah, it's like the funniest thing. So, and the reason why, so this God's will versus that's just life, is interesting to me. Bringing up a short story. So, my daughter's in Sunday school once, and I guess they were discussing prayer. And I guess one of the children asked, "Can you pray for something bad to happen to someone?" And the minister said, "Well, no, you can't do that because then you're infringing upon somebody's will. So that would be witchcraft." To which my daughter responded, "Then you can't pray for good things to happen to people. You could only pray that God's will, whatever happens, that it is God's will."
Your daughter is very intelligent.
She is. I do my best. Thank you very much. And one thing, that I could never rectify is how, and when I say we, I'm speaking generally speaking from the standpoint as Christians. I'm still, like, honestly, I'm probably closer to being an atheist at this point than deconstructing. I just don't think I'm quite at the point where I can just say it, if that makes sense. But anywho, of like how people are differentiating between this or that thing being God's will versus that's just life. And is it possible to even honestly say that if you follow what you believe to be an omni deity? Does that make sense?
Yeah, like I was watching Tabitha Brown's video today. My sister sent it to me, and I love Tabitha Brown.
Mm-hmm.
And she's very Christian, like she believes in God, and she believes God is putting things on her heart and giving her messages to give to people. And the video that my sister sent me today, like, she's giving a rundown of the history of the jobs that she's had her whole life and her journey to becoming a millionaire. And as she's talking, we hear, I worked at this place and I worked at this place and I got this promotion. Then my mother died and I got this much money from her inheritance, and I used that to go after my acting career. When that money ran out, I had to go back to work and I started making this much money. And then in 2018, I started doing content on social media. And then that year I made $150,000. That year I made $700,000. Then the next year I made $1 million. And today I'm a millionaire, blah, blah, blah. And then she goes, I don't know why God put it on my heart to share that with you. And I'm thinking to myself, like if I ever got the opportunity to sit down and talk with Tabitha, and she says, God did this. God, my question that I would want to ask her is, what's the difference in if I just say, that's just life, right? Like, because everything that she's saying that God did for her, right? It's all you hear is what Tabitha had to do to get to where Tabitha is. And there's literally there's literally nothing. Like, you don't actually see the God or hear the God doing anything in anybody's life. And it's them just assigning the God to certain events. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so, yeah, there's not a difference.
And I think that, like, because I've been churched my entire life. I was, raised Baptist, went to a Christian school, then went to a Catholic school, which was, crazy, and all of those different things. So, like, I've been churched my entire life. And I think that, like, it is, what is the word I'm looking for? Not indoctrination is the word I'm looking for, but yeah, to believe that, anything good that happens, that we cannot take credit for, we have to give that to the God, or anything that may be like really bad that we feel like, is like completely beyond our control. My adoptive mother passed away from cancer when I was 19, right? And it's like I had to I almost feel like I had to gaslight myself into believing like, oh, this is okay that, she passed away at this age and I was left alone, essentially without a, family and all of these things, because that was God's will to somehow make me okay with
Or stronger.
Yeah. And it's like, I don't think I ever even then, like, grieve properly over it, because I didn't feel like which is weird to say considering, but like, over it, because, well, this is what God wanted, right? And I always, whenever it came to certain things, and that's the best way to put it, I always felt like I was just gaslighting myself to like, no, this is clearly God's will, and so, something better is coming. Or even when, I may have worked really hard to work something out, or I had my daughter, I was like around 20 or so when I had my daughter, and everything that I've been able to make happen for her, even though it's just me and her, and anybody that's ever been in that situation with like literally no, extra hands, like knows how hard that is. And I have to, I am supposed to give credit for all of that to this God. Meanwhile, I myself was, exhausted or whatever else, and it's very interesting. Because if you turn around and say, well, I did this, it's like, no, that was God. That, it's always beat back into you. No, that was God. You couldn't have done that without God.
And they never can explain how the God did it. Like, there's a video on my page where I was talking about, somebody had put in the comments that God was with me raising my kids. It's like, you did a good job raising your kids, but you weren't really a single mother. God was with you. And so I went to my children. I said, who all helped me raise y'all? And they named my best friend, right, Lacan. But they didn't say the God. And I made a video and I said, if God was with me and helped me raise my kids, then my kids would have known that God was there. I wouldn't have had to teach them that God was there. I wouldn't have to convince them that God was there. They would just know, because they would see him. They would feel him, right? They saw who helped me raise them.
Yeah. So it's just interesting to me, just conversations I'll have with people of, that are Christians or non-Christians, but Christians in particular, how they will choose to, because there are times where things will happen, they'd be like, well, that's just life and that's just how it goes. But if and of course it's either always something that's either unexplainable or of course if something happens to you that is perceived to be some type of great blessing, that's God. And anything minute and minuscule is, that's just life. But that just never made sense to me, considering, if we have this, if this is our omni deity, right, who knows everything and everything, even if it's just, your pencil falling on the floor or whatever, like nothing can happen. There's nothing that can happen to you that operates outside of the will of this God, if that is true. If I'm an author and I write a story, the characters in my book can't do anything other than what I write. So then
Exactly.
everything has to be attributed to the will of the God, or nothing is, it can't be either or what have you. And it just always was interesting to me as to how they are deciding what's the difference between, this is God's will and that's just life.
I think a lot of times it's based off of whatever suits the current moment. Bash came up today on Christina's live, and he was talking about the choose your own adventure, that the Bible is kind of set up to where people can choose their own adventure, right? Two things can be true in any given situation. God does make children pay for the sins of their father. Nope, God doesn't make the children pay for sins of their father. Both of those ideas are in that book. And so a person can choose their own adventure at any time. And I think that's the same thing with, the God's will. So like a lot of times we get believers in here because they don't like us. They come in here and they pray that, bad things happen, or they wait to hear that, one of us have, had a bad day. And to them, that's God's will because we don't believe in God. It was funny. I was, before we went live tonight, I was thinking about that very thought, that I could be 80 years old on my deathbed, right, and pass away. Some motherfucker in here is going to be like, that girl, I remember thinking when, back in the day, she didn't believe in God. If she'd have just, God might have saved her and gave her 100 more years. If she, you know what I'm saying? Like that was God.
Right.
Anything, you know what I'm saying? Like,
right.
At 80,
Yeah, I
like,
told her. I told her he was coming for her.
Exactly. Like God took that lady because she was on TikTok back in the day talking about she don't believe in God. Like no matter how long, right? Like it could be 20 years from now, and they're gonna swear up and down that God answered a prayer, or God finally showed up and did something. They decide, what the will of the God is, and a lot of times I say that they are their God's God, because they assign the morals to the God, they assign the will to the God, they assign justice to the God. Like it's them at any given time.
Yeah, and I never realized how, and a lot of that too is because, like, they just don't read the book, right? Because you can't assign all of these different attributes when you have the book right there that tells you, this is exactly who this God is, right? And one of the reason my daughter in particular loves listening to you guys, she's like, I learn more from Christina and Thinker than I have in Sunday school. And she was like, I may have to sit down and read this Bible just from a literary standpoint. Because
How old is your
especially like
daughter?
when you're in church and she just turned 16.
Oh wow, she is very smart.
She just turned 16. And she was like, I really want to talk to her, but she she only talks to 21 and up. And I was like, well, you respect boundaries. I said, but I will hop up and talk to her one night. But I've taught her to, question everything, because I do believe that my belief in for me, just speaking for myself, me being part of this religion has like stunted me in a way. There's a lot that I probably, there are things that I probably would have done more of, or, because I was so scared. And I honestly believe when I first had my daughter, I kind of was experiencing a bit of religious psychosis because, I was so nervous. I was like, I'm not married. I have this baby, and I just want, to teach her the right things and, make sure that she gets into heaven, all of these different things. Like I wouldn't, she was very much, you can just watch Veggie Tales in the Christian programming, and we go to church every Sunday, and I had her christened and everything. And at some point it's like I went from that to um uh just you get older, you live a little life, you start you especially if you get a chance to get away from your family, if you will. Unfortunately, it happened for me the way that it did, but you can think a little bit more for yourself. And I kind of went from that to telling her, and there are people that would disagree with me, and I don't care, because a lot of her friends got baptized recently, and I told her that she could not. I told her she can get baptized, if she wants to after she's 18. That she can make that choice. And everybody, people are like, why? And I was like, the concepts in the Bible are hard for most adults to understand. I know that children and teenagers do not understand them fully. I just know that they don't. And if you're going to make the choice to commit your life to something, I want you to be in a space where you definitely, understand it, have asked your, the questions that you want to ask or whatever it is. And I'll support you either way. I'm not going to feel any type of way either way.
That's such a great point. Sorry to interrupt, but like
Oh,
that,
no.
like to give that much honesty to, like, we all, I have kids too, and like you want to like think that they're so ready and so smart for anything and independent and all this stuff, but it is important, especially in huge decisions like forcing a religion on somebody, to say like, let's just wait till they're sure, wait till they grow up a little bit. They can't even vote or anything. Let them live a little and then decide what they want to do. I love that.
Yeah, like if you're gonna let somebody dunk you in this water, and you're really going to commit yourself to this, I want you to understand why. I want you to understand the foundation of what it is. And a lot of, especially nowadays, like church even now is not like, at least I feel like at least back in the day we used to at least use the Bible at church. Like they don't even do that no more. So, the pastor preacher get up there and say anything, and we don't even go home and fact check look at it. It's just like, that's what it is. And, they have inserted all of their own theology into it.
Vanity, I'm wondering, just because like you seem like you're fully out, but I know earlier you said you weren't really like comfortable yet or ready yet for the word atheist, which is fine. Like I know the A word is sort of weird. Like when you're brought up in the church, it's sort of a frowned upon thing. And but like, would you be willing to say like, because, and if you don't want to, it's fine, but just like, it brings a lot of comfort to people as they're deconstructing, I think. Would you say like, I don't believe in this God, whatever is written in this Bible?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. I'm just curious where you're at.
And part of even, okay, so to be fair, part of even, I think what threw me head first into deconstruction, so I'm also an adoptee, and a lot of harmful adoption. I'm not out, but this is not the discussion that I'm trying to have like about adoption itself, but there is harmful rhetoric surrounding adoption, and a lot of that gets conflated with religion and religious things. And being close even with the pastor of the church I had attended at a time, who has an adopted daughter, and I actually do love her because she allows me to just have free conversations with her, even though I haven't come right out and said to her, hey, I'm not sure if I believe in this anymore yet. But I think if she's smart enough, she kind of knows where I am in my walk with that. But I think I once said to her, there's no way that I can like believe in how did I word it exactly? I said, I don't know that I can believe in a God that whose will was for me to be harmed like this or hurt like that. If you're saying that this was their will, I don't know if I can believe in that God,
Yeah, that gets a lot of people out of it, either through personal experience or through empathy with someone else who's going through that. That's a really common thing.
Yeah. And so like, and part of it is too, like I said, my daughter still goes to church more than I do at this point. And she'll tell you straight up, she said, honestly, I'm just going because like, that's what I see that's where I see my friends, and that's fine. And she was like, I also like being a problem child to the minister and stuff. And she's like, I like, and they don't like, I'm not literally saying that they like kick her out of there because, they want her to
why
be
do you
there.
keep going?
Huh? Oh, I don't really go.
Why does she keep going?
Because her friends are there.
Okay. I was like, if she's only going to fuck with them, that's really funny. But also, like, let him be, maybe.
Her friends. So she's she homeschools because she's a working actor, and so this is actually my backup page. So this is like it's safe for me to speak openly on this page versus my other TikTok page, to protect her and just in general. So she homeschooled. She does go to a co-op, but like her friends that she like, hangs out with here and there, like they all go to the same church. So that she's like that, she'll say it all the time. Yeah, she's like, yeah, no, I go to hang out with my friends and stuff like that, and so that's fine. But it's like it's not, I don't force her to go. You know what I mean? If she just decided like, I don't want to go anymore because I'd be like, okay, that's fine too. Or I want to try something else, or I want to, visit this kind of temple or this kind. I'd be open to that as well. But I don't want it to be a decision that I am forcing on her, or at least to be able to let her know like, hey, if you find that you don't gel with this no more, it's okay for you to change your mind, and I'm going to support, I'm going, I'll support you, I got your back.
Thinker, what do you think? In 2 years, will you have the daughter up, or are you going to make her wait till she's 21?
No, I was already thinking like I would be willing to talk to her if Vanity is okay with that. Like having her mom's permission is okay. You know what I'm saying? Like if Vanity is okay with that.
Yeah, no, but she's like, she enjoys listening to Christina, and she's like, I try to think, because sometimes she's just up in the middle of the night like I am as well, and she's like, I try to listen to Thinker, but her voice is so soothing, she puts me to sleep sometimes. But no, she'll listen to you, and she's like, oh, let me write this Bible verse down so I can go. So when they say this, I'm ready. But also too, I honestly like don't mind what she's not doing it just to cause problem, but also I think it forces. She said it kind of forces them to have like a deeper conversation other than what they're talking about in their classes, and so that I was like, hey, what it's your world, girl, whatever. But yeah, that's pretty much it. That's all. I really have to say and to talk about. Well, once again, thank you guys for what you do and creating the safe space for people like me, especially being Black and not believing that God is like cardinal sin number one.
Yes. I was saying yesterday, it's like having to come out the closet. Like,
no, for real. Like that's like oh my gosh. So it's really dope to be able to come on here and just listening. You guys, you guys always have like pretty great topics and good command of the Bible, more so than believers, which is it's insane to me. But yeah, keep doing what you guys are doing, and enjoy the rest of your evening.
Thank you so much, and tell your daughter I said hello, and whenever, just let me know.
I got you.
Okay. All right. Sounds good.
And good parenting. Thank you for that.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. Have a good night.
You too.
I so love that Otter is trolling God's daughter right now. Oh my God. And she is pissed about it. She said, why does this Otter guy have my picture? Otter, thank you. Thank you for that.
I had to post a screen grab of Otter's chat to me this morning because, as you know, I post all thirsty DMs in my Discord that I get. But I counted this one because she said something about how my music makes her want to do ungodly things. So I had to
Who did? God's daughter said that?
Yes. So I screen grabbed it, but I counted that as a DM, even though it was public.
Oh my God. God's daughter, you've been on one for like 2 days now. Like you was up here ready to throw your pennies in your tithes. And
at Shaka, that was the same time. She said that to me, and then he came up and she started ignoring me.
Oh my gosh. But I don't know. We need to pray to God for you to get your Boaz. What's your name? Karabura? Karabura?
Yeah, they're coming in on the right side. Next time I'm going to go over there.
Now I know why God's daughter is in the chat every night. She's looking for a husband. Voodoo Child, how are you?
Thinker, I was going to say, there's someone, not my wife, but someone who is very close to me, who is black and bi, and
Hey, what's going on?
I don't think she does believe, but she came out to her family as bi, no problem. It was like not a thing at all. But you're totally right. Like that, being a black atheist, I think is even more, like it's even more difficult for her to try to tell her parents and her aunts and grandmas that, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know for sure.
Hold on, God's daughter, why are you lying on me? I didn't say that. I never said that to you, did I? Also, I mean Mezzo.
Well, I didn't see what it was.
She said, "Thinker, you are even worse." When he played his music, you said your wife better watch out. I never said that to you.
Oh, you absolutely did.
No, I didn't.
You absolutely did.
No, I didn't. I don't play about people's marriages. I didn't say that. I don't remember saying that.
Well, no, you thought you were thinking it, but it's totally. No, you joked about it. It wasn't like a real thing at all. It was a joke. It was totally fine.
She said, "Call me Monica Think Winsky," and I was like, "What?"
What?
I don't remember saying that. But if I did say it, I was joking. God's daughter, your ass ain't joking. You're dead ass serious.
It wasn't out of the blue, like we were talking about it and stuff. It was fine.
I don't remember, but I do say a lot of shit. Servant of the. Oh, what? Servant of the merciful.
Yeah, what's going on?
Hi. Are you Muslim or Christian?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So this conversation right now is for Christianity. I don't think M's is in here right now.
Christians only.
Yeah. Normally we do allow Muslims up, but our Muslim co-host is not here. So we have to wait until they come back.
You guys are promoting atheism, correct?
We don't promote anything.
What do you mean? You have a reason why you say you make yours.
I mean, maybe we're promoting biblical research. Right. Like maybe there's a way to say that where we're just saying, like, let's read what it actually says and understand it.
Actually, we're just promoting critical thought, like conversation. Yeah. I'm not even promoting it. We're just having critical thought conversations, but I'm not promoting anything. Like, you do what you do.
Okay, so you're saying you're promoting the right interpretation of the Bible?
I'm not promoting anything. We're having conversations. That's it.
But you have to have
but again, right now the conversations are for Christians. Can you come back later when M's is here?
Follow Christ. Are they Christians?
Come back when M's is here.
Some people just like
Might just
being
be
yelled
weird
at.
for 5 more minutes.
Why do you care, Subpoena? Like, why are you that damn invested? Why are you that invested? Like, you are the type of people that I want to talk to because I need to understand why you're that damn invested that you would type some shit like that. Like, why does it bother you? Do you need people to believe in your God? M-Con, don't get blocked. Gone golfing. How are you? He's gone golfing. All right.
Yeah, can you imagine any character in a movie say something like, "You will regret your choices," and that isn't like the villain? There's no way that line would come from the good guy.
Exactly.
Right?
You will rue the day, damn it.
That sounds like straight up Jafar. Like, you sound like a supervillain when you say that. I'll get you my pretty and your little dog too. Like, you're the bad guy.
That's what I need to understand. Like, why do they go that far? Like, what investment do you have in this shit? Subpoena, can you come on stage? I need to understand this. You're not gonna type anymore since we read your comment out loud. Sweetie Pie, hey, how are you? Did you come up on accident?
I'm sorry.
That's okay. Thank you so much for sending out the subs too.
Not a problem.
Have a good night, okay?
Thank you.
All right.
Have a good one.
Look at Dudette being messy. Dudette done sent Subpoena an invite. Subpoena, you have been subpoenaed. Come to the stage. Don't run, goddammit. Like, goodness. You threatened us. You told us we needed to repent. You told us we were going to go to hell. Now you're in here talking about we're going to rule today. Like, come on stage.
They're sweating right now. Just like hear their teeth shaking.
Are y'all noticing the pattern though? Like, y'all talk all this stuff in the comments, but y'all won't come on stage. It's just a conversation. I literally just need to understand why you are so invested that you would threaten people. Like, what does that do for you? What do you lose by people not believing what you believe? Like, I just want to understand it.
The whole idea of like chatting a threat and then hiding, like, they must be like typing it out and then waiting to push send, going, "Don't see this, please don't see this, please don't see this, please don't see this, please don't see this." Okay, I said it. No, don't mention it. Oh,
I don't get it. Gone golfing. You were just on stage, but you didn't say anything. Gone golfing. Are you there?
It hasn't loaded in on my screen.
I can hear his TV.
Weird.
I don't know. Maybe.
I hear it too, but he hasn't loaded in.
Wait a minute. Yeah, I thought that was Oso's TV. Okay, I don't know. There he is. Gone golfing? He's there, but he has like some bars, so I don't know. Can you type in the comments if you are here? If not, I'm gonna move on.
are you being held against your will?
Blink twice.
All right, I'm moving on. Unfortunately, if you come back on stage, I'm gonna think you are a troll account, and I'm gonna block you because that's irritating. If you are in here, I need you to comment in the comments and let us know what's going on. Subpoena ain't brought their ass back in this chat since. Pat Kintut. What is happening? All right, y'all. If you are a believer, if you are deconstructing, if you are an atheist, the guest box is open. Yeah, something is definitely up. I don't know.
No, TikTok's been being weird today, like really weird. It wasn't showing me when people were like subbing or gifting and all kinds of weird shit. Numbers are off. It's just being weird as hell.
This person is not even connecting. There's 524 people in the room, y'all. Go ahead, make sure y'all are liking the live. Get the likes up. Let TikTok know. Just send those out to more people on the FYP. Cerulean Blue, what's up with you?
Hello, also Thinker, Mezzo, Corinthians, love y'all.
Yep.
I had a question. Okay, what is the denomination where they are like in the church and they're like going down the aisle and making people like have the Holy Ghost?
There's a lot of denominations that believe in the Holy Ghost, but they go down the aisle and do what now?
She means you, Thinker, Kojic.
No, we didn't do that.
You didn't run around in the aisles?
No, she said go down the aisle and say that they have the Holy Ghost. We didn't do that.
Oh, I thought you meant just like running up and down the aisle.
No, I just remember when I was younger, and this is a vivid memory of me sitting in church, and I remember the pastor. I think I was there with my aunt, and the pastor is going down the aisle, and he's like putting his hands on the forehead, so everybody like passing out, like catching the Holy Ghost, and all I could think of sitting there was like, please don't come down this aisle and touch me, because I'm not doing any of that, and I had to be like 8 years old. And that right there was so traumatizing to me. I'm like, why? Like, why are we doing this? And he was just like going down the aisle, touching everybody. And they were just like passing out, catching the Holy Ghost. And I was like, please don't come down this aisle. Because if you do that to me, I'm not doing all that. And it was
Actually, I think that happens at a lot of churches. Yeah, a lot of denominations. That Kojic did do that. But not like lining up in the aisle, and running and saying I have the Holy Ghost. Our church never did that, but yeah, laying hands on people and people passing out. A lot of denominations do that.
It was just so scary to me. And then I was just thinking, like, when people talking about being indoctrinated, like, I remember growing up in the church and going to church with my mom, but then it got to an age where we didn't go to church. But it's just never been in me. I've never been the type that was like, oh, like matter of fact, I didn't even read the Bible until I started coming into these lives. And it's just like I have a Christian family, and I always thinking like, I feel like I was born to be a lesbo, but I wasn't. Like, it's never been in me to be indoctrinated. It's never, like, I never got the motivation to read this book. I never got motivation to be a Christian. Not ever. With my whole family being Christian, it just never been in me. And I don't know if that's because I was also taught to use my brain, but it's just I never been I don't feel like I've ever been indoctrinated, if that makes sense. Like how people are really deep into it. You know what I'm saying? With my whole family being that, it's never been in me. I never felt that in me. I've never felt a God in me. I just knew how to be myself, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that's what Lord says as well. But Mezzo, I think you said you went to church, but you were never indoctrinated either, right?
I right? think I was. I think like early on, but I mean, it was, just because it was all, we went every Sunday and, a couple other weekdays throughout the week. But I mean, I went to public school and stuff. But anytime you're like at that susceptible of an age and being told like cold, hard facts about death and what's going to happen to you in a fearful way, like I think that's indoctrination. That's what the word means. So yeah.
You want to know why something weird? What was that?
When I also did, she was mentioning like she didn't hear God. I did. I remember hearing God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, and I spoke to the three different like characters and could hear them saying kind of different things. And as I deconstructed, I replaced them. I didn't like know, I wasn't like aware of this happening at the time, but I like replaced each one of them with different characters in order to like wean off, I think. And one of the names of one of the characters was Cerulean. Just like your name. Like it's a kind of a rare thing. They were all like sky related. There was like Cerulean, Azure, and then Calum, which is like the Latin word for the sky or something like that. So I was like literally replacing Sky Daddy issues with like these fake, sky character gods. And you just don't like see it that much. But it was a very like weird thing to go through. I probably should have seen a therapist and I didn't, but it just reminded me of it because it's her name, but also like she was talking about how she didn't hear all that stuff and wasn't indoctrinated, and I was like, I thought it was really happening to me.
And that's crazy because my mom, because 20 came on the panel like an hour ago. She hit it by accident, and I asked, I said,
"Oh, that was your twin?"
Yeah, that's my twin.
Oh, okay.
That's my twin. I said, did you go and think her panel? She was like, no, because we had just fixed up some Oreo ice cream. And I said, you on the panel, and you don't even know you on the panel. but my mom was like, before we were born, she was like, yeah, I was cussing God out because he didn't give me any kids. And she said, I cussed him out so bad that he was like, I'm going to show you, I'm going to give you two. And so she always tell us this story. And then she also told me this story that when we were both younger, that my aunt, because my mom has 4 sisters, it's 5 of them. She said that my aunt went to the doctor. They found a lump like on her breast or somewhere. And she said that we laid hands on her. And like the next time she went to the doctor, like the lump was gone or whatever like that. So it's like, but it's like, even with all that, it's like, I never thought like, this is something that I'm going to follow. Like, oh, I'm just going to be like I'm going to be holy Christian. Like, it's just never been in me. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like I was born to be a lesbian. Like, I was born to love women, but I don't feel like I was born to be indoctrinated to be a Christian. Like, I just never felt that in me at all.
That's so lucky.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Did you have?
I just wanted to say, yeah, twin accidentally hit the little button, but I love y'all. Keep doing what y'all doing.
Thank you, Cerulean. I was going to say Lords is another one that was never indoctrinated, but I don't know, Meza, I felt like I heard you say one time that you were not indoctrinated. Maybe you were saying you weren't indoctrinated like us.
Maybe. I mean, I was in it from day one until it kind of like faded out between 18 to 20 or so, like in that kind of area. Maybe it was 16 to 22. Hard to tell exactly, but it is sort of.
Maybe it was Mac.
Oh yeah, Mac was just never really taught it, or taught it but never ever believed it.
Yeah, that's a very privileged place to be in, to not have to like clean their minds out of this bullshit.
It must be so weird, like, because we can remember, like, when we hear people say just nutso things, right? We can kind of go, yeah, but I remember doing some of that, and I remember believing that kind of stuff. But to have never known it and to see it from the outside, be like, y'all are freaking losing your minds. Exactly. Why do you believe this? This is so obvious. Like, why are we talking this deeply about something that's so obvious?
Yeah. All right, y'all. If you are a believer, if you're deconstructing, if you're an atheist, the guest box is open. It'd be getting quiet in here. Like, it's an hour and 52 minutes into the show. We should be like back to back to back with 500 people in the room.
Yeah, I don't know why. They're in here.
Yeah, because they come to fucking watch me. They come to hate watch. Like, when Cerulean was on the panel, there were people in the guest box. Cerulean leaves the panel, the guest box is empty. Subpoena is still watching. So is Gone Golfing. Dudette is watching their asses. They're here. They hate watch. I don't understand. I mean, I do understand it, but it's just weird.
Some of these topics are easy, guys. What do you say from? How do you know it? You just say hell, the Bible next, right? Like, just come up and take a softball.
I think they think they're here to pray over the live, and they're waiting, right, for me to turn 80 years old for their God to answer their prayer.
In Psalms, it says prayer only works if you're on the stage.
You said you're here to listen and learn. Okay.
Strong start.
This is what the show has turned into,
Like
because we have a bunch of scary people, scary Christians in the comments that don't want to come up.
Let the ambience play. I'll do this.
Wow. I love it.
I call that dishes ambience.
Oh my God. Are they in the shower? What the fuck are they doing?
They either in the shower or frying chicken.
That's the sound of chicken frying?
Poorly, but yeah. But they definitely
Man, I
frying it.
love those flutes. Oh my gosh. But Mesa, the guy that you recommended for me, I don't think he plays the flutes as good as you. Like, I haven't heard. You know that, I don't know if you call it a riff or like what you just played. I haven't heard that artist do that yet.
He's got some that he like goes a little wild on, but there's a few that are like 12 minutes of that. It just goes on for so long. I always fall asleep to him though.
I haven't found it yet. But I mean, he's good. But that riff, I guess is what you call it.
Yeah, I didn't plan it. There's only like 6 buttons, right, or holes to cover, really. So you're kind of limited with it. If you want to do like different notes, you have to literally just buy another flute, and they are super expensive. But this is really high quality, and I would listen some more to that guy, because he really does have some that are just really long, slow, like sleeper flute sounds, and they're really, really good.
I mean, I like them, but I'm gonna keep checking it out. Yeah, somebody told me to check out Andre 3000's album. He has a flute album too. Yeah, have you listened to that?
I actually haven't, but I love him, so I don't know why I haven't. But am I wrong? I thought he does more of like a jazz flute.
Oh, I don't know. I haven't listened to it yet.
I haven't heard a bit of it. I'm scared to listen to it.
Why?
I've got a lot of respect for Andre.
Scared he might like it.
I'm scared I will hate it.
Oh, that's not okay. Like, if you hate one thing he does that mess it up for everything?
Oh, he does have some good flute. Oh yeah, okay, I'm gonna check this out.
I'll check it out.
Can you answer my question?
It doesn't in the grand scheme of things.
Oh,
it's a good point. So I'll check it out.
Yeah, cool. Okay. I was going to say, make sure y'all don't mess up around Oso. Goddamn. Whole friendship down the drain.
You're tarnished now.
If you are a believer, good grief. If you are a believer, if you're deconstructing, if you're an atheist, y'all, the guest box is open. Y'all also know, like, I'm not going to sit here and try to figure out a conversation. I'm not a small talker. Like, I don't do small talk. There's got to be conversations going in order for me to be live. We've only been live for an hour and 57 minutes. There's 510 people in the room. 510. About 200 of you have fallen asleep.
That's my bad. I played the flute.
Thinker, were you planning on going to Bash's Atlanta show?
No. Mm-mm. No. He has a show here on the 21st. I reserved spots for that today for about 6 of us. We're going to celebrate Nikita's birthday.
Oh, nice. That'd be fun. Yeah, I think a group of us are talking about showing up for the Atlanta show.
I am going to the Birmingham show though.
Nice.
In May. I think it's about 20 of us going down there. Mama Bash got a VIP section.
Right.
Yeah, Bash was on the front page of the Birmingham newspaper. And Mama Bash brought a copy to Florida, and she let me have this copy. So I'm gonna go to the concert on the 21st with my newspaper with Bash on the front page and be like, "Can I get an autograph? Can I get?"
Nice.
That's awesome.
Whole groupie mode, huh?
That's awesome. I like that.
Well, I guess it's time to shut down. We've been asking for conversation. We've been asking for guests for probably about the last 10 minutes.
Can I ask you a question though?
Yeah.
I did still want to know if you have like read any more about this. So I found the verse about the angels in Corinthians. I'm just curious your take on it. Also too, like if you know about it, or Selena. In 1 Corinthians 6, it says, we were reading this at some point because it was about like suing people and how you're not supposed to sue people. And it says, if any of you has a dispute with another, do you dare take it before the ungodly for judgment instead of before the Lord's people? It's basically saying like, don't go to regular court, just go to like, I guess Jewish court or something. I don't know, Christian church court. Or do you not know that the Lord's people will judge the world? And if you are to judge the world, you are not competent to judge trivial cases. Do you not know that we will judge the angels? How much more of the things of this life? What does that mean?
I honestly don't know. Like Paul says some of the weirdest shit. But Angel, he does like he just like he babbles a lot. Like he's very incoherent.
The only thing I could maybe think was he was saying like, okay, God's people will judge other people to determine if they turn into angels or devils, like right, like if you get to go to heaven or hell. But that's not really like a language. I don't think in the Bible it says anywhere that you become an angel when you die, right? I don't know if that's.
I don't know if he's saying like the fallen angels or. Like, yeah, I have no idea, but Paul says a lot of unnecessary shit.
Okay.
Like this is the crazy thing. Like if you have to, as a believer, right now, you're relying on angels to help you. You're relying on angels to send you messages, angels to send your prayers to God, and then Paul is like, oh, we're gonna judge them. Like it doesn't make sense. He's got to be talking about the fallen angels, or either this is one of those moments where Paul was just rambling.
It definitely is a ramble because then he goes, "How much more of the things of this life?" Like he's just losing his marbles right here.
Yeah, I know. Well, I feel like a lot of the people in the Bible took advantage of substances, right? Because I mean, especially a lot of the prophets, but Paul be in there just absolutely wild and saying shit. And then he's basically like, I love the part where he's like, yeah, man, like I use trickery to make people Christians and it's cool because God, man, like it's so fucking awesome. It's like, dude, what the fuck are you talking about?
He teaches them how to gaslight like a motherfucker.
Right.
That's why they're still doing it.
With no remorse.
And God loves me for that shit, man. You know why? Because the end is near. Probably true.
Yeah.
Man, I bet he was getting sued. I bet someone was just suing him, and he was like, "No, no, 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 no. We don't do that. We don't do that. You got to do it over here where my homie's the judge. We got to go over to this spot where my friend. I'm the judge, actually, in church court. Case
Hold on for a
dismissed.
second. Y'all do know that I don't like this live is not just about talking to Christians, right? If y'all depending on Christians, this live is not going to stay up long. The live is about deconstructing and it's about research. So if you are a Christian, if you're deconstructing, thinking about deconstructing, if you are an atheist, or if you are a nerd and you have an off-topic question, then the live is open to you. Don't wait on a Christian to come up because it ain't gonna last. Okay, I don't build my live around Christians. I'm sorry, y'all. Go ahead. I just wanted to address a comment.
No, it's all good. I was reading a little bit more about this verse, trying to find some insight. It's just bizarre, but I think you're right. It's just silly Paul. Silly Paul.
Yeah, I think Paul was suffering from a mental illness, to be honest. Like there's a lot of times where he's talking about his suffering and how he had to use one church to live so that he could give another church a break from supporting him. Like he says some really questionable shit, but yet this is the father of Christianity. But I think that he was suffering from psychosis and mental illness, whoever this writer was. And the interesting thing is, like, nobody has ever met this character. Nobody in history has any claims of ever meeting this character. The first person in history to have his writings is Marcion, and Marcion never met him. So nobody knows who this person is. This could be somebody that was suffering from psychosis, just writing a bunch of shit.
So weird.
And he's the father of Christianity. Like, that's the crazy thing.
He could have had a psychotic break from the PTSD, to be honest.
Yeah. But the interesting thing too is that a lot of his story was built out by the writer they call Luke.
You mean by the guy who they also attribute Luke to?
Huh?
Like we don't know like who Luke really was. Is that what you mean?
Right.
Or I mean, like the author of the book of Luke.
The book of Luke and the book of Acts.
Okay.
Yeah. And so a lot of, like, the introduction of Paul was written by that person. So his character was developed further by that person based off of the earlier Pauline letters. Galatians, Romans, Corinthians, Timothy, like, not Timothy, Paul didn't write Timothy. First Thessalonians. So, like, based off of those letters, the writer of Acts developed the history and character of this Paul person. But nobody's ever met this character. For all we know, he could be made up, like some people think that Socrates is made up. Dawn, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you doing this evening?
I'm doing good. Can I get your age? And then, you are a nerd.
I am a nerd, yes.
Yes. What you got?
I am 43 years old, but I wanted to just get up here and say thank you so much for what you guys are doing. I was deconstructing for about 17 years until about 4 years ago. I didn't really know that's what I was doing. I just knew that for a long time I had a lot of questions and confusion and didn't understand where to go or who to talk to. And then, C19 happened and everybody ended up on TikTok, and I found that there was a whole community of folks out there just like me. And by watching your live and Bash's live and Justin's live, I have learned more about the Bible than I ever learned my entire life growing up in it. And now I understand all of the confusion and the questions. And I just want to thank you. Thank you so much for your education and your labor, because I didn't know what to do or where to look. And just listening has taught me so much. So I just wanted to thank you.
You are so welcome. Thank you for being a part of this community as well. I'm glad that you're finding value in it. Let me ask a question, like in your everyday life, when you say, you couldn't find a community that, thought the same way you do. Although we are online, in your everyday life, how are you getting along with that? With being like an atheist, are you able to like start conversations with people, like to find people in your community?
I am lucky to have one friend / coworker that has been in my life for many years, and she is an atheist, and she has always been open to talk to me, even when I was very much I'm a Christian. I might be questioning things, but I'm a Christian. I believe God. She wasn't judgy with me, which I'm very grateful for that. But outside of that, everyone in my family is very much Christian. All of my friend group, very much. I've lost friends since coming out openly as agnostic atheist. I've lost all of my friends, and my only family member that really understands is my grandma. Sorry, I'm not trying to get emotional, but
it's okay.
She's kind of there with me. Imagine that an 80-year-old woman is the one that's there with me. But yeah, that's where I'm at. That's kind of where I'm at. But I say 17 years because that's how old my oldest son is. And there's a lot that surrounds that. And I didn't raise my kids in a Christian household, even though I was still believing in the Bible and God. We didn't go to church and things like that. My children do have biblical names, which is crazy when people find out that I'm agnostic. They're like, but your kids have biblical names. Because at one time I was very much a believer. So it's confusing. I don't have a community outside of the internet regarding my agnostic atheism. In short, to answer your question, I apologize.
Are you? That's okay, and I think that's also important. So the reason why I asked that, and I could kind of sense that in your voice. But are you on the Discord?
No, I don't know how to use Discord.
Okay.
I'm very much internet illiterate.
Okay. So what we need to do is get you a link, because I see you are a blue butterfly. So you've been in the community for 6 months or longer now.
Yes,
Yeah. So we need to get you a link and get you into the Discord so you can start connecting with people who may be in your city. And, start going to brunch, or, I don't know if you drink coffee or, things like that, so that you can talk to, have somebody that you can talk to outside of the internet as well. Because that's what it's all about, right? Like building community online and being able to take that, relationship offline into your everyday life as well, so you don't feel so alone, and that liberty, that freedom that you feel inside, like in your mind and in your heart, you get to experience it right in your everyday life as you're learning to live and just be. So we got to get you on the Discord, get you communicating and connecting with people. Okay,
I would be so grateful. I would be so great, and I am so grateful. Thank you so much.
You're so welcome. Unity or Dudette, I think are the only two. Selena, can one of y'all get her a Discord link? And all you have to do, Dawn, is just click the link. It'll take you to your app store. Download the app, and as soon as you download it, it's gonna take you right to our server.
Okay.
So it's like 1 or 2 steps, and then you're there.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Have a good night.
You as well. Thank you.
Good night.
Good night.
I see your chat, Unity. What's wrong, Sky? Shy? Welcome to the Cyber Raiders. Huh?
She all right?
She said that she's crying. Do you request up if you need to, Shy? Lichcraft?
Hi.
Hi.
Hi, Thinker.
Hey.
Hey, Bezo.
How are you?
What's up?
I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right.
What you got?
Well, I just to kind of talk on topic, almost like a reversal of the why do atheists feel they need to repent for non-believing? I'm a 37-year-old atheist. Um, I have kind of a weird religious history. My grandparents were Jewish and they converted to Catholicism. Um, when they moved to South Louisiana, for integration purposes. Uh, people who choose a religion, you know what I mean? They tend to be tighter into the religion. And my grandmother was devoutly Catholic. I knew as a teenager that I didn't believe any of it. Like, yeah, as Meza was saying earlier, the for people who never really believed, it must feel pretty weird. It does. Um, but I remember when I told her um, that I didn't believe in God when I was a teenager, she cried. Uh, and we didn't talk about it again. And even going into my adulthood, like I could never kind of get away from that. Like I didn't marry my wife for 8 years because I was afraid that I would have a kid and I'd have to have a discussion with my grandmother that I didn't care if they were baptized, And then after she passed away, um, it was like a relief, even though we were really close and, we had a really special relationship. But I felt relieved that I didn't have to ever explain it. And then now I have two kids who have obviously never been baptized, but it's interesting that I've lived almost my whole life not being religious at all, but that guilt loomed like a shadow, from previous generations.
That's understandable. That I completely get that. Are you saying like you still feel guilty about it today? About
Not so
feeling
much. I
okay.
mean, after she passed away, like my mother's kind of the spiritual, karma energy, the ones that don't shut up, but like it's harmless, you know. um, but once my grandmother passed away, like obviously I never wanted her to, you know, to be gone, but
Yeah, but you didn't want to
and I'm
hurt her at the same time either, and have to have
right,
that conversation with her. I mean, it sounds. I get what you're saying. Like it sounds fucked up, but honestly, it's not. To feel that relief. Um, I get it. It sounds crazy, but I get it.
right. I don't know. I feel like things like that are important to say sometimes, for people who are raising their kids, you know, under, some of these really oppressive, theological doctrines, just like the trauma that just lingers through generations. Um, because, Jewish people, when they came over, my grandparents on my mother's side were Italian Jews, fleeing from Mussolini's Italy, and my dad's side were German Jews, and then to convert to Catholic, once they got over here, and you know, and then that's where they found community and or protection. It just like those things, things move so fast now, like technology, but like those traumas just keep echoing.
Yeah, those things can get handed down, and I think that's why a lot of people who, when you are indoctrinated or just taught this stuff at a young age, there's more than the one reason, just that you were taught it. There's more than that as to why people have a hard time like leaving it. That's why we use this long word of deconstruction, right? There's work to be done, and I think that like is a big part of it. That gullibility, like as Christians, we are taught to feel gullible all the time for everything, especially like Catholics, if you were raised with any of that. Or not gullible, sorry, guilty. I said gullible.
Yeah, Catholic guilt.
Both. You're taught to be guilty and gullible.
That's like an intentional slip of the tongue, maybe.
That's a feature.
Yeah. I don't know. I think that that guilt that lays in with like I had that with my mom. I remember like I just don't want to tell her. I don't want to talk to her about it. Break her little heart.
Yeah, and in a lot of ways, I'm proud of my mom for the. I don't think she's going to go any farther than she has, but just to, as far as she has to not be Catholic anymore. She likes to hold on to that idea though of the, maybe God is energy or, whatever. But at least it doesn't. I don't know. It doesn't. It feels like it's less hurtful.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's not like. Like it's not politically
like New Age people doing laws.
Yeah, it's not as big of a problem. Like I think that there's like generally some issues. Personally, I think there's issues with like believing in stuff like that. But it's more about just like a problem with truth, which I value. Like it's not about like it's not as harmful unless they get into really like anti V word I can't say on TikTok stuff,
Right, and I've heard there's some people say that there's like a pipeline from like New Age to like alt right, but I kind of worry about that a little bit with her. Yeah, like the idea.
I've heard that too. They used that a lot during the election. That New Age,
The idea, from what I understand, is that like with like a New Age karmatic attitude that like you put things into the universe, you get things back from the universe. So, basically that like if you're in poverty or like a community that's not treated fairly by government systems, then that's your fault. It just kind of like leads into that slope that like if you believe that like energy is just what you give, then it's someone's fault that they're in a poor situation.
Yeah, I mean, I get that.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna fix some
their way out of it.
Okay, I'm just saying that like I live in California, so the spiritual people here are liberal as fuck. Right? Like they're just like, so that's I think the only reason why that sounds weird to me, but I get it, and that's kind of what I was saying before. Like that's part of why I value truth. It makes you less susceptible to lies when you like work hard to really find truth, right? Like skepticism can lead you down a better path. And this is like the same type of cult mentality, religious mentality stuff that could, barrel you down a bad path, I think.
Right. The reason I started getting into like watching these lives, I think I started with Ian. But I worry a lot about my son has autism, and I worry about like people tricking him, and like religion is like one of those ways, that like he doesn't have the safeguards that I built up. So like if someone was like, "Hey, come to my fun church," they've got video games. Yeah,
I have a kid that
That's
is
all I would say.
yeah, I have a kid that's just like that. Like he just wants to talk to strangers so bad. And we like constantly have to like remind him stuff like I don't know, like we could be like downtown LA and he'll just go up to everybody and do whatever they like. He is so susceptible to that, and he is on a different spectrum than autism, but unconfirmed, but he is. And so like I see some of that exact same thing where it's like we got to like let him know now to like trust his own instincts and teach him how to be like skeptical of things, because he's gonna just do anything anyone says. If like when he meets a girl, he's just gonna do whatever she says. If she's Mormon, he's Mormon.
We when he was little, we used to do like exercises. This before I ever thought about it with religion, but I would when he was like 4, it'd be like we called it real or not real. I'd be like dinosaurs, and he'd be like, "Oh, those are real," and I'd be like, "Nope, fake." And then he'd be like, "No, dude, those are real." And like, like he's like, "There's bones in museums. Like, the dinosaurs are real." But I didn't want him to just, rely on my input. It was good, like,
yeah,
as a little kid for the critical thinking. But I would tell him like, "Yeah, dragons, totally real. Like, you just haven't seen one, but they're real." And he'd be like, "No, they're not. They're not real." But and so thankfully he's pretty good about that. Right now he thinks his religion is Greek mythology, which I'm okay. Again, Greek mythology people not making a lot of laws, but I think he just really likes leading around Greek mythology, though. I think that's like, just his hyper fixation right now.
Well, I mean, some people do like follow that and believe in it still. Yeah, I don't get it either. That's like, you were saying looking at the thing from the outside the entire time. That's what I think it feels like. Like what I think of when I hear people who just like believe in Norse or something like mythology. I'm just like, oh, really? Wow, that's so interesting. I didn't know that people really actually did that. And then that just must be what it's like for people who are like raised atheists to see all of America and like so much of the world and just be into it. Be like, wow, okay, wow, that's surprising. You actually believe that?
Yeah, it's kind of weird to think about that, because I can't even like imagine being raised atheist. But that's just been his whole life. That's kind of surreal to think about.
Oh, Subpoena's back. Subpoena, we've been looking for you. Come on up.
You're subpoenaed.
Science is really fake. Come up here and talk about it.
Like, this is when he decides to come back into the fucking chat, or she.
He's been waiting until you were like, "I'm gonna go get coffee,"
and then he came back when I left.
Yep.
Wow.
Tell you what, Subpoena, if you come up, I'll go down, so you don't have to listen to my boring grandmother story anymore.
That is so crazy that this is when he decides to come back. Like so Subpoena, you're really proving, right, that the last question on this board is a valid question. Like y'all claim to have power, right, access to an all-powerful God, but yet you just showed how scary your ass is. Like, if your God couldn't resist the devil, seriously, how can you? Especially with you acting like this. Like, you came back into the chat when I left. You gone again?
That's crazy. He really thought you were getting coffee and did one quick thing and then bailed, and now he's ducking down again. That's
crazy.
No way. Way.
And then, like, what makes them feel safe to tag me when I'm on somebody else's live? Like, what's weird is that they come here and they just watch, right? And then they wait until there's a guest on stage, and then they talk shit in the comments when I'm preoccupied with the guest on stage. But they never come on stage. But then when I'm out in the TikTok streets and I'm on somebody else's live, they tagging the fuck out of me. They won't leave me alone. Like, what makes them feel safe when I'm on somebody else's live? Because, like, I don't get it. Is it that they, like, do they think, I don't know. I don't get it.
Scared librarian energy, they're saying in chat. I don't remember who called you that, but I was laughing when that happened.
That girl Sam.
Oh yeah, that's what it was. The other Sam.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that was.
She
funny.
didn't come back today either. I think she was scared. I think I scared the shit out of her.
You talked softer to her than I hear you speak to your granddaughter. Like, you were so gentle with her, and like and she was just like, "I just think you're scary." It was kind of cute. I was like, "Oh."
I think too. Maybe it's because of what I'm talking about, and in her head, she's probably like, "Oh, this is something the devil would do. This is something the devil would say." But it's probably because of what I'm talking about. But also, I noticed, like, when a lot of Christians come here, like, I think they're used to people having, like, lack of control on their emotions, and they're constantly seeking kindness and respect. Does that make sense? Like, that's why they have this expectation of it, and if somebody doesn't talk soft to them, then they're ready to cry, and they're ready to, why are you so mean to me, or why are you so rude? Because they're used to people just, being rude to them, and they feel like kindness is the thing that a God helps them achieve.
Like the Southern, well, bless your heart. Oh,
yeah.
Oh, my Lord.
Yeah.
She's so precious. The backhanded kindness.
And so, like, they think that people owe them that, like they walk through life expecting people to automatically, like, how God is the assumption, right? You could just be out and somebody will walk up to you and be like, "God bless you." Like, I was talking to Hopper. We went through the toll in Florida, and the lady said, "Have a blessed day." And Hopper was like, "What the fuck do I say back to that?" Hopper was like, I hate when people do that. Like, why don't you just say have a nice day? Like, I said thank you. Just say you're welcome and have a nice day. Like, why you got to say bless you? Like, you don't know. She didn't say this to her. She was saying this to me.
Right.
She's like, you don't know if I, believe in your God, or you don't know if I'm Muslim or atheist, but it's the assumption, right? And I think, like, it's the privilege that Christians have. Like, they just assume that everybody respects their God, that everybody acknowledges their God and their religion and their faith and their belief. And the same way they expect that is the same way they're going through life expecting that people owe them kindness, and that people owe them respect, and that people owe them access. And so when they engage with people who don't automatically just give them that kindness or give them that access or the respect, it's the same reaction as if you said that you don't believe in a God. Does that make sense? It's like,
I
they
think
see
that,
them the
like,
same.
The type of people who say have a blessed day are the type of people who come up into these lives, and it seems like they've never met someone who doesn't believe ever in their life. They're like, what do you mean? Like, I don't understand. Like, what does it mean to not believe in God? Like, they don't even, like, what do you mean there's something in the Bible that's wrong? Like, it's never crossed their path or their mind in any way. And so they just assume everyone has read the Bible, and so everyone's a Christian, of course, because it says to be in there. And so I can say have a blessed day to everyone. Like, it does not cross their mind at all.
It doesn't. And look, like TJUS, their response, and they're in the box. I'm gonna bring you up here in just a second. But their response says, "I say have a blessed day because that is my way of being kind. You have no obligation to respond." So even in that, it's like their response is saying, like it's their privilege, right? I'm going to say it, but you have to be the one to reject it. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't have to be considerate and ask myself, should I say this to this person? Does this person believe in God? It's I'm gonna do it because God, and then it's up to you to be, to not respond to it. And then what's going to happen is that person, because when they say have a blessed day, if you don't respond, oh, she rude. So you know what I'm saying?
I can't, like, I'm the type of person, like, when I get that at Starbucks, I'm just like, okay. Like, I just kind of like brush it off and don't like think about it that much. But like, I'm also not in this, like, where it's super heavy, right? Like, I live in LA, so it's like, doesn't happen all that often here. I can imagine getting so sick of it in a place where you feel surrounded. You know what I mean?
Oh, like
Yeah,
South
but like
Louisiana.
I don't care. Like my son's name is Blessing, right? Like I don't care if someone says have a blessed day to me. I'll say you too and walk off. But I think what that person is missing, and what I'm saying is, because you won't take the the time to ask yourself whether the person you're about to say this to believes in your God, or even accepts that. Like, if it's going to be offensive, you put that person in the position to now be what you would consider rude to you, because you didn't see it as your duty to make sure that what comes out of your mouth would not be offensive to the person. You get what I'm saying? He or she is moving the responsibility, putting the responsibility on the other person that's really the one that's being offended, and saying, "Oh well, deal with it." That's what it feels like to me. And you might not have meant it that way, but that's how it came out. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was saying that's when you got to hit them with the Beelzebub's bounty be upon you.
His what?
Beelzebub's
Yeah.
bounty.
But then when you do stuff like that, they just put themselves in the position to be offended, right? And it ignores how they originally offended the person that responded to them, because it's their privilege. Like, we can come back with all of these, wisecracks, but all it does is it victimizes them. It gives them the privilege to then be offended by your comeback, because they refuse to see how they were the ones that violated you first or offended you first, because it's their privilege. Because God, like, who doesn't respect God? Who doesn't acknowledge God?
Yeah, I mean, I almost think I almost feel like I should just do it just 'cause fuck it. Like they want to exist in a space where they can say shit and claim it's not offensive, and then goat you into saying something offensive so they can be offended. So fuck it. Let's just go cheek for cheek and see who says uncle first. Like,
You
let's
know
just
what you
get to
should
the
do,
end.
Oso? You should go hard the other way. And when they go, have a blessed day, say, let us pray. And then hold your hand out until they take it, and bow your head, and spend like 17 minutes praying about the Red Sea Scrolls until they lose their mind, and they will never say it to you ever again.
I can dig that. Or I just pray silently for 10 minutes and squeeze the fuck out of their hand.
Just sit there.
Just sit
Just
there quiet
holding
as
up the
fuck
toll
and
booth. Holding up the toll booth.
occasionally hit them with a, yes, Father. And then, you know what I mean? Just really drag it out.
They will never do it again.
You're probably right. I'm being led to talk to Daddy about you right now. Hold
You gotta.
on.
The risk there is that they might double down. You know, then you've got a situation.
Then you've got a friend.
Gonna start prophesying to Oso.
Yeah, just then you record it and you got a viral video.
It's true.
Just two people kneeling on the sidewalk on the subway.
It would be so funny if Oso did do that, and he's not praying at all. He's just like, do that. Do that is on some shit. She is not going to stop inviting Subpoena's ass up here. Oso is like praying silently, grabbing their hands, and he's just like, just every now and then go, ooh, yes, Lord, ooh. And then the person start going, hallelujah. Hey, ooh, I can feel it. How did she get out of the boat? Hallelujah. And Oso just goes, ooh, yes, ooh, and not saying anything. That would be funny. Gaslight. Yeah. Gaslight ass. When Gaslight went into a Christian live one time, they were on the live praying and they were speaking in tongue. Gaslight joins the live and just start going, and they did not know. They did not know the entire time that he was fucking with them. The entire time.
You guys ever get the aliens? Like the alien filter, and they're all just saying nee 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 nee.
Yeah,
it's a great lie.
I think it's in orange now. I've been getting it. Everyone's in orange face, and there's there's like 9 people all talking at once, and you can't understand anything.
I don't get it.
Speaking alien is pretty funny.
I think it's called light language, and it's the same thing as speaking in tongues. It's called light language.
Not what they're doing.
No, yeah, not what they're doing.
It's not the same thing.
They're just a bunch of kids pretending to be aliens. It's pretty funny.
I would say.
Wait, what?
Leave the glork, leave the glork, leave the glork, leave the glork.
Thinker.
What?
It's 9 people box up, and they put on an alien face filter that's like a green TikTok filter with a big bug eyes, and then they sit there and just have a full conversation for hours in a fake language, going nee 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 nee.
Leave glork, leave glork.
And people throw money at them. And this is
wait, are they doing it for entertainment purposes though, right?
I just want to point out they are on the same exact platform that you are. I didn't mean that to be insulting.
But they're doing it like a character. They don't believe that they're talking in.
No.
Oh, okay. It's no like to me that's no different than its AI lives.
I have had people guest up who think they're an alien and stuff like that. Those are fun.
Wait,
that would be concerning. That would be very concerning.
I've had it, especially when I did more flat Earth lives. Some of them are different.
I thought we were the Anunnaki.
Somebody had a Anunnaki believing. What is that? Where they believe like the pyramids or power plants to steal gold or something? Like Too Much History Channel. I forget who. Is it Joel had them recently?
Maybe
that's the Babylonian tale of why the Anunnaki was here for gold.
Yeah, I drew it once. We were drawing it. We were drawing it out, and it was like they were going from Nibiru to Earth and back, and that was how we made the shaft. Was the like lines that the spacecraft were taking, or something like that.
Oh, like heavy gold, huh?
Yeah. And it's so funny because Joel is like, so you're telling me they came and they got some of the gold and couldn't get the rest? Like these super technological, super like divine alien things left a bunch. They just like, we beat them. Our like little baby human selves beat these aliens up with space technology. Like it just doesn't make sense.
But people believe that shit though. That's the crazy thing. Like they believe in it 100%.
Not only that, like a major network platforms it, like the History Channel.
They messed up a lot of minds.
Bad. Yeah, they've tanked.
Lichcraft, did you have anything else before I'm about to bring up another guest?
No, yeah, absolutely. Thank you guys for having me up. I hope you have a good rest of the night. I'll be here all night.
Thank you.
In
You
the
too.
chat.
Later.
Bye.
I should probably
I
step
don't
down
know how
too
to
and
get
get a little
down.
rest before the morning here. But yeah, I'll be listening up. Thanks for having me as always.
You're welcome, Enzo. Have a good night.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Now it's just the cool kids and this guy.
Huh?
So now it's just the cool kids and this guy.
Is it
Yeah.
T-Just?
Yes,
Like, tell
ma'am.
me about your name. Why T-Just? What is it?
T-Just. So it's I think it's like a French thing. My family used to call it to me all the time. My dad's named Justin. So T like little Justin.
T is little?
Yep, like T tiny.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
And how old are you for TikTok purposes?
21.
All right. And you are a believer, correct, based off of your comments?
Yeah. Yeah, I'd say so.
Okay. And what topic did you want to discuss?
Oh, just the have a blessed day thing. So whenever you had read my comment, the comments they have a certain word count. I was split up. I don't know if you saw it. It said at the end. It said the same.
Wait, hold
Basically
on.
meaning.
Hold on for a second, though. But you were in the guest box before we started talking about the have a blessed day thing, right?
Guest box.
You
What,
were
this
in
thing?
the request to come up before. Yeah. So that's not why you came up, though, right?
Oh no, the request previously was accidental. It's because I clicked the request thing on the right side, but I
Okay.
wanted to talk about the have a blessed day thing. So like I was saying, I just say have a blessed day because it's a nice way to talk to people for me personally, and that's just how I was raised because I'm down south, just how it is. And I was just saying, like, you don't have to say anything the same way. It's no fault toward you, everybody's their own people. It's America, free speech, you know what I mean? So I mean, yeah, that's all I was
So if
saying.
I
I
walk up
wasn't
to
saying it
you
was
and I just say, fuck you, right?
yeah,
It's just,
that's completely fine.
all right. No, like literally though, being honest,
Yeah.
right? Being honest. If somebody just walks up to you, like if you go to the store, right? And the cashier hands you your receipt and says, fuck off, right? You're not gonna,
I
that's
would
not,
fuck right off.
say that
I mean,
again?
I don't know. I would fuck right off. I don't know the cashier. I don't know them. They probably
You're
have me
not being
about
honest. You're not being honest.
I am.
You would think that, no, you wouldn't. Like you would think that was offensive, right?
Well, a
And the
little
thing
bit,
is,
yeah, but I don't
yeah,
know.
exactly. So be honest with me. Like there's no need to gaslight
Yeah.
and do all that. But the thing is like when you say it's the way that I, want to be kind. But if the person on the other end does not think that that phrase is kind, then you failed at being kind. Would you
That's
agree?
valid. Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah. And so not everybody believes in your God, and not everybody wants to be reminded that this God is everywhere in their life without their permission. And so it might be better to say have a nice day or a good day or just simple thank you, right? And not invoking your religious ideas and your religious beliefs on everybody when you're at work or when you're out and about.
That's true. I see some truth to that. It's but I like it. Like you said, it's if somebody told me "fuck you," I can't really stop them from saying that.
I mean, all I hear
Honestly,
you saying,
I'll start doing
all I hear
this
you saying is, hold on, T-Just, all I hear you saying is, right? I'm gonna do what I do. Like it doesn't. I don't care how that makes the other person feel. Like you saying have a blessed day is more about you than it is the other person. So you might as well not say it, because what you're telling me now is, well, just like if a person was to say fuck you, I can't stop what comes out of their mouth. And so, but your goal though, you told me, was for you to be nice and be kind.
Yeah.
But that's not your goal though.
Yeah, it is.
Is it? If like you're giving pushback on that.
It is.
So why are you giving pushback on it?
Pushback. Like, explain pushback. Like, what do you mean? Like, because
you said you understand the point, right? And then you
Yes,
said,
ma'am.
but
Hmm.
that's pushback. The but.
Oh, okay. So, yeah. Well, I mean, that's just what I say. That's what I've been saying since I was growing up. And, you know, I hear many different things from many different religions. People tell me stuff all the time, and I'm just like, yeah, okay, cool. I appreciate that. You have a blessed day too. You know, it's just a sign of respect. You know, we all have our own
A
religions,
sign
our
of
own
respect for who?
backgrounds.
A sign of respect for who? It's a sign of respect
Well, I
for
mean, the
who?
response is a sign of respect, which you
For
don't have to do
who?
because nobody owes anyone anything.
A sign of respect for who?
For who? What do you mean? Well,
Who
for the
is it
other
a sign
person.
of respect for? If the other person does not want that, if the other person does not believe in a God, how is that a sign of respect to them?
Well, no, not the specific me saying it, but the response to that. So, like, say if they said goodbye in a certain way, which was
How
either
are
with
you
their God
missing
or
this?
without so,
How are you
I would
missing
still
this?
respond in my
How
preferred.
are you missing that you are the one
What's
that
that?
initiates? Like, what is that sound? Hold on,
He's
let me
got like
put
a
you on.
weird echo.
Yeah, you have like a very weird echo. But how are you missing that you are the one initiating, right, this interaction that makes the other person uncomfortable, and you're making it their responsibility to ignore your offense to them, and you're trying to maintain your privilege to do so. How are you missing that? And it's not like have a blessed day is the only way to say thank you, or is the only way to say goodbye, or to wish people a well day. There are other options to say without you invoking your religious beliefs onto other people into their day.
Did it fix?
Yeah, it sounds like it.
I don't think it did. It started doing it again. I'm sorry, y'all.
It's not doing it.
Okay, appreciate you. Well, I mean, what do you think about the Merry Christmas versus Happy Holidays thing? Same kind of rather Happy Holidays than Merry Christmas type stuff.
Like, literally, not everybody celebrates Christmas. You know how many times when I was out this season, when people would walk up to me and say Merry Christmas, that I just walked out of their face? And
Yeah.
it's putting me in the position to be rude, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, I can see that. It's just me personally. I wouldn't see it as rude. Everybody's their own person. I'm just trying to be as nice as I can at the end of the day with my own religion and how I grew up. Everybody's entitled to their own opinion.
But how do you call that being nice if the other person doesn't think it's being nice? This is why I say I don't like the love your neighbor. But listen, this is why I don't like the love your neighbor as you love yourself bullshit. Because you're going to do what makes you feel comfortable to the other person. You think that being told have a blessed day is nice because you want people to tell you to have a blessed day, and you don't care if the other person on the other end wants it because you think that it's nice because it's nice to you. And so you just automatically assume that that's considered nice to other people. So don't love me the way that you love yourself. Love me the way I want to be loved.
I wouldn't care if somebody said "fuck you" to me. Like, we went over this.
I'm not you, y'all. I don't do. Just want to let y'all know. I don't know if y'all sent that to drop, but I don't do galaxies to drop. But
Hey,
I'm not
thanks
you.
for the galaxy.
They didn't send a galaxy to you.
Oh, I thought it did. My fault. I thought I saw one at the bottom. My fault.
It's okay. If there's a Christian in the box, send your brother a galaxy because that's kind of embarrassing. Send him a galaxy. But that's when you say I wouldn't care if somebody says that's you. Mm-hmm. You do realize that, right? And just because you wouldn't care doesn't mean that the next person wouldn't. You have to be like, if you're saying that you want to be nice to people, then you have to consider what the person that you're trying to be nice to, you have to consider what would make that person feel nice, not what makes you
So
feel nice. That's what a lot of people fuck up.
you want to change the default. So the default's normally have a blessed day, and we're trying to
That's
make
not.
it into a
See, I
nice
told y'all. Listen, how he
Christian.
said that's the default. Do y'all see what I'm
Yeah,
saying? That is
exactly.
Christian privilege. Who the fuck said it's the default? The
You.
default is goodbye. The default is
Exactly.
thank you or you're welcome. Have a blessed day is
Nice
not
day.
the default. Who
You said
told you
it's the
that?
default. You.
I never said that.
Yeah.
Oh,
At
I
least the
did it.
default for Christians.
What?
We're looking to change it, and I'm all for it. Let's change it to have a good day.
Are you serious, TJ? Like,
Yes,
I'm
ma'am.
talking to you, okay? I'm talking to
Yes,
you.
ma'am.
You are one person on this stage right now.
Yes, ma'am.
You came up to talk about the have a blessed day. If you want to be
Mm-hmm.
nice to people, right? You say, my goal is to be nice. Then that means you have to be considerate, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you have to be considerate of what of the other person. And if you don't know that other person personally, you know religion, as y'all always say, is a personal thing. Therefore, you should not be just assuming that the other person that you're talking to that you do not know is religious. And so don't impart your religious ideologies on them, even in your salutations or your greetings. That's how you be nice, by being considerate of the other person. And all you have to do is start there.
Valid. I agree.
That's
So,
all.
I appreciate y'all honestly for doing this. It's very nice. It's very good. It gets people thinking. It gets a lot of Christians thinking. It gets a lot of atheists thinking. Everybody having people up, stuff like this. I really appreciate that. I really appreciate y'all.
You're very welcome. Thank you for coming up.
Have a good one.
You too.
Have a good one.
See how easy that was? Have a good one. He talking about have a blessed day is the default. PT said, bye, child. Eric, how are you?
Oh,
Eric?
oh,
Hi, did you come up on
yeah.
accident?
Yes, that was an accident. I'm sorry.
No worries. I'll take you down. Have a good day, okay?
All right, you too.
Here, also, you do this one.
Funny.
What's up, Crash?
Hey, how's it going, Thinker?
It's going good. I'm going to let you talk to Oso.
Oh, love it.
Cool beans. Are you a Christian, Crash?
I'm back and forth, and it's really annoying. It's a personal challenge for me. Like lately, in the last week, even, I find myself challenging the very idea just based off simple ideas of you are what you believe based on where you're born. You're born in a whole other nation, whatever whatever their belief system is, that's what you get thrown into. And at a certain point in my head, it's like Santa. Like if you're told about something at a young enough age, then you'll be reaffirmed with it over and over.
Also, I just want to let you know, Crash has a pass. Crash has been on this stage multiple times. You don't have to ask him. Yeah, just pick a topic, Crash.
Okay, because I'm confused.
Oh, okay.
Crash is about the only one that can get up here and not answer that question. But pick a topic.
I know you love to make people choose a topic right away. Right. You said speak to him, so I thought it'd be a little different, but you're right. I should pick a square. Makes it easy. All right, what's my favorite one? I see. They all seem like I could feel equally positive towards the negative and positive. I mean, what's the issue with any of them?
Huh?
I mean, they all seem like something you could say yes or no to, and they'd both be equally true. If
How?
God couldn't resist the devil, how can you? First off, who said that God could do that? And why do we think we need to or could?
Huh?
Sorry, I was picking the very bottom thing on the below the 3x3 square.
Are you
She
not
told me
supposed to resist the devil?
if God couldn't resist the devil, how can you? And you're saying we're not supposed to resist the devil? The
Well, you
idea,
just said that. You just said why would we resist the devil, or who said we have to? Are you not
okay,
supposed to?
well, first off, you have to have a belief that the devil has power to try to resist him, right? So if you give the devil that power, first of all, you're telling yourself the devil has power. I need to resist that. That's a contradiction on itself. Like you're fighting your own mind at that point. It,
Huh?
it seems ridiculous.
So you think the devil has zero powers?
First off, you believe in the devil. It's hard to argue without understanding your perspective.
How? I'm asking you what you think.
Right. But if you're going to say it's weird for me to think that I'm eliminating the idea of the devil's power by not giving him power, but you don't believe in the devil, it seems like I'm talking to a wall.
When did I say that you were weird for that?
No. I'm saying it's weird if I don't know your perspective.
That my perspective is irrelevant to asking why it is that you say what you just said. It will not change what you say.
Right. But again, if I'm not understanding your perspective, I can't. I'm just expressing that the devil only has as much power as you give it. Does that make sense?
So the devil has zero power in your view.
Well, in my mindset, any believer I've met, and as far as I've and close as I've gotten, first of all, any reach towards trying to believe didn't lead me closer to the devil or leading to the him having more power. I never understood the idea of the devil having an influence and being able to force people to do things. Like, and this bottom topic definitely caught my attention the most. If the
So
God
in
can,
the Bible, where the devil uh, possesses Judas and causes him to betray Jesus, was that a lie or what?
you're saying, first of all, the whole Bible was written by a man, yes. So I have no issue with the idea of the telephone game idea of certain things being misread or miscommunicated or translated over time incorrectly. First of all, the devil itself was supposed to be represented as the enemy, not like a spiritual specific character. And yet, in another translation, it's something completely different where it is a character. So, I mean, when you come to the Bible, it's
What
a very
translations are you talking about?
um, they're older ones for sure. I have my notes and everything, but I'm not going to bring them up right now. I don't want to get that specific.
I would love for you to get specific because you just said something that didn't make sense to me.
You say it doesn't make sense, but is it doesn't make sense or never heard of?
The thing that I said doesn't make sense.
You've never heard of the idea
Also,
of the devil being referred to as the enemy instead of like an angel coming from heaven that fell?
What?
Well, I mean that's the original devil that
Can I
you're.
get your source? Where's your source
Source
at?
of what subject? I'm jumping all around, man.
Clearly, I want you to stick to the one thing.
You want me to fall out on one line of belief based on one origin of thought?
Can I ask you a real question?
Yeah, go ahead.
What the fuck is the point of this?
The point is to converse and talk about. I mean, first of
But you
all,
don't want to talk about
like,
any of it. You just jump around anytime I ask you a question.
well, my very first response was about the very bottom square below the 3x3.
It has nothing to do with what I just asked you.
Well, you asked me what was the point,
Uh-huh.
and my point was to talk about that. And you're
Cool,
saying,
but every time we get it, we have a or every time we get to a point where I ask you a question, you jump to something else. If that's what your point is to come up here and have that conversation, then why is it that every time I ask you a question, you move to something else? That would be betraying what you're saying.
well, you
Oh, so
said
do you
move
want me
is
to
the
take
point.
over?
Yes.
I mean, if you can wrangle them, I guess, but I don't understand the point of this. Like, you can't give a straightforward answer. You don't talk about what we're talking about. And when I try to
Well,
move with you, you just continuously move away. I ask you to talk about what you're talking about, and then you don't want to talk about it. It's weird.
This is Crash. This is how Crash has conversations. Crash is a regular in here. This is how he
no,
has
yeah,
conversations.
and like I said, I'm not gonna go in and grab my specific notes. And I mean,
Yeah, why back
I'm
up
not
what you're
trying to. I'm
saying?
not trying to
Why
fact check
back up
all
what you're
this.
saying? Yeah, why back up what you're saying? Why not just say shit? Right? Like, this makes no
Is
sense.
that not what you're doing? Are we not just speaking our beliefs and how we see things?
Yeah, you clearly have no idea.
If you're not doing that, then I want to know what you are doing.
Crash. So you said that the bottom box, if God couldn't resist the devil, how can you, is the thing that caught your attention the most. And your whole idea is that, well, if they're asking this question, that means that they must give the devil power, right?
Yes.
But you know that we're atheists in here, right? You know that we don't believe in the devil. That character belongs to y'all. Those of you that believe in a God, that believe in this book, right? That character of the devil belongs to y'all, and it's necessary for y'all's story. And I know you said that you're going back and forth, right? You were atheist, and then you were like, there's something about Christianity that is drawing me towards Christianity. I want to believe, like I want to be a Christian, right?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Does that include the devil? Does that include the character of the devil?
I definitely understand that that's included, but I don't believe in it the same way Christians would. But the devil, the idea of the devil exists in all kinds of different religions. And again, like I said, it's translated differently and meant differently for each one. It's not just something simple like a character that's a dark, like, demon. You know what I mean?
What is the devil to you? Like, when you say it's translated differently, for your idea of wanting to be a Christian, the thing that's, pulling you towards Christianity, for the character and the Christianity that's pulling you, describe the devil character in that to you.
For me, it is something that exists that can manipulate and do things to certain people if they allow them. And that's where the idea of the devil comes from.
Okay, hold on for a second though. So let's
Go ahead.
go right there. Okay, so you defined it as something that can manipulate, right?
Mhm.
Manipulation is a form of power, is it not? The ability to manipulate. Okay. So you said that when you saw that question, you was like, oh, they must be giving the devil power.
Mhm.
Okay. So the question is saying, if God couldn't resist the devil, that means that the devil was able to manipulate this God into giving it power, right?
Well, that's the biggest section right there in the first half of that question. Why was it ever assumed that God couldn't resist the devil?
Because in the story of Job, right, when the devil walks up to the council meeting and the God says, hey, have you seen my my servant Job? He is faithful, he's righteous. And then the devil says, I'm not thinking about that dude. You cake him. You give him everything. You have him protected, right?
Who's saying
If
that the devil said that though?
hold on, we're talking about a story in the book.
No, I know, but
Okay,
that's my
right?
point.
So that's what it says in the book. No. Nope.
Yeah, go ahead.
Nope. Because when I brought up the story, Job, right? You asked. We're doing the internal critique, so you can't go outside of that story and say, "Oh, I don't believe the story," right?
Well, that's actually the biggest issue for me. That's why I go back and forth.
No. We're doing an internal critique.
Okay.
Okay. All right. So in the story of Job, the character known as God and the character known as Satan had a conversation in that story, correct?
I'll just let you go. Go ahead.
No, we gotta agree. We're talking about two characters in a story. And the character God and the character Satan had a conversation in the story, correct?
I don't believe in the story, so it's hard for
I
me.
didn't ask if you believed in the story.
You're saying
We're
if it's in
talking
the
about the
Bible,
story, and we're talking about two
that's fine.
characters in the story, Crash. Did these two characters in the story have a conversation in the story?
Yes.
All right. In the conversation, the God character boasts to the Satan character about his faithful servant Job. And then the Satan character tells the God character that the only reason your faithful servant Job is faithful to you is because you bless him, you give him everything, and you have him protected. And he told the God character, if you take everything away from your faithful character Job, he will curse you. Right? And so that manipulated the God character into giving power to the Satan character.
Is that's the conclusion?
Did it not?
Well, I mean, it could have for a moment, but even if that was the case, I would have to assume that God did that for a reason and let
I don't
himself
care if he did it for a reason.
so-called manipulated.
That what y'all always want to focus. Hold on, Crash.
Yeah, go ahead.
Y'all always want to focus on justifying the God's actions. But the topic says if God couldn't resist the devil, right? So first, right now, what we are focused on is the power that the devil has through manipulation that you brought up, right? And we're using that based off of your definition of what the devil is to you, right? And so right now we've seen the manipulative tactic of getting in the God's head and saying your servant isn't faithful to you because he loves you or because you're so great. Do you need me to pull it up on the screen for you, Crash? Are you going to the Bible app?
No, I'm just listening to you.
So he's saying he used the manipulation tactic, right? He got into the God's head and said, your servant isn't great because you're great. I mean, your servant isn't faithful because you're great. Your servant isn't faithful because he loves you. Your servant is faithful because you give him everything, because you have a hedge around him. And that manipulated the God into putting power in the Satan's hand. Now, if we're talking about a character that's supposed to be all-knowing, right? A character that's supposed to be all-powerful. This character bragged about already knowing that Job was faithful, right? He bragged about already knowing that Job was righteous and a man of integrity. So there was no need for him to give Satan power to prove that to Satan.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, you're asking. Okay, I think I would get what you're going for, but the issue is, first off, that could have just been the general plan for God altogether. I mean, we have no idea what's going to happen 1,000 years from now, let alone why he did that then. That could have
But
been a
am I
small,
asking why
tiny
he did
pawn
it?
step.
But am I asking
Right,
you
but
why he did
why
it?
is the idea of, him not being manipulated. It's not him being manipulated. It's him doing it for a reason.
No.
It's not
Stop. Crash. Stop.
Yeah,
You
go
can
ahead.
justify the reason in your own time, because that is not the conversation here. The conversation is this power of manipulation that your character, the devil, has. Okay? That's the conversation. The manipulative power. We're not talking about the why. I don't care what why you give to it. You can do that in your own time. That isn't important to this conversation on this stage today. What's important is identifying that manipulative power that your character has, your devil character has. And he was able to use that power on your God character, who was supposed to be all powerful, all knowing. And your God character didn't resist that power, or couldn't, as he says in Job chapter 2, verse 3. Right? He says, you made me do this through the power of manipulation. Right? Through inciting and encouraging the God to fuck Job's life up. So if this all-powerful deity in your story, right, and your Christianity that's pulling you, didn't or couldn't resist this manipulative power of this Satan, how can you, as a finite being? That's the question.
Well, I wouldn't compare Job to God, but you're saying
Who compared Job to God? Who compared Job to
You
God?
just said right now, if Job couldn't do that,
I didn't say if Job couldn't. I said if your God character couldn't.
Sorry, I misheard that. Yeah, if God couldn't, then how could I, as a base human? Right? That's the idea.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, first it goes back to me saying just the devil only has as much power as you give it, and I love hearing you talk, Thinker, but I don't like being forced into a yes or no situation where
I didn't ask you a yes or no anything.
Oh, I know, but you're saying I either have to
I'm keeping you. No, I didn't ask you to agree on anything, Crash. I'm keeping you on topic. I'm not about to let you word salad. I'm keeping you on topic in a straight line. Focus on what we're talking about.
I know, but when I try to explain my thought process, you say
I don't need to understand your thought process. What I need you to focus on the conversation, and you wanting to justify why your God didn't resist the devil is not the topic. That's not the topic. No, it's not. It is not.
The devil.
Does that say if God couldn't resist the devil, how can you? Or does that say why didn't God resist the devil? What does that say there? Does that question start off with if or why?
No, you're right.
Stay on topic, Crash.
No, then maybe the topic just wasn't for me. Maybe that's the issue.
Maybe so.
I maybe tried to make my own topic based on that one, and that's why it's getting so thrown all over the place. I made my own thing out of it. Sorry.
So you can't answer the question. Is that what you're saying?
I just don't believe there's an answer you're going to accept.
You haven't even tried, Crash.
Well, I never believed that the God couldn't resist the devil, so how could I answer the question? I never.
Crash, did you ask me, Crash? Crash? Did you ask me where did I get that from?
Where did you? No.
Did you ask me where did I get that concept? So why do I think that the God didn't resist the devil? Did you ask me that?
Yes.
And what did I say?
You're asking. No, look, I'm not going to play this game.
No, what was my response, Crash?
No, you tell me. You talk to me.
You don't remember?
No. Is that important for you?
Yeah, you don't remember, do you?
It's no, I don't remember actually.
Mm-hmm. This whole time, Crash, we've been talking about Job, and you don't remember that my response was Job, the story of Job.
Absolutely.
So now you.
I remember you talking about Job, and I always felt it was unrelated to what I was trying to say. I felt like you were just trying to force a whole other narrative.
A narrative about what, Crash?
Well, you were trying to get very specific about a certain situation to prove your point, but I didn't believe it had any relation to the point that I was trying to make.
So, Crash, you want to make a point about a question that I have.
Yes, but obviously we saw the question differently, and I admitted that. I tried to go down a different line that definitely was not obviously part of that. There was no why in your question for that bottom
So,
line.
so, Chris, let me ask you a question. The God that you feel pulling you, and the devil character that you have,
Mm.
are there any stories written about that God?
Yeah, there's plenty, obviously.
What's the name of that God's book?
I don't like the direction that you try to throw it in, man.
Crash. What book are your God stories in?
Okay. The reason why I have a problem with your questioning is because I could say something as simple as, why do you believe in there?
Crash. What book can I read your God stories in?
Do you want me to say something as simple as the Bible?
Are they in the Bible, Crash?
Oh, yeah, he's definitely mentioned in there.
So your God is in the Bible.
Yeah.
And the God that's in the Bible, did he have a servant named Job?
Most likely, probably.
So you do believe that God had a servant named Job?
I believe that it's likely,
That it's
possible.
likely. So you do believe the story of Job, unlike you said maybe 10 minutes ago.
No, I believe that the story was told, and I believe the story was told by humans who believed in God.
And you're one of those humans that believe in God, so that doesn't matter. You still believe.
I wouldn't believe my neighbor.
You still believe. Crash, stop. You still believe that your God had a servant named Job. So you believe there is some validity to the story of Job that is in the Bible about your God.
Yes,
correct?
but even if that story was 100% true, that wouldn't devalue the idea that God manipulated or was being manipulated by the devil. That would only just show a moment where the devil looked like he was pushing God into something, but maybe that was the whole plan for God and the whole line of things. That doesn't change anything.
And remember you're absolutely correct that it doesn't change anything, because the God was still manipulated by the devil to put power in the devil's hand twice.
Yeah, but what if God manipulated or put the devil in that position to make that situation happen? What if the whole thing?
Sure, Crash. Can you show me? So here's what we're gonna do. Okay, I'm gonna pull up the scripture, in the story of Job in your God's book. Okay, that makes me understand that the devil made your God do something. Now, what I want you to do is give me the scripture in the story of Job that makes you say that this was the God's plan all along. Can you do that? Can we do that?
You can definitely do your part, but I promise you, I won't be bringing up any scriptures about my belief.
Why is that, Crash?
Well, I'll say it very simply. You've made it clear you don't believe, but you're going to bring up scriptures about a belief, and yet you want me to bring scriptures about something I believe, yes?
Crash, are you crashing out already? Like, do you realize that this doesn't make any sense what you're saying, right? Like, you're saying, you asked me, what if this was God's plan all along? Do you remember asking that question?
Right, but I don't think.
Now, hold on, Crash. I'm entertaining your question. I'm entertaining your question. And so I said, okay, that is a possibility, right? It's a possibility. And so I'm saying, hey, Crash, if you can show me in the story of Job what makes you think that this was the God's plan all along, right? Then I will accept that.
I understand. You're okay. First off, you've already explained your side of it, so you wouldn't need to bring up more evidence.
I'm going to bring up. There's other people in the room. You do realize that you are not the only person that I'm talking to right now. Okay.
You did say it
so Crash. I'm going to bring up my scripture, right, so that everybody in the room, all 650 some people in here, can see why I think that the devil made your God do something. And what I would like for you to do is give me the scripture that makes you say this was the God's plan all along, so I can bring that up. so that we can get an understanding of both perspectives.
I definitely understand that, but I also want you to know that I won't be saying a scripture because there is no scripture.
There is no scripture, Crash,
of that specific notion.
I'm so surprised.
Exactly. So, Crash, what you want me to do is ignore. You want me to ignore what the story says, right? And you want me to say, "Oh, that's in there because a human wrote that." But let me take what Crash say because it makes God look better. Is that what you want me to do, Crash? Like that makes more sense.
It makes God look better.
Mm-hmm. God didn't get punked. It was God's idea all along. That's what you just want me to accept that because Crash
How
said
would
it.
we know otherwise? I mean,
Crash, we don't. Crash, you don't have any. You don't. That's an idea that you have. Like you don't have any resource to back you up. The story of Job does not even back up that thought. And you yourself recognizes that. That's a Crash. You are asking me to just take your belief, right? Your explanation without any factual data, without any context. Like there's no context in that story that backs up that idea that this was your God's plan all along. Nothing. And you're asking me to just accept that. And this is what Christians do. Y'all make up your own shit. You don't want people to fact check. You don't want people to ask questions. You don't want people to go to the book when it debunks your own ideas. And then y'all gaslight and you manipulate. No, and that's what you're doing. That's exactly what you're doing right now.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's a tactic that y'all have.
Well, I don't. For most, I think they do it unconsciously. But yes, I agree.
Well, I don't have anything else because I am not going to let you gaslight me or gaslight the 600 people in here. Do you have anything else before I move on?
No.
Have a good day, Crash.
Appreciate your time.
All right.
Yeah.
Oh, so I was over here cracking the fuck up. Elena was like, why are you trying to break Oso's brain?
Like, it just made no sense. And I hope he didn't want me to think hard because I wasn't going to waste the brain cells on his ass.
That was my get back for your ass not coming to Florida.
Cruel and unusual punishment. You'll be hearing from my lawyer. I know my rights.
Susie, how are you?
Hi, I'm fine, thank you.
Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I'm probably in between the deconstructing and the atheist.
Okay, and what topic did you want to do?
I think it's God's will because I have.
Can you read that? Can you read that whole thing?
Have to forgive me. I'm on my phone. It's kind of small, but God's will versus that's life.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, I lost my husband a little over 3 years ago. And one of the things that just chapped my ass was I was told by several different Christians in my family that God knew the time and the place and the day. And it just really unnerved me. I didn't know how to respond to it. Did I lose you?
No, I'm here.
Okay.
You can continue.
And then in kind of my deconstruction and after having lost my husband, there were things that happened that made me kind of question maybe religion or spirituality and afterlife. And I understand I was probably just hyper aware maybe of little things like that were like a sign, I guess you would say. Is that signs from God that, like, oh my God, is he still here with me? Is he little things that would happen that you'd be like, oh my gosh, that's just, And I've chalked it up to hyper awareness, but there's still a part of me that kind of wonders, like, do y'all feel like there is something other out there?
No, I don't.
No.
Not like in the terms of a god.
Well, in terms of an afterlife or something higher.
No, I don't. I don't think about it. I used to.
Yeah.
I used to think about it a lot, but I don't. And it's, I understand when that a lot of people do, because it's the unknown, and you don't know what's going to happen when you die.
Right.
I think we focus more so on what's going to happen when we die, and we don't think a lot about where we were before we were born either, right? And the reality is we don't know, and so we most likely won't know either. Like, it'll be if there is an afterlife, it's a completely different experience. We're in human bodies, right, with pain receptors and brain nerves, and so neurons and things like that. So the experience will probably be different. So I don't think that it's like a waste for me to spend a lot of time thinking about that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm torn between, we're just, dust in the wind, or if there's like, it really is a soul that goes into maybe, another life, another, reincarnation, and I guess I grapple with that part. I mean, I was raised very fundamentalist Christian, and talking in tongues and healing hands and all that wonderful fun stuff. So it's definitely been hard to get over the brainwashing, but I mean, I have for sure gotten over it, because I see it as so ridiculous now. But as I said, it was just little things that had happened that came up after he passed, and I mean, I guess it's kind of like when you buy a new white car, then you start noticing all the other white cars on the road. Like, you're hyper aware now of a situation.
Yeah, and that makes sense. How long ago did he pass?
It's been a little over 3 years. October was 3 years.
Yeah, you start thinking and wondering, and this like, when just bringing it back to the topic, God's will, and that's just life. Like, one would have to say that it was this God's will for you to be back here wondering where your husband is while you're on earth, and your husband's in, light years away. And you can't get the answer to the questions that you have. That's torture. And so one would have to say that is his will is to torture you, right, while you are yet alive.
Sick.
Yeah, like, but the reality is that life and death happens, and those are two things that are constant, and two things that we don't have to have faith in. We know that people are born and people die. Those are two things that, no matter how many questions we have, those two things do not change, right? If anything, if we think about laws of the universe, those are laws that you can count on. And so it doesn't, for me, and I'm talking about for me right now, it doesn't do me any good mentally or emotionally for me to be constantly thinking about something that is a constant. Like, I can't change death.
Yeah.
I can't go into the afterlife and see what it's like and get my questions answered. There's no one here that's been to the afterlife, has died, and been gone for like a month and came back and said, here's what it is, right? So it's just, it doesn't do me any good. And I have loved ones that have passed on. My grandmother's gone, my father's gone, my sister-in-law's gone, my mother-in-law's gone, my father-in-law, people that I absolutely love.
Yes.
But I just focus on, like, when you say, do you think that there's anything else? It's their memories, their life stories, and their DNA that's in me, right?
Yes.
And I carry that with me every day. I remember the things that they taught me. I remember how their smile was. And I think about, things like that.
Yeah.
What they left with me and how they are also still with me and guiding me in my everyday life with what they taught me when they were here.
Yeah.
That's the best way for me to deal with it.
I mean, I tend to agree. I just, I think you grapple with your inner self and those, once again, those brainwashings of your youth that kind of continue to pop up and resurface, and then you have something happen that, just hearing a song that just like all of a sudden you've never heard before, but oh my God, it just spoke to your soul, and you're like, where did this even come from? Why am I just hearing this song? It's 30 years old, or all those little things, or just feeling like a feeling of them walking past the hall, and you're just like almost like a presence or something, and as I said, it's probably just you're just hyper aware, but still, it's just, yeah.
It's also the grieving
makes you second
process.
guess. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's still, that's a part of the grieving process as well. And sometimes the grieving process can take, a long time.
Yeah. Okay. So, yeah. But that one little thing that all my aunts and cousins kept telling me about well, God knows the day and the time. And that just, I'm like, what makes you think that helps? It just ticked me off whenever somebody said that to me. I was like, oh my God, I want to hurt you.
I don't know what they think. But what are you supposed to say? Thank God, God knew. I don't know why they think that's comforting.
I know. I'm like, that did not give me any comfort at all. That just made me mad. I'm just like, well, screw you, I mean, I can't remember what actor said it, but they're like, yeah, well, if God knew the time and the place, what about all the other passengers on the plane when the pilot died?
Exactly.
I mean, that kind of sucks for them, doesn't it?
Yep, exactly.
Okay, well, I appreciate you kind of taking the time to just, give me y'all's 2 cents on it, and just, like I said, something I had in my brain that I just wanted to have somebody else. I enjoy listening, and you guys are very, very enlightening, insightful, knowledgeable, and all of that.
Thank you, Susie. I hope you have a great day.
Y'all
and
too
again,
have a
I'm
great
sorry for your loss.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
You're welcome. I guess I'm Paige. Paige. All right.
I guess Paige sleep.
I was going to say paging Paige. Andre?
Yeah. What's up, y'all?
Hey, how are you? Also, you want to do this one?
Sure thing.
All right, go ahead.
Can I ask her?
Are you
I'm
a
23,
Christian?
by the way, so you don't have to check me.
Are you
What
a
was the
Christian?
name? Was it Susie, the last guest?
Wait,
Are
I'm
you a
sorry. What did
Christian?
you say?
Susie, was that the last
No,
guest?
no, no. What did you say before that?
I'm 23.
Oh, okay. I don't allow people to talk about the previous guests on stage. Okay.
All right.
Okay. Go ahead. Also.
Yeah. Are you a Christian?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead and pick a topic off the board.
Yeah, I wanted to understand y'all's perspective for if God couldn't resist the devil, how can you? Could y'all explain that a little bit?
Yeah. So, in the story of Job, the God puts the devil, or has this conversation with the devil, and puts Job as as this guy that's supposed to be, the most faithful, and you'll never be able to knock his grind. And the devil was just like, yeah, but I mean, like the reason why he does that is because you're so nice to him. If you were a dickhead, then he wouldn't be nice, or he wouldn't like you anymore. And he was like, you know what, fuck it, yeah, I'll prove to you that he'll still do it. Like if he can't even resist the wiles of the devil, then how are you able to do it?
So that's the stance that y'all take. My first thing is what in that story, how does that prove that God couldn't resist the devil?
I mean, he literally says, you've um, made me move against Job for no reason. Like you made me do this, and I didn't even have a good reason to do so.
Hold on one second. I don't want to take things out of context, so I'm going to look up the passage in Job real quick, just for.
Here, I'll bring it up for you on the screen.
I appreciate it.
There you go.
What version is this?
It is the NRSVUE. What version do you need?
I use the ESV.
They're the same. They're the same.
All right.
The Lord said to the accuser, have you considered my servant Job? There is no one like him on earth, a blameless and upright man who fears God and turns away from evil. He still persists in his integrity, although you incited me against him for no reason. Could you scroll down a little bit, some? Although you incited me against him to destroy him for no reason. Yeah.
Are y'all waiting on me?
This is chapter 2, verse 3. But yeah, this is him saying that you made me do this for no reason. Like I don't have a justifiable reason to have done this.
So let me go to. I'm gonna start from the beginning. So Job 1. Y'all read it. My verse 9 says something differently that you said. Then Satan answered to the Lord.
Hold on, wait. Chapter 1, verse 9 is a different chapter. This is chapter 2, verse 3, and you asked him, "Why are you saying that God didn't resist the devil?" This is his
talking
answer.
about the story of Job, right?
In chapter 2, verse 3. Going back to chapter 1, has nothing to do with the question you asked Oso. You asked Oso, what makes you think God couldn't resist the devil or didn't resist the devil? Oso's answer is in chapter 2, verse 3 of the story, that God says to the devil,
all right, I'll use chapter 2. I got it.
Thank you. There we go.
All right. So basically, in that context, God is all knowing and all powerful under Christian belief, right?
Okay.
So if God knew that Satan was going to Satan was going to, I guess, cause harm on Job and his family, God didn't exactly be manipulated in that. He already knew that it was going to happen, and there was actually a purpose from it. And so,
why does he say this was done for no reason?
Do what?
Why does he say he does it for no reason?
What verse is that?
3.
And so the Lord said to Satan, have you considered my servant Job, that there is none like him on earth, a blameless and upright man who fears God and turns away from evil? He still holds his fast integrity, although you incited me against him to destroy him without reason. Yeah, what was the reason for God doing that to Job?
He literally said without reason, for no reason.
Right. So the whole story, like I said, if God is all powerful and all knowing, God allowed Satan the power over Job and his dominion, I guess, if you want to call that. He wasn't manipulated in that. We can go to verse 40 and show the reason why God allowed that to happen as well.
But you keep saying that there was a reason when God himself said that there was no reason he did it. He said that he was incited by the devil. That means that he was um, not really coerced, but kind of jeered into doing the thing, and he didn't have a reason for doing it.
Well,
The devil goaded him, and he just did it.
the reason you would find out later on, I understand what you're saying now in verse 3. It says, although you incited me against him to destroy him without reason. He's talking about the devil destroying him for no reason. He's not talking about God not having a reason.
What's the reason in verse 40 of what chapter?
Hold on. It's Job, I believe it's 40, 10 through 17.
Chapter 40, not verse 40?
Yeah, chapter 40. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's 42.
Let's see. And then Job answered the Lord. This is Job's response to God.
This is I'm wrong.
God's,
It's chapter 42, 10 through 17.
42.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And what started at what verse?
10 through 17.
Okay. All right. So I don't know why I knew you were gonna go to this, but let's read it. And the Lord restored the fortunes of Job when he had prayed for his friends, and the Lord gave Job twice as much as he had before. Then there came to him all his brothers and sisters, and all who had known him before, and they ate bread with him in his house. They showed him sympathy and comforted him for all the evil that the Lord had brought upon him, and each of them gave him a piece of money and a gold ring. The Lord blessed the latter days of Job more than his beginning, and he had 14,000 sheep, 6,000 camels, 1,000 yoke of oxen, and 1,000 donkeys. He also had 7 sons and 3 daughters. He named the first Jemiah, the second Keziah, and the third Karen Hapuk. In all the land there were no women so beautiful as Job's daughters, and their father gave them an inheritance along with their brothers. After this, Job lived 140 years and saw his children and his children's children 4 generations, and Job died old and full of days. Where's the reason?
Job's life was better off trusting in God after he was.
That's a moral. That's not a reason. That's a moral. That's something that you yourself decided was a moral of the story. What we are looking for is a reason, a stated reason from this God that says, I did this because. That's what we are looking for.
Why do you need God to tell you that?
Because we don't have to trust what you say.
Well, I know.
Because the God already stated that it wasn't a reason. Where is the reason stated?
Yeah, it's
this is an outcome.
We're not God.
This is an outcome. This is a moral, right? And it literally says that his friends gave him money. His friends had sympathy on him after your God was evil to him. Where is the reason?
Yeah, his life was better off after.
That's an outcome.
Yeah, well,
that's an outcome. Where's the reason?
You're not going to find the reason in Job.
Oh, so there is no reason.
No, God doesn't have to tell you a reason.
So there is no reason.
For you.
So there is no reason.
God doesn't answer to you.
I'm just saying there's no reason. There's no reason in the story. You said that there was a reason. I'm just clarifying. There is no reason. Correct?
No, I'm not going to agree to that.
Is there a reason stated in the story?
Well, considering that this is the end of the story.
Is there a reason stated in the story?
This is the end.
Is there a reason stated in the story?
You obviously just read the reason.
So you are assigning this as the reason.
Yes.
You're deciding that this is the reason.
No, I'm explaining that when you.
Where does it say this is the reason?
It does not say specifically the reason.
Thank you. So there's no reason stated in the story, correct?
May I talk for just a second and
no, answer my question. I know your position. Your position is, Job went through everything and God blessed him for his trouble. Double for his trouble. That's That's your position.
If you
That's your position.
assume,
But
if you
but it
assume what I'm
doesn't
about to
say.
say, what's the point in
You
having a
already said, because you
conversation?
literally brought up Job 42. This is the bullshit that Christians can constantly push.
Can
Double
you
for
answer my
your trouble.
question?
God is testing you. You're in your Job moment. Y'all assigned the reason to this. And here's the fucked up thing, right? Here's the fucked up thing. The Job didn't pass the test. The very fact that Job got kidney failure in this story, which in ancient Israel, the kidneys was where the God would judge people, but that they believed that the judgment seat was your kidneys,
Yeah,
where
I don't believe
morality
that.
is. I don't care if you believe it or not, it's true.
Okay, they'll prove it in the Bible.
I'll prove it in the Bible in just a second. But the very fact that Job got kidney failure shows that he failed the damn so-called test.
Can I explain?
Explain what?
Well, you just asked me a series of questions. You
I
didn't
didn't
let me
ask you
speak.
shit. What did I ask you?
You asked me what the reason was.
I didn't ask you what the reason was. I stated there is no reason stated in the text.
No, you were about to say that you asked me what is the reason the Bible shows, which is really what.
No, I didn't. How the fuck you gonna tell me what I was about to ask you? Are you in my damn head? How the fuck you gonna say that?
Can I explain my
No.
point?
No, I didn't ask you a question.
I'm explaining to you the reason that you asked before.
You are making up a reason.
I'm not
Show
making up
me
a
in the text. Show just the same way you asked me to show you in the Bible where it says that your God judges the kidneys, which I can. I want you to show me in this Bible the stated reason your God did this to Job.
Do you think it's weird that this is the end of the book of Job?
It's an outcome of a story. Outcomes are not reasons.
Is he better off before or after Job?
Outcomes are not reasons. And no, exactly. After all his kids died, and then do you know for a fact that his wife got her kids back? I mean, that was able to have more kids. That the kids that he had with the same wife.
You didn't answer my question.
I'm answering your question. You asked me, is he better off? He lost 10 kids. He lost 3 sets of slaves. How do you know he didn't have friendships with those people that died? Your God allowed the devil to kill a lot of people to prove to the devil that he had a faithful slave.
And
so is he better off? No.
You have the power of the devil to do that.
You asked me if he's better off. I'm answering your question. Okay. Can he get all those relationships back? All those lives lost?
Well, I mean, you just read 10 through 17.
Can he get those relationships back? Those 10 children that he lost? Can he get those lives back?
Will they come back alive? No.
No, can Job, exactly, those relationships that he lost, that hurt, is he better off with the hurt of losing 10 children? Is he better off of the hurt of losing all of the servants that he had? All of those lives lost? Is he better off?
Yeah, he could be.
Y'all are some of the most evil, unempathetic motherfuckers on this planet. Y'all will excuse that. Y'all don't give a damn about another human. Shut the fuck up. Y'all don't give a damn about another human for the sake of this fucking ghost that you have never seen. You will write off a human being for a goddamn ghost.
This is pitiful.
Y'all wonder why don't nobody want to be a fucking Christian. You lose your goddamn empathy. Your humanity. You fucking give that shit up. I fucking told you why I'm angry, Barry. Maybe if you get the Holy Ghost out your ears, you would have heard what the fuck I said. Y'all don't have empathy. That's why I'm fucking angry.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
So what I'm explaining is that me as a Christian, I feel like I'm more empathetic than I would be if I was not a Christian. And the reason that I
That's
say
not
that,
what you were explaining.
well, that's where the conversation has led, because she accused me of not having empathy, and she accused other Christians of not having empathy. And I'm
Yeah, you just
explaining
said he was better off for having 10 of his children die.
he could have been. If those children were Christians, yes, absolutely, or not Christians, but Jews at the time, absolutely they're better off.
He was better off for having his 10 children killed?
If I was a father and I knew my child was in heaven, I would be happier, yes.
Shut your motherfucking ass up. Do you hear what the fuck you just said? Like,
Yes.
were you in here? You were in the guest box when Susie was up here, and them dumb motherfuckers came to her and told her that God knew the time and hour when her husband would die. And did you hear her say that shit doesn't make it any better? And then you come up here, shut up. And then you come up here and say, "Oh, if I knew that my child was in heaven, I'd be better off."
Yes.
Like, do you know how many people are in here that have probably lost a child?
Yes.
And to hear you just talk about, the death of their child as if it's nothing, as if they shouldn't give a damn that their child no longer has a life.
For some reason,
your God, let me tell you something. The God in this book, when Job went to him all pissed off because your God fucked his life up, your God told him to shut the fuck up. Your God told him, I do what the fuck I do. Your God had no empathy whatsoever for Job.
So
and you are showing that same characteristics.
So let me ask, if I understand your position, if you were a Christian and you knew that heaven was a real place, and you knew that it's better than
my
anything
father
on
was a
earth,
pastor, and I was still pissed when my father died. Hell no. No. Why do you think the people in here have never experienced death or some shit? Like, do you think that nobody in here has ever lost anybody close to them?
I'm sure I have lost people close to me.
Then why would you ask such a dumbass question? What the fuck do you think grief is about? Do you think that every Christian, when somebody dies, that they don't go through a grieving period? That they're just like, oh, heaven it is. Let's go party.
Yes, I understand.
Don't ask such a dumbass question then.
I went through a grieving period and I started to question my faith personally.
I'm not talking about question faith. Fuck the faith. I'm talking about empathy right now and sympathy right now. 1, respect for human life. 2, respect for those who've lost people. Fuck the faith. That's all y'all goddamn think about.
Are you dying on the hill that heaven is better than earth?
I don't give a fuck about no goddamn heaven.
I'm just saying.
Andrew, I don't care about no goddamn heaven. Y'all motherfuckers don't even know what the hell you gonna be doing in heaven. Y'all keep talking about this shit. Y'all, like, literally, your description of heaven in this book is vague as fuck. Y'all have no idea what y'all gonna be doing in heaven. Fuck a heaven. I am talking to you right now about human beings, empathy and sympathy.
Yes.
Respect for human life. Y'all motherfuckers look at other humans like they are so dispensable. That's why y'all I hear don't give a damn about genocide. You don't give a damn about war. You don't give a damn about the crime that's happening, about people out here starving to death. All you give a damn about is yourselves.
You're putting a lot of words in my mouth. I never made that point.
Well, you did it your damn self. The stupid ass questions that you asking.
No, I'm just asking you if heaven is better than earth.
Oh my goodness.
And you still haven't answered, but
motherfucker, heaven is like a goddamn paper doll to me. I ain't never been to no goddamn heaven. Don't ask me no stupid shit like that.
Well, I'm saying if you're a Christian, would you believe that? Is that what the Bible teaches?
I want you to show me. I want you to tell me what the fuck you're going to be doing in heaven, and show me in the Bible, and then I'll answer the question. I want you to paint the picture of heaven to me using your Bible, and then I will answer the question if heaven is better than earth. Do that for me.
It may be a little difficult because obviously we haven't experienced it.
I want you to paint the picture using your Bible.
Okay, hold on. All right. And he carried me away in the spirit to a mountain great and high, and showed me the holy city, Jerusalem, coming down out of heaven from, excuse me, that's the rapture. This is it, Revelations 21:18 through 23. The wall was made of jasper, and the city was pure gold, as clear as glass. The wall of the city was built on the foundation stones, inlaid with 12 precious stones. The first was jasper, the second was sapphire, the third was agate, the fourth emerald, the fifth onyx, the sixth carnelian, the seventh crystal, some other rock, the eighth beryl, the ninth topaz, the 10th chrysoprase, the 11th jacinth, and the 12th amethyst. The 12 gates were made of pearls, each gate from a single pearl, and the main street was pure gold, as clear as glass. I saw no temple in the city, for the Lord Almighty and the Lamb are in its temple, and the city has no need of sun or moon, for the glory of God illuminates the city, and the Lamb is its light. Does that sound descriptive to you?
It doesn't sound like what she asked for.
Exactly, not at all. Like, all you said is it has jewels. What the fuck are you going to be doing in heaven? You asked me if heaven is better than earth. You asked me if heaven is better than earth. What are you going to be doing in heaven?
We will be in the presence of God for eternity and worshiping Him.
Doing what?
Worship.
Use the Bible.
So on your knees?
Live in peace and
So
love.
hold on. So you're going to be on your knees in heaven for eternity?
I don't have the new body.
Okay, so then the answer is no. Heaven is not better than earth. No. On earth, I can watch Netflix. On earth, I can go to the movies. On earth, I can go out to dinner. I can eat octopus if I fucking want to. On earth, I can take a nap. On earth, I can write a book. On earth, I can talk to your ass on TikTok. I don't want to be on my knees for the rest of my life worshiping a God I don't agree with. So no, heaven is not better than earth.
Okay, hold on one second.
Oh, what's the party like? It's 1,300 square feet. They have plenty of parking. They have a bar there. They have a doorman.
Yeah, so the interesting thing is that y'all are arguing for something that none of us know about.
You are the one who brought this shit up. You asked me this shit. You are the one who's like, if my child died, I'd be happy because my child is in heaven. You did that. I am literally the one who said that your description of heaven in this book is fucking vague.
I just listed out 12 stones, some of which I couldn't even.
Who gives a fuck about a stone? Who gives a fuck about stones? What are you going to do with the stones, Andre?
Look at it.
Why do I care about the stones? What? Tell me. What do I need those stones for?
But what I was trying to say before anyway, basically is that y'all are saying that you like your life better on earth, but you haven't even seen heaven.
I don't give a fuck about heaven. That's what I told you. The description of heaven in this book is fucking vague. I don't wish to worship. Why the fuck do I want to go worship a God that I don't want to worship this God here. Why am I gonna go and hope to worship this motherfucker in afterlife?
I think my question is, what are you looking for as when you say it's vague? What description are you looking for?
What the fuck are you going to do for eternity? For me to want to, I don't want to live forever, Andre. And death, when it's time to die, that's it. That's it. I live my life here. Whatever time I have here, I live that. What are you going to do forever? Why do you need to exist forever, Andre?
Because I would be in the presence of God.
I don't like your God. I don't want to be in the presence of your God. I don't like your homicidal God. I don't like a God that would give into his own enemy to prove to his own enemy that he got a human wrapped around his fucking pinky finger and can do whatever he wants to that human. And then when that human comes to him crying, he says, what the fuck are you coming to me for? I don't like that God, Andre.
And I understand that's your position. I also know what I believe and what the Bible says, and I believe
I never once told you to believe something different.
I'm
Not
not
once.
accusing you of saying that. But I'm explaining to you that in your mind, from the beginning of Job to the end, you think that he was worse off when at the end of the
I
passage.
never said those words. Never said those words.
Well, you're talking
What
about
I,
his 10
I
Bring
kids.
us to this. It's so beside the point. It's so beside the point. You
You
remember
were
what the
talking about
original
his
point
10
was?
kids, and you
Remember the
said
original point was?
you lack empathy. Yeah, the original point was about God being manipulated for Satan. How can you not? And I'm trying to explain to you that that never happened.
By talking about heaven? By
Well,
inserting a reason when God literally said himself
no,
twice, by the way.
that's actually how
Twice,
the
by the way.
conversation led when y'all were talking about empathy and how
That's
Christians
fine
lack
and dandy,
empathy.
but he said twice in the book
Do what?
that he did this for no reason, and yet you go against what he says and try to insert a reason where there is none. Just
That's
to
not
say
what
that
I'm
he wasn't
doing.
manipulated when that's what he said happened.
That's not what I'm doing. We were talking about initially um, God already knowing what would happen and allowing it to happen and giving Satan that power. And then
That's
I showed
irrelevant if
you
he
at the end,
says that you made me do this for no reason.
he was talking about Satan doing it for no reason. God is not talking about himself. I don't know why you keep saying that.
He still says you incited me to destroy Job. What do you think that means?
He still holds fast his integrity, although you incited
You
me
goaded me
against
into
him
doing it.
to
Yeah,
destroy
you
him without
goaded me
reason.
into doing it.
He's talking about Satan doing it without reason.
No, you incited me. That means that you goaded me into doing it.
I'm reading 1 second. Okay, so if Satan manipulated God in that moment, why did he give him stipulations? To go down your rabbit trail, why did he give him stipulations? Why did he say you can't touch him at first, and then after it, he said you can't kill him?
Because he fell for it.
How does that help Satan?
Well, if Job died, then that would defeat the purpose of the whole show.
What did Satan get out of this?
This isn't about Satan. This is about God.
We literally, it's specific. We are talking about Satan being manipulated by God, right?
Yeah, but the subject is if God can't resist, then how can you?
Right. And I'm explaining to you that God, it's not that God didn't resist. God allowed it to happen to the point where he would put stipulations on what Satan could do to him.
Did
And if
God allow the devil to do this?
Yeah.
And what's the opposite of allowing someone to do something?
The opposite of allowing someone to do something? Not allowing them?
Right. Otherwise, resisting them, right?
Sure, he did resist him. He couldn't touch him and he couldn't kill him.
God didn't resist the devil, though, is what I'm saying.
That's exactly what he did. Because
How did he resist the devil?
Couldn't touch him and the devil couldn't kill him.
Okay, but if the devil could not touch him before God allowed him to touch him, then clearly he gave in to what the devil wanted, correct?
Yeah, and we're talking about it to this day. It's in a
You
book
just
that
said
has been
yeah.
around
So
for
what are we
thousands of
arguing
years.
about?
I'm explaining there are multiple purposes that you and I cannot comprehend. I showed you the end of the passage.
Well, I don't know if I'd lump me in the same category as you.
I showed you at the end of the passage the things that God blessed Job with because he stayed faithful to him. And then we're talking about it to this day. And it's actually a very normal and brought up frequently inside of the church as far as Job's testament and how we need to resist the devil against Job. And it teaches a lot on how Christians should resist
What
the
does this
devil.
have to do with how God didn't?
Because it serves a higher purpose that you don't understand.
No, God literally said, this is what I keep circling back to. God literally states, you incited me to do this, to destroy Job for no reason. And for whatever reason, you have decided that does not fit with whatever God that you have in your head. Thus, it cannot be the case. It literally says so on the page, but you have it in your head that this cannot be. So instead of just reading what it says on the page and taking it for what it says, you have to make up this alternate meaning in a universe far, far away from here.
I'm not making up an alternate
You are.
meaning.
That is what
The
is
question
happening.
that was originally asked on this slide or questionnaire that y'all had earlier was the word resist. And I'm explaining to you that that is a bad question because God did resist the devil because he didn't allow him to touch him and he didn't allow him to kill them. He allowed him to take things away as far
Kill
as
his family.
livestock and children, and his wife even left him after it, and he stayed faithful to God, and because he did that, he blessed Job in the end.
And before all that ending stuff, he says, you made me do this for no reason.
Did I just explain the reason?
That's what I'm saying. God literally says for no reason, and you have it in your head that it cannot be that. And that's just wild. Y'all don't like God. That's crazy to me.
He's talking about the devil not having a reason to do it to him. What do you not understand about that? He's telling the devil,
he got tricked by somebody who didn't even have
asking me to do this for no reason. Am I wrong?
That's not what he says.
It's literally, although you incited me, you're asking for this against him to destroy him without reason. You want me to do this for no reason.
You incited me means you made me do this for no reason.
Incited does not mean made.
Here's the crazy thing. Like, it wouldn't work the way you're saying it because it would have to have been the devil's idea. The devil would have had to bring Job up to the God. Right? In order for it to have been no reason on the devil's part, the devil would have had to say, hey, let me get at Job. But your God said, hey, have you tried my servant Job? The no reason was on your God's part. Because the devil said to your God, if you take everything away from him, not let me take everything away from him. He said, if you take everything away from him, he'll curse you to your face. And then your God said, better yet, all that he has is in your power. Your God is blaming the devil for him giving the devil power to fuck Job's life up.
Incite means to urge or persuade someone to do something.
Yes. Okay. So he urged God, who has all power, to do something.
He persuaded him.
And you're saying that God didn't reject the devil.
He did not resist him persuading him, correct?
And why do you think God had to do that in that moment? Did God sin?
What? Nobody gives a damn about that. Optimus Rhymes
That's an important
with the
question.
$4 super chat says he physically read in the comforted him for the evil God brought on Job. Even if God wasn't manipulated, he brought the evil. This is infuriating. And I agree with you, Optimus. It is very infuriating. But nobody gives a damn if the God sinned. That nobody said that.
The original word that y'all used was resisted. And you just read the definition of incite as to urge or persuade.
Nobody gives a damn about whether your God sinned or not. Nobody cares about that. We said he did not resist the devil. Nobody said that not resisting the devil is a sin. If that's a sin to you, that's on you. Nobody cares about that.
No, I'm trying to understand how did God not reject the devil? Like, what made you think he accepted?
Did he tell the motherfucker
terms?
flat out no, or did he say yes?
How did he not reject his terms when he
When
says
the devil
you
said
cannot lay a hand on him and you
when the
cannot
devil
kill
said
him?
you can destroy all his stuff and he'll stop doing things, did he say absolutely not? Job is faithful to me, or did he say, you know what, fuck it, you can do stuff to him?
But you're still trying to explain this when you understand that God laid stipulations.
Dude. What the fuck?
He laid stipulations on him, which means
That's
you
not
can only do
resisting.
this only because I'm allowing you to do it. And you
Duh,
can't touch
he
him,
gave
and you
him the
can't kill him.
power. That's the point.
Satan
That's the
already has
point.
power.
Your God gave him the power. He literally says, very well, he is in your power, only spare his life.
Right. And Satan has power over us. He has power over the earth.
If your God tells Satan, you can't kill him, that means your God has the ultimate power. And this Satan can only do what your God allows. Your God gave him power. At first, your God didn't give him power to make Job sick, did he? First, Satan couldn't make Job sick, could he?
No, because God didn't give him the power.
Thank you.
Yeah, so what's your point?
And then he gave him power to make him sick.
Right.
That's the point. That's the point. Your God gave Satan power twice and then said, the devil made me do it. That is the point.
I didn't read that part of it, but
oh my fucking God.
Like
literally what
the devil
the
made
fuck?
me do it. That's
He literally says right here, although you incited me to the devil, you made me. It doesn't matter.
It does.
You made me do it. You made me do it. That's what he's saying to the devil. Shut the fuck up. I can't. I fucking cannot.
That's not what that says.
Y'all's loyalty to this God is so fucking infuriating because it just makes y'all dumb. And I don't even like calling people dumb, but it makes you intellectually dishonest. And having conversations with y'all, right, feels abusive because you need to protect your belief. You are willing to lie. You are willing to manipulate. You are willing to gaslight.
Never done any of that.
You know what the fuck inciting means.
Yes, persuade.
It means to persuade. If I persuade you to do something, if I encourage you to do something,
yes,
right, then I made you do that.
Okay,
and that's what your God is saying to the devil. You made me do it. It's the same thing y'all said. The devil tempts. The devil gets in your ear and he tempts you. It's no different than a Christian saying the devil made me do it. Your God is saying the same thing to the devil.
All right, I'm going to ask a question real quick. Okay, so a father has dominion over his children, and one of his children wants a piece of candy, and he says, "Dad, I ate all my food. I want a piece of candy. Can I have one?" And he gives it to him. You're saying that the father doesn't have power over him, or that he didn't, because he didn't let that kid have any candy, that he is weak and different?
That was so profound.
I straight up didn't even listen to him.
Man, that was so profound also. I think I'm going to convert now. You want to convert also?
You're making a losing argument.
You want to hold hands? Yeah, we're losing. Yeah, you're right. You're right, Andre. We're losing argument. Also, you want to hold hands?
I just love that you absolutely. I just love that you dropped the W completely off this dude name.
Andre, you want to lead us in prayer? We're ready to convert because that was very powerful. Come on, Andre.
Do y'all, how do y'all not understand when you even said that incited means persuade or urge, that God is giving him the power to do it? But Satan came to him first and asked, and God put stipulations on what he could do. And you're trying to argue that God did not resist him?
Incorrect.
There's nothing incorrect about what I just said.
Yeah. What was the question Satan asked?
The question that he
Yeah,
asked?
tell me. Yeah. Let's go. Hold on. Let's go to Job 1. We'll start at Job 1. I want to see where Satan asked for permission. All right. Let's see. We're going to start at verse 6. Stop me when we get to Satan's question, okay? One day, the heavenly beings came to present themselves before the Lord, and the accuser also came among them. The Lord said to the accuser, "Where have you come from?" The accuser answered the Lord, "From going to and fro on the earth, and from walking up and down on it." Was that a question? No.
What?
I want you to stop me when we get to Satan's question, asking permission, okay?
Are you in 1 or 2?
I'm in 1.
Okay.
Verse 8. The Lord said to the accuser, "Have you considered my servant Job? There is no one like him on the earth, a blameless and upright man who fears God and turns away from evil." Then the accuser answered the Lord, "Does Job fear God for nothing?" Is that where he asked permission?
No.
"Have you not put a fence around him and his house and all that he has on every side?" Is that where he asked for permission?
Nope.
"You have blessed the work of his hands, and his possessions have increased in the land. But stretch out your hand now and touch all that he has, and he will curse you to your face." Is that where he asked for permission?
No.
The Lord said to the accuser, "Very well, all that he has is in your power. Only do not stretch out your hand against him." So the accuser went out from the presence of the Lord. Where did he ask for permission?
All right. He did not ask for permission. Is that what you wanted?
That's not what I wanted. You said that he asked for permission, right? And so
I misspoke.
With us asking the question or bringing up the fact that your God said the devil made me do it, right? In your father candy analogy.
None of
like,
that.
Does that
points
change now?
to the devil making God do anything. God's still alive.
Your God said the words, "You incited me to destroy Job." You incited me to destroy Job.
Yeah.
We can grant you that it wasn't a very hard, like it wasn't a very intense attempt at persuading God. We'll give you that. I don't think it was a whole lot of hard work that went into that either. But he does say the devil made him do it.
So how did God not reject him, or why was it necessary for God to reject him?
The devil literally said, "I bet if you do bad things to him, he won't like you anymore." And instead of saying, "Nah, dude, it's not because of that. It's deeper than that," he goes, "Actually, go fuck his shit up real quick."
And why does God not have that power? And why is that wrong for him to do?
I mean, we already know you slob on God's knob. Like, we get that. Like, God can do whatever the fuck God wants to do to you. Like, we get that, right? You plan on being on your knees for eternity. Like, we fucking get that. The question is, if your God couldn't or didn't resist the devil, how can you? That's the question. Your God in your head is all powerful, and your God can do that. Yet he didn't, because the devil was able to manipulate your God into getting power from him. You don't have the power that your God has. You don't have the power that your God has. That's the question.
Yeah, Satan didn't manipulate God.
What the fuck ever. I'm done with that shit.
I'm
You
just
don't have
explaining to
you don't have the power that your God has. That's the
word.
question.
What's the word that in the middle of resist? Okay, so why? Like, what I'm trying to understand from y'all's perspective is why is it necessary for God to resist that when God is
It makes no like that. It just has nothing to do with what we're talking
well?
about.
I'm explaining to you that the question itself is lacks intellectual integrity.
Oh, here come
Because
with the ad hominems because you realize how fucking stupid you sound. Look, the basis of the question is how can you? If your God did it, how can you? You don't have the power that you believe your God has, right? How can you? That's the question.
yeah, but it
That's the question. Focus on that.
doesn't make any sense. We just read
How
out
can you
the
resist the
verse.
devil? How can you resist the devil?
And in the Bible, we just showed that it shows that God did resist the devil because
How
he
can
put
you?
stipulations
How
on it.
can you resist the devil?
Through God.
How?
What do you mean?
The HOW. How?
How can look? I'm explaining to you. This is a
What's the how? How? Process. How?
through God.
How?
A relationship with Him, believing that Jesus died for your sins and that He was raised from the dead on the cross for you. Having a closer connection with God through Jesus, living out the
So does
fruits
it
of the
mean you're a
Spirit,
Christian?
reading your Bible.
And so that means that you never sin.
That I've never sinned.
That means that you never sin. Now that you have this relationship with God through Jesus and blood and all that, you never sin.
No, I've personally sinned before, but my sins are forgiven.
Not before. Do you sin now? Are you sin free now?
Sin free?
Yes, you're no longer a sinner. You know you don't sin anymore.
In God's eyes, yes.
I'm not asking about no in God's eyes. Do you do bad shit? Do you sin?
Yeah, I'm not perfect.
So you don't resist the devil then, right?
I try my best to.
So then it's not Jesus' relationship then, right?
No, it 100% is.
So Jesus' relationship fails sometimes?
No, we fail as humans.
But you have Jesus in you. You fail while you have Jesus in you.
We fail because of our sinful nature.
While Jesus is in you?
Sometimes.
Right. So Jesus being in you is not that as powerful as you claim, right? Because you can fail and sin with Jesus in you.
No, because if we didn't sin,
do you kick him out?
Be God.
Do you kick him out when you sin?
No. He's
in you.
Just.
So he's in you while you're sinning.
Yeah, he's a part of you.
Yeah. So you still sin. So you still. So no. Hold on. So you still sin, right? And do the devil's work while Jesus is in you. You take Jesus right along with you, and make Jesus a sinner too.
Sometimes, but the whole point is
so Jesus. So it ain't. So you can't. So you can't resist the devil, just like your God couldn't.
No, I can't resist the devil on my own.
Not even with Jesus in you.
A lot of times I do with Jesus in me, but there are times
I don't think
I
you understand the entailment. I think you're lost on why we're on this line. You're saying that the difference between somebody who sins and doesn't sin is the relationship with Jesus. Yet you're saying even in that relationship with Jesus, you sin. That means that cannot be the deciding factor.
Yeah, no. So there's a difference in sin from our terms and sin in God's terms. So Jesus died for our sins and we give our life to him and we trust in him. Then our sins are forgiven in God's eyes. But through day-to-day life, it's very difficult as a human with a sinful nature to repeal the sin over and over and over again. When
Nobody asked you if your sins were forgiven. Nobody asked you that. You still sin.
You keep on contradicting the fact whether it's sin or not, but there's a difference. I'm
If it's
explaining that it's sin in God or
so
sin
when
in
it's
us.
hold on. What's the difference between if a person murders somebody, right? How does God see that murder as not sin?
Has the person repented after the fact?
If a Christian murders somebody, goddamn it! If a Christian murders somebody, how does your God see the murder as not sin?
If they were a true Christian,
Oh my fucking God. I don't give a fuck if they're a true Christian. If a person believes in your Jesus, if they kill somebody, how does your God not see that as a sin?
Because he's God. Jesus already died for that sin.
Well, explain it. How is it? Explain it how it's not a sin to your God.
Because in the Old Testament, there are animal sacrifices for sin, and because Jesus paid the ultimate sacrifice for all of our sins, and if we believe in him and trust that he did that for us, God does not see that sin, and it does not.
Oh, so as a Christian, because you're covered in the blood of Jesus, you could just kill motherfuckers, and your God don't give a damn.
No, that's not the point. The point is to be.
So hold on. As a Christian, you can kill motherfuckers and ask for forgiveness, and then your God don't give a damn.
No, that's bad theology.
That's what you just said. You realize that? Okay, so start back over. A Christian kills someone. How does your God not see that as a sin?
If he is a Christian and he believes that Jesus died for his sins, he would hopefully not do that because he wants to fulfill the fruits of spirit.
Oh my God!
Hold on, can I please get somewhere before y'all?
You're not even.
Oh
You're jumping away from the question.
No, this is
She asked you what, and you said, "Well,
very
hopefully
high
he
level
doesn't do that."
conversations." And I'm trying to explain so my
You're not answering
my words
the
don't get
question.
taken out of context.
You're not answering the question. Answer the question.
Y'all are taking my words out of context.
Answer the question, Andrew.
My point is that the ultimate goal is to be as Christ-like as possible. Jesus died for our sins.
I don't give a fuck about none of that. I asked you straightforward. How you said there's a difference between sin and sin and God's sin. How does your God see murder differently than humans see murder? How is it not considered a sin to your God?
Because any sin is unjust in God's presence. So whether it's murder or lying or something,
what the fuck,
simple,
Andrew?
every sin is equal in God's eyes.
Andrew, I haven't cussed you out yet. I know you think I have, but I have not cursed you out yet. Okay, I'm gonna ask this question again. I don't want to curse you out, Andrew. The shit that you're doing because you feel abusive as fuck.
I'm very calm.
You feel abusive, Andrew.
I'm sorry you feel that way.
No, the fuck you're not. You're not. So I'm going to ask this question again, okay? You said that sin in your God's eyes is not really sin versus sin that you commit. You did say that. Versus sin that you commit. You said that they are different.
Sin is sin. It's a matter of if your sins are forgiven.
Nobody asked you if your sins were forgiven. I have said that I don't know how many times. I don't give a fuck if it's forgiven. You said, shut up, Andre. Shut up, Andre. You said that you still sin with Jesus inside of you. You also said that the way that you resist the devil is Jesus being inside of you. Yet you still sin with Jesus inside of you.
Sometimes, yeah.
So then Jesus inside of you is not the thing that helps you resist the devil.
It's not true.
Oh, wow.
Y'all are a walking ass contradiction.
No.
Yes, y'all are. This and then y'all can't understand why nobody. Shut up. And then y'all can't understand why nobody wants to be a fucking Christian because y'all talk out of both sides of your asses.
I can't even talk.
But you've said enough. Like you've honestly said. Shut up. You've honestly said enough. You are dishonest as fuck.
Truthfully,
I've been pretty honest throughout this whole thing.
No, you haven't. No, you haven't.
Yeah.
No, you haven't. You are dishonest as hell.
I haven't said anything that's not in the Bible.
You literally admitted that
except
you
until
lied
I
about
apologized and said I was wrong about that earlier.
You've been doing it the whole time. The difference is you just admitted that one.
No, okay. What is the second one that I did then?
I mean, another example would be you trying to change what the word incite means.
We just looked up the definition, didn't we?
Another example would be you inserting a reason, although God said himself there was no reason.
Oh my goodness.
Like I said, you've been doing it the whole time. That's just the one that you'll admit.
No, we've already gone towards that.
Y'all play these mind games on people and have people's head fucked up.
I'm not trying to play any mind games.
You might not be trying to do it, but what you've done is you're negotiating to save your faith, and you're willing to lie, you're willing to gaslight, you're willing to manipulate. You don't give a damn about telling people the truth. All you care about is protecting your fucking loyalty to this God.
What is the truth?
The truth is that you still sin with Jesus inside of you.
Yeah, I said that.
And the truth is that the Jesus inside of you is not what helps you resist the devil, because you still sin with Jesus inside of you.
No, because if you didn't sin
Bam.
with Jesus inside of you, you would be God, and there would be no point in having
It
Jesus.
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You still sin with Jesus inside of you. And therefore it is not Jesus being in you that helps you resist the devil. Because you don't resist the devil. Because you don't resist the devil with Jesus inside of you.
Not all the times, because of our sin nature, and
Therefore, Jesus' power inside of you is not more powerful than the devil.
It's not anything I said.
If you still sin with Jesus inside of you, that means that the devil has more power to get to you.
No, it's not true. We fall.
Walking contradiction.
You're talking.
Thinker, why aren't you Christian? What the fuck for? Why do I need a weak ass Jesus, right? A weak ass Jesus that's gonna live inside of me, that gives me absolutely no power to not do bad shit. I could do that on my fucking own. I don't need Jesus for that shit. I have no desire whatsoever to go and live in eternity with a God that I don't agree with, or his fucking children that irritate my ass on earth.
The whole point is to try and be as close as possible to Jesus. Hold on. Try and be as close as possible to Jesus. Trying to live out his fruits of the Spirit. But we cannot. We are not perfect. And we cannot reach perfection, because if we could reach perfection, we would be God, and there would be no point in having Jesus in the first place.
Andre, you can try to filibuster, but it's nothing to do with what we're talking about. This is another one of those instances where I've been saying the entire conversation where you're not talking about what we're talking about. And
Do you know how many times y'all have changed the subject and then accused me of saying I'm going off subject?
We don't actually. I don't even really feel like we changed.
Carmen, because I fucking said he's weak. He's weak. He's weak. He's weak. Carmen.
Womp womp. Yeah, I've been trying to get us back to the original topic, but every time we do, you want to get hung up somewhere, and then you want to go somewhere else, and then you can go somewhere else. I called it out earlier, and I laid out the path that you took to get away from the conversation.
Going down other places. Y'all have changed the subject repeatedly.
Stop using caps in my comments.
This is you. This is what you are doing.
So,
God, you'll use caps in hell, but not in this live. Bye, bitch.
What is I was just curious, and I know this is not necessarily on topic, and if we want to go back to that topic, we can go back to it by any means. I was curious about y'all's intent behind these spaces. Is it just learning from others, or?
You know, here's the thing. You could be curious all the fuck you want, but you're not entitled for that curiosity to be served. I don't owe you an explanation for shit.
I'm just asking a question.
And I'm telling you, I don't owe you that. You're just gonna be curious.
Have I ever been rude to you in this conversation?
I don't owe you shit. I don't owe you an answer to that. You're just gonna be curious.
All right. Did y'all have anything else?
Nope.
All right. Nice talking to y'all.
He was frustrated as fuck.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out the words that I want to use. Poopy
He
pants.
incited me to cuss his ass out. For good reason, though. Martha, Martha, are you there? Martha sound like a motorcycle. Hold on, I'm trying to disconnect, but the mouse keep like accidentally. Meme activist. How you have a snore twin?
I never seen.
Ghost Rider. Did you join on accident? Ghost Rider. Karen.
Oof.
I can't believe that these people are tapping the live and are coming up on accidents. 6K, get out of my box. On accident. Like TikTok has to be putting them in the guest request. Cause like there's no way.
Yeah.
Sam?
My phone right beside me.
Huh?
It happens. I fell asleep with my phone beside me yesterday.
Yeah. But it never puts me on anyone's live accidentally though, which is weird. Which is why it's hard for me to believe that this is happening so often, because it's not one time ever happened to me. Sam? I don't know what happened to this person. I see their name there, but it still says request. Also, do you have mod powers here? No?
I don't.
I can't see this person. Like I see them.
Is it GDZ?
In the bottom box, next to TikTok Thinker, her name is Olaid Jinadu. I can see her in the bottom box.
I don't see her at all.
That which is crazy because I don't see her on TikTok Studio, but I can see her on my phone.
How are you guys?
Her name is Olaid Jinadu.
I'm sure she'll time out, right?
Mm-hmm. I guess. I hope so.
Oh yeah, I'm pulling to YouTube. I see what you're talking about. That's
Yeah.
weird.
Ain't it weird? Can you, hey, Olaid, can you do me a favor and can you leave out of the live and then come back and see if that drops you down? Thank you. Or do me a favor, Olaid, do me a favor. Click the bottom box next to TikTok Thinker. Let me bring you up and then let me drop you and see if that works. Touch the bottom box. I hope she's still in here. I hope she didn't click out yet. God's truth, give me just a second, okay?
Mm-hmm.
I think she... Olaid, are you back? don't know. Looks like a snake. I don't know. What's your PFP, God's truth? What's on your PFP? Is that a snake?
Or a dragon or some shit?
God's truth deliver. Are you there?
Yes.
What is that on your PFP? Is that a snake?
It's Seth Ian.
Who?
It's just some picture I found. I threw it
Did
up
you
there.
say Satan?
Seth Ian.
Why you sound frustrated already? We haven't even started.
Who, me?
Like the people in the comments asked what your PFP was. Damn.
No way. I'm good. I'm good.
Do you get asked that question a lot or something?
No.
What topic did you? Are you a believer?
I am a white boy though. Blonde hair and blue eyes.
Why do I care about that? Why did you tell me that?
You just asked me from Satan.
Nobody asked you that.
I just did, didn't you?
No.
Oh. Yeah, I might be hearing things. I'm falling asleep.
Are you too sleepy to be on the panel?
No, I'm waking up now.
How old are you?
I'll be 44 this year.
Are you a believer in the God of the Christian Bible?
I'm not a believer in anything, to tell you the truth.
So, the three type of people that we talk to here, okay? We talk to believers. We talk to people who are deconstructing from that belief, or people who have deconstructed and they are now either a non-believer or an atheist. You have to be one of those three.
I believe in something, and I'm new at this.
But you have to be one of the three I just named.
Someone woke me up a couple months ago, and
God's truth. You have to be one of the three that I just named. If you're not one of those three, I'm going to move you back down to the comments, okay?
I'm a believer.
Of what?
Of something besides us.
Okay, we're only talking to Christians. We're only talking to people who are deconstructing.
My name is usually Seth Ian, which is a...
Oh my gosh.
I was born Jewish.
So now you're a Christian?
Born and raised Jewish, and I'm recently gave that up, and now I'm trying Christianity.
So now you're a Christian?
Yes.
You a fucking liar, bro.
Who, me?
Nah, the other dude.
Why did you hit request to come on stage?
It looked like you guys needed somebody else up there.
For what?
I like you. I like listening to you.
If you listen to me, then you know that I don't let people come on stage with other guests.
I don't know that.
Then you don't listen to me.
Well, there's so many people on TikTok. I try to give everyone.
So then you don't listen to me. What are you up here? What are you up here for?
You don't remember talking to me?
No.
A couple months ago?
No.
I was the guy that said the.
I don't remember you guys. What are you up here? What are you up here today for?
I'm trying to find my way. So I would like to talk.
Are you deconstructing?
I don't know anything about the Bible.
This is not that type of live, okay? This is not that type of live. Okay? I'm going to put you back in the comments. Have a good day.
You don't even go here.
The cutie. I don't want to say this name again. The cutie. I feel like it should be cutie. Cutie.
Cutie.
The cutie.
Are you watching like a Western? Why does this sound old as fuck?
Apple user, you need a username in order to come up on stage. All right, y'all, 766 people in the room. Another 90 on YouTube. So we're at 800 people. If you are a believer in the God of the Christian Bible, if you are deconstructing or thinking about it, or if you are an atheist or non-believer, the guest box is open. Also, of course, if you are a nerd, then you know that the stage is, you are welcome to the stage. Don't forget to tap up the screen. Let TikTok know that y'all are enjoying the live. Make sure that you share it out. We're only at 178 shares. Let's get some more people in here who are not afraid to come up on stage. Share it out. And if you are a part of the team, make sure you send your heart me's. Thank y'all so much.
Let them not be afraid and be relevant to the conversation as well. Lack of fear is not the only criteria that we're looking
I thought you was finna pray though.
for.
You said let them know. I thought you was finna pray. Is there a way to call in? So I used to do Discord, but because we have so many hosts that pop in and out, I stopped doing the Discord. But if you want to come in, you would have to come to TikTok. Doing the Discord thing, it's a little it's frustrating. Huh?
It's a little much thing. I get it.
Yeah, it's a lot of work because y'all have to like leave TikTok, jump in the Discord, mute
Well, I got
TikTok. Like,
Discord on my computer, so that wouldn't be an issue for me. Though.
Selena, do you have 2 devices? I think Selena is asleep.
I'm about to say, so we done got 2 eyes closed. I know that much. Y'all hear pressure?
Mm-mm. Y'all, come on, there's 750 people in here. Apple user, I see you in the guest request, but if you want to come on stage, you have to have a username. Mobile, I did look into the mobile call in. It's expensive per minute. It's like $3 per minute. Like, it's expensive.
Hell no, not for no
Yeah.
pressure. Hell no. I ain't gonna lie to you. I wouldn't pay that for my grandma. Love her dear.
It's so crazy because landline, like a landline used to be real cheap. Now it's expensive to have. Yeah, per minute. For like podcast call in numbers, it's like $3 per minute. Karen Wilkerson, you are back in the guest request. We brought you up a minute ago, but you didn't say anything. So if you are in there on purpose, I need you to comment and let me know that you're in the guest request on purpose.
She typed that it was an accident last time.
All right, y'all. It's too many people in here for us to not have guests. It's almost 4 a.m. or 5 a.m. in the east.
5 in the morning, and I wanna talk dating to you again. Am I not on mute again?
You knew your ass wasn't on mute the first time.
Oh, y'all were supposed to hear how sexy my voice is.
Are you auditioning for God's daughter?
Nah, I learned my lesson.
God's daughter, go ahead and tell Oso how fine he is so he can stop
Oh
auditioning for you.
goodness. Nah, I learned my lesson with Tara.
I think God's daughter gonna end up being atheist. She gonna end up deconstructing.
You know what? I be seeing her comments on somebody like responding to some of these Christians. And I be like, you know, you gonna fuck around and end up on our side, right? Like,
Yeah, she gonna end up deconstructing. She used to come in here and just be really, really annoying.
mm-hmm. But now she's like cracking jokes with us and like challenging people on the apathy and shit. It's just like, ma'am. trying to go here or something? I mean, you can
She
go here
looking
if you
for.
want.
She done seen too many fine men up in here. She like, man, this
That ain't no
better than
joke.
church.
Have you seen my dad? Straight dime piece.
You talking about rock?
Well, obviously not my real dad. He's bald. Loser. Sorry, bald people.
How is it even more people in here now and nobody requested? Like, what?
Telling you, it was my vocals. They was like, "Oh shit, is that Usher mixed with Michael Jackson?"
Look at that. Look at that username. The last comment that came up. Who is it? Is that who is that? You see the username?
Which one?
It says I hate my grapist president.
Oh wow, that's funny. And dude, I feel it. Stand on that.
Hey Alex, how are you?
Oh, my bad. That was an accident. Sorry.
How did TikTok? Did you have to accept?
No, I was actually trying to comment, and it just showed up. Like before I could even hit enter, I was like accepted.
That's crazy. Like whoever decided this feature needs to like be fucking fired.
I think it's all the boxes thinker. I really do. It increases the likelihood because if you just hit the square, like the request square for the guest stage, it doesn't take you through all the prompts to like when you hit the multi guest button. You know what I mean? Like it instantly just makes you request. Like when I be modding and stuff, I use the request box to like easily access like people coming up and stuff because it just instantly pulls that part up. Whereas if you hit the multi guest, you have to go through a couple of steps. So I think that's what it is. Which is
Yeah,
why,
but
like, I try
y'all
to.
know that if y'all hit the post, like if you just tap on the host box, like you get like supercharged likes. But why are y'all tapping where the guest panel?
Oh, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's so easy. Well, it doesn't take up like the biggest part of the screen, but it's a pretty big part of the screen to accidentally touch on, and especially if you're not paying attention to it. You know what I mean? Like, it only takes one touch, and if it's like four or five open boxes, then the likelihood of you accidentally doing it and not even noticing it pretty high.
Yeah, just when y'all are liking the live, uh, do the host box, and that minimizes accidental request. To the users and the guest requests, I don't bring up accounts that don't have usernames. Okay. So make sure that you have a username. If you do have a username and for some reason when you're in the request box, TikTok isn't showing it to me, I need you to comment in the comments so I can see your username before I bring you up. Okay. Bernard Fortune. I think
Yep.
Bernard is. Oh, I thought you were asleep. How are you?
I'm here with you, lady. I don't know how anyone can get by your sense of reasoning. It's just so logical and absolute in the fullest sense. I just wish I would have heard this kind of message years ago because I know I wouldn't be in the predicament that I am now in having raised my kids as Christians, and it just doesn't make sense, and you just put it out there. I'm talking about with clarity, and you concise, you correct. It, I just don't see how anyone cannot believe and know that what you are saying and how you're putting it out there, it got to be right from any person's viewpoint that got common sense, you know. And I just want to say, I don't know if I'm deconstructing or I'm an atheist. Well, yes, I do. After listening to you, You can call me a deconstructionist. You can call me an atheist. It doesn't matter. But I know one thing: I can no longer submit to what I have been taught or raised, and it just doesn't hold water anymore. And I just want to just be honest and say I appreciate the message. If nobody else got it, you certainly hit it home with me, and I am grateful. And I just say gratitude, gratitude, and you just keep on plucking away because there's some more Bernards out there. But I'm glad that I found a home that I've always knew exists, but I just didn't know how to get there. But thank you for showing me the way. And with that, I will land my plane, and I'm just looking to learn more now. So I'm going to start following you to the best of my ability and picking up and learning as quick as I can, because there's nothing better to know than what the truth is. And you got it. And I spot it. And thank you, thank you, thank you.
You're so welcome, Bernard. Thank you so much for coming up and sharing that. My uncle's name was Bernard. He passed away in 2005. But I appreciate you for coming up and sharing that with me.
Well, I just appreciate you being so honest and and giving it a clarion call, and somebody, need to hear this other than me. So I know it is doing more good than than anyone can imagine, the far-reaching implications and the changes that it's going to make in lives. And I'm just glad to be one of those converts. And I don't think I have nowhere else to go now other than go forward in knowing what you know. I want to learn more of it. And I just like how your analytical mind attack the issue and you stay with it. You don't get sidetracked. You don't deviate. You are strictly on business. And I like that. I like that.
Thank you.
So,
You wanna let Oso know, because Oso gonna get jealous in a minute. Like if you come up here and you just tell me, uh, how great I am, Oso gonna start crying, and I don't want to hear Oso cry.
well, I can truly say you guys are a tag team. This is my second, well, maybe my third time listening to you, and I had to really, really do some deep soul searching and say, how can I resist, you know, the reality of what she is saying?
Yeah.
You know, it, heaven, hell, it's just a figment of our imagination, but the reality is here and now. This is the only thing that we know, and when this is done, so be it. I'm not looking for no reward. I'm not looking for anything other than to just stand on a principle-centered life and do the best that I can to the best of my ability, and let it be. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, it's still working for me. From what I've heard tonight, I can't lose with the stuff that you're using, because you just tapped something on the inside of me that I have been looking for all my life. And sadly to say, it took me. I just had a birthday and I turned 70 years young.
Wow. Happy belated
Congratulations.
birthday.
Yeah, happy birthday.
So I'm living on borrowed time now, according to those those biblical terminology about three scores and ten. So I mean overtime now. So I don't have no time to waste, and I
You
just
could
want to
have
make
about 40
sure.
more years to go in an entire another lifetime. There are people living to about
Well,
110, 112.
time now, it really doesn't matter. I done lived the better portion of my life, and it's all good.
Yeah, I
Everything
feel
happens
you.
for a reason. There are no mistakes in the universe or in the
Mhm.
cosmos. And I just want to be a part of it because I am a part of it and it is a part of me. And in that place, that's the place that I know that I belong and I'm going to always be there. If I'm here, there, or wherever I am, that's the life for me that I wouldn't have
Yeah,
it any other way.
I agree. I agree. That's amazing. I appreciate you,
Yeah.
Bernard, for coming up and like it's awesome to hear. You know, when um I'm going to use the word elder, but um out of respect, just to let you know. But it's awesome when our elders, join us in this community, and we get to hear their stories. So if there's anything ever that you want to come up and share with us while you're on this journey, feel free to do so. Somebody in the comments just gifted you a subscription to the community, and
Well, I
so
certainly will be following you, and I'm gonna subscribe. That's no problem because what you have done for me in this little short space of time, eternity is wrapped in it, and I wouldn't want to trade it for the world because it means more than the world to me. And I'm just grateful. All I can say is gratitude. And by the way, you have such a lovely voice. You were called for such a time as this, and you are really doing it the way it needs to be done. And you just keep on, go on, go on, go on, and you just keep on going because you are on the right track.
Thank you.
thank
And
you.
you do got a good follower in me. Like I say, I will be subscribing and I will be following you, and really I don't have to follow nobody else because this is it. This is it. This Katie latched the door. All the other stuff is just a distraction. But what you are putting out and the way you're putting it out, we all need it, but only a few is going to latch on to it. And I'm glad that I am the one that resonate with it and it's in me and I mean it. And I can't do anything but just progressively grow from here beyond, beyond, and beyond.
There you go.
And that's life to me. So once again, I'm going to land my plane and I'm just going to listen. I'm retired and I don't have nothing better to do with my time. And this is the best way that I can use it. So I just
Thank
thank
you,
y'all
Bernard.
for being where you are and doing what you're doing. And y'all just hang in there because you got someone that believe in you. And I just thank you so much for making things clear. I just think I'm ready for what you are putting out. And I see the light in it. I see the darkness in it. I see everything in it. And it is everything is everything. And thank you so much.
Yes. You're so
Everything is
welcome,
everything.
Bernard. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. I
Thank
hope you
you.
have a beautiful
Bye
day.
bye. Yes, ma'am.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Good one, Bernard. Wow, what a lovely guest.
Yeah.
I'm sure he feels the same way about you, though, Baker. So
I told you that you would cry. Oh, so goodness gracious.
he was talking about me.
He was talking about you. I agree.
He said that I have a lovely voice. He heard me sing
I
clearly.
know. I heard it. You do have a lovely voice, Oso. Secret.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm doing well. I've been wanting to do this for quite a while. I've been following you for I think a couple of months now, and I've been listening to you for much longer. I'm a little shy. I'm not used to this, so I just wanted to tell you how much you've made me think more. Um, I've been deconstructing for several years, over 10 years, but I did not know what I was doing when I started. The weirdest thing happened that started it. I was sitting in church and my brain said something to me And I was confused because I was in church at the time. And I'm like, where is this coming from? But my mind said to me, what are you doing? Why are you here? And what are you following? Do you know?
Oh wow.
And I was so confused because at that point I was like, this can't be a Holy Spirit. What they keep saying is talking to them, because it's not saying the things that I would think a Holy Spirit would say. So I was like very confused. And since then, I've been saying I'm not a Christian, but I didn't know what I was doing. I just got deep into studying, and then I kind of dropped off some. But when I came across your lives, you put me back on track. And I want to thank you for that. And you were the one that started me back on track with studying. And then I started following others because this community is awesome. I love it. I feel like I know you all, but I know I don't. It's only through what I've been learning from all of you.
You'd be surprised. Like when we went on our trip this past weekend, everybody acted the way they act online. Like it was like nobody had to like be anything different. So you if you feel like you know us, you probably do. You most likely do.
I feel like I do, and I'm like, and sometimes I'm like sitting here, listening to you all, talk to people, and I put comments in, and I'm like, I'm wondering, I'm like, do they notice me like I noticed them any? But I just want to let you all know I am a part of your community. I don't know where I know I'm deconstructing, but I don't know exactly, where other than that I am on that path. But
And
I
that's
do know
okay.
that, yes. And I just love it here. I don't know if you notice I'm here like
Oh, I see you in the
almost as
comments.
much as you're on. And then I pick up on Fluff and Christina, Ria. Also, I'm following about 5 of you. I'm not following, but subscribing with about 5 of you. I have 2 different pages, and I'm like subscribing on both for at least 3 or 4 of you.
Oh, wow.
It's
Oh, you
just
plugged
that
in for
awesome,
real, for real.
and I'm here to stay. I'm here to stay. I love you all. I feel
Well,
like
I love you too.
I feel like
Same
I'm a
here.
part of it. So
Hopefully, the next trip we're planning a next get together towards the end of the summer, before the summer goes away. It'll be a 2-day getaway. Something not too extreme because a lot of us went for a week, but we'll do like a 2-day getaway where we can all come together again before the summer is over, so more people can come this time. But are you on the Discord?
no, I've been trying. I sent messages to a few people, but they probably said, "Who is this weirdo?"
If you message me, I don't check my TikTok messages anymore because I get too many dumbass messages from believers who want to cuss me out. But one of the mods, Selena, Unity, like I don't know who else is in here. I think Maya's in here. Just reach out to one of the mods and they can get you the link, and they can do it for you right now.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. And then we're gonna plan it on the Discord. We don't mention where we're going out in public, but so if you want to participate, Chai is in here. If you want to participate in the next outing, you have to get the information from the Discord. So make sure you're on there if you want to come chill with us and get to know everybody in person.
It should be in your inbox.
Thank you so much, and I'm gonna sign off here. Okay.
You're so welcome.
I'm around for the long haul.
Awesome.
Okay.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You as well. Thank you. Bye-bye.
You're welcome. Bye-bye.
Morning.
To the YouTube crew, if you are a nerd, and you have the nerd emoji, if you want to meet up with us, also reach out to Ethereal. Ethereal can get you a private link to the Discord so that you can get on there, let other people in the community know who you are, and then get the information for our meetup at the end of the summer too. What were you saying also?
It's a great question.
You
Do
were
I even
saying
be
something.
saying something? Was I saying something? What did I say?
It's okay if you don't remember.
I don't think I remember.
Okay. I don't know who this person is. They're not connecting. Phil and I still can't see the. Okay. I know Fee. That's in the Fishton live, Elena. So Fee has to fix that. Because Fee did a private channel for the Florida trip and the Fishton live. Yesterday she made it unprivate. So have you tried since yesterday to see the channel? Also ain't going with us. No. Also make too many excuses.
Whoa.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Phil and G, are y'all in the guest box on purpose? Also not going.
We're having a meetup at Bash's show in Atlanta. Definitely going for that.
Okay, awesome, Atlanta. Who's going with Oso to Atlanta? Who all going with
Mac's
you?
gonna be there. Fee's gonna be there. Laura said she's gonna be there.
I'm in
Zena's
Atlanta.
gonna be there. First Corinthians gonna be
Selena,
there.
yeah.
There's a lot of people that live in Atlanta.
Unfortunately, I won't be there this time.
I'm just saying, I'm gonna be there. I think it's what May 18th.
Yeah.
No, because I'm going to the show in Birmingham in May, and then I'm going to the show this month in about 10 days. So I won't make the one in Atlanta, unfortunately. Styled by Kara. Yeah, after a month, when you get the nerd badge that has the nerd emoji, that's month 2. Then you get access to the Discord. I used to go ahead and give people access to the Discord if they bought their own subscription. But then we had a guy get in there and do some old crazy ass shit after he had been part of the community for a minute. And so we had to go back to the 30-day wait period just to keep the Discord safe from people trying to get in there and cause confusion. Like, we don't need that.
Just being honest, I never liked that guy.
Same.
I thought he was cool. Like,
I thought
and then
was
he came.
really weird.
He sent Selena a message apologizing, begging to get unblocked, and I'm like, no, we good.
No, he didn't. He didn't apologize. He pretended he didn't know what happened. He didn't apologize. He just said he didn't know why he was blocked.
He didn't. Maybe he don't think you know about the messages he sent Fee before he got in the Discord doing all that shit. Like, he was sending Fee messages talking about his penis. Like, shit like that. Yeah, no. G, how are you?
I'm good. How y'all doing? Is my mic
Doing
loud?
good. We can't hear you. We can barely hear you.
It's the opposite of too loud.
Yeah, I'm in my truck. It's actually Guy. I had to change my.
Oh, I know who you are. I can see your picture.
Okay. Yeah, I just had a quick question about my deconstruction process. Because I'm around my grandkids.
I can't hear you. I can barely hear you.
Take exit 169A on the right.
Am I on Bluetooth?
Yes. Yeah.
Are you able to take me off Bluetooth or?
No, I'm a truck driver. Can you hear me?
You sound far away.
Can you hear me now?
That's a little bit better.
Oh, okay. I was trying to ask. I'm around my grandkids a lot, and they started to ask me questions about religion. And I'm deconstructing, and I don't want to tell them that, hey, I don't believe in this. So I'm just wondering, because I don't want to say anything out of the way. I'm trying to leave that up to their parents. So I'm wondering how I can get around, not talking to them about this, because it's hard. They're around me all the time.
I don't know. Maybe sometimes it's simple. Like if they ask, just saying, I don't know. That's a thought, and then just moving on, right, and changing the subject for them. It's really easy to change the subject with kids. Like if you want to make sure that you leave it up to the parents to be able to have those conversations with them. If they come to you and they ask you a question about God or religion, just saying that you don't know, and then changing the subject.
Yeah, I tried to do that with my 13-year-old granddaughter, but she persisted. She persisted the wrong way. Like she just keep drilling. Papa, do you believe in God? You talk to your mama about that. Papa, I need to know from you if you believe in God. You know what I mean?
But why is she asking you that question very adamantly? Like is there a reason that she's asking that?
I think it's because we were sitting down to dinner, and she happened to look up and see that I wasn't praying with everybody. You know what I mean? So she just started asking questions.
I mean, she's 13. One thing that you could say to her is, hey, that's a personal thing, and I don't talk about that. Right? Like, I'd rather not talk about that because it's personal. And then that's a good opportunity to teach her about boundaries, right? And to teach her that she's not entitled to information or thoughts of everybody that she knows, right? So I would just use it to teach her about use that opportunity to teach her about personal boundaries.
I got you. Yeah, because it's like all the time now. Like the little ones, they hear her talking about it, so they start talking about it. You know what I mean? Like I said, they're around me all the time. So I was just wondering what I could say, to kind of get away from, not telling them that, hey, I don't believe in that. Because that's something that mom, to lead them in the right direction or the direction she wants them to go. So,
a lot of people think that you're obligated to allow people into your innermost thoughts, right? You're not. It's nobody's business whether you believe in God or not, and that's literally the thing that I talk about in here all the time, right? When I say that I don't care what a person believes in, just don't try to force that shit on me. And believers say all the time, oh, it's a personal relationship. It's not religion, it's relationship. And if that is the case, then I also deserve that same respect. Right? No one is obligated to know whether you believe in God or not, even if that is your grandchild. Now, it'd be different if it was someone that you were dating, right, and you're looking to marry somebody. Then, you don't want to marry somebody not telling them that you believe in God, and you find out they believe in God. Then that can cause a whole lot of problems. But outside of that, nobody's obligated to that information.
Yeah,
I mean, entitled. No one's entitled to that.
I actually just went through that too. I said I actually just went through that too. And the young lady are not together anymore. It's more because of her Christian beliefs made me realize that she wasn't the person that she claimed to be. She is actually a terrible person. But it is what it is. But I just didn't want to leave my grandkids confused. You know what I mean? About the situation. I just didn't know how to go about, you know, telling them that I'm deconstructing. I hate it took me to the age of 57 to start deconstructing. I always had a problem with religion and church anyway. You know what I mean? Ever since, like, I don't know if I told you before, the story of Job is one of the reasons why I started deconstructing. And it's crazy that my mom is the one that told me to read it, but she told me to read it thinking it was going to bring me closer to God and actually push me further away. You know, because it didn't make a whole lot of sense to me. So, but yeah, I was just trying to get a perspective on how to actually talk to them about it. You know what I mean? So I guess I'll talk to their mom and be like, hey, you know, try to get them to stop talking to me about religion. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I think like things like this is how we recognize that the deconstruction process is more than just deconstructing religion or deconstructing a belief system. It's also deconstructing the um, uh, societal norms, the cultural norms, right? That as a society we have adopted as truth for ourselves. And one of those things being that, you know, because somebody is family, there are no boundaries, right? And so, I mean, like I said, it could be a good opportunity for you to teach her or even your daughter about boundaries when it comes to uh, religion or, you know, your personal beliefs that you have for yourself. And then even for yourself, you know, teaching yourself or training yourself how to establish those boundaries and recognizing when boundaries need to be set and who boundaries need to be set with and how to enforce them.
Right. Right.
Yeah, so this could be a,
Yeah,
you
like
know.
I didn't have a problem doing that with my aunt because, you know, she older and she always trying to push at me to get baptized, and I was like, I don't need to get baptized. You know, that's not something I ever wanted to do, even as a kid. A lot of kids want to do it, but they just want to get into the baptismal pool. I never wanted to do it, period. You know, it's just not something that appealed to me. So I had to talk to her about, you know, boundaries. That's okay. That's not something I want to do. I don't believe in what you believe, so, you know, let it go. You know, it was just harder trying to explain that to the kids. You know what I mean? So, but
Yeah,
you
I
know,
understand.
I appreciate you. That's all I wanted to come up for. I just kind of, like I say, trying to get a perspective on what to say to the kids. I guess I'll just talk to their mom and be like, look, we need to talk to them about me not believing in God or telling them, don't talk to me about that. You know what I mean? So, but like I say, I appreciate y'all. Also, I love you, man. I know the other guy was all on thinker, but hey, just know I love you, man.
I love you too, man. I
Shout that
appreciate
out to you, bro. I'm shouting that out to you.
appreciate you.
But I still love thinker more, man. I'm sorry. I love
Respect.
y'all, and I'll talk to y'all later.
All right, man. Next
Have a
time.
good day. Safe travels.
All right, thanks.
You're welcome.
Vindication.
Like, why, Faye Dalcourt, like, why do he need to tell her his truth? What is that going to do for her? Like, by him telling his granddaughter that he doesn't believe in God, like, are you thinking that that's going to make her not believe in God? Apple user, you need a username to come on stage. So you got to comment and let me see your username so I can bring you up. And I'm just asking for a different perspective. Like, why are you encouraging him to tell her? Like, what would that do? Hey, AK? she can still ask questions, right? Like she doesn't need to know what his belief is in order for those questions to be answered. Like the answer to the questions shouldn't be based on whether he's a believer or not. But his thing is he doesn't want to talk about religion at all with his grandchildren. He wants that to be her parents' responsibility. And so that would be going against what he already stated he doesn't want to do, right? And it's encouraging him, to go against that. I don't see the point in that. And I do agree that, if anybody's going to steer a child or answer questions about, a faith system, I think it's best for a parent to be the one to do that, or allow the child when they get of age, to get that knowledge.
Yeah, I agree with that. More so the latter option.
Right, Cutery. It shows that he respects his daughter, as his granddaughter's mother. Sometimes grandparents think they have more say over their grandkids than the parents do, but that ain't true. Phil, are you in the guest box on purpose? I think I asked him that and he didn't respond. Apple user without a username, I am not bringing you up on my stage. Tika? Okay, no response. All right, y'all. If you are a believer, if you are deconstructing, or if you are an atheist, go ahead and send a request to come on stage. She's 13. That may be who can help her understand. I don't know why you're forcing that. Like, he already said that he wants her parents to do that. Like, I don't know why we would force somebody to do something against it. We're like, why?
We'll just use our free will to force his free will.
Right, like that. I don't understand the purpose of that. But who gets to decide that for her? It's almost as if you're saying that he needs to make sure she doesn't believe in the God. Like, he doesn't get to decide that for her. And answering questions doesn't mean that, because you can indoctrinate a child into any type of belief. La Loca?
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
To be honest with you, I don't know what I am anymore.
Do you currently, at this moment, believe in the God of the Bible?
Yes, but I'm really confused. I've been watching your lives for probably a week and a half. And I've sat back and listened. And, a lot of what you say, basically 100% of what you say makes a lot of sense. I'm sorry, I'm a little nervous.
Oh, it's okay. I get it. That's understandable.
I have sort of kind of like a learning disability, so I've never been able to read through the Bible because I don't understand it fully, if that makes sense. So, I was raised in church, Pentecostal, but I don't believe Pentecostal ways. And the reason for that, I was in state's custody my whole entire life. So I was put into that by foster parents. So I'm really confused. And and I really don't understand. I've had a lot of traumatic things happen to me since the day I was born, and it's still very traumatic. And I'm 33 years old and still going through pretty much hell. Like, my whole life has been hell. So I deal with being sick. I've prayed to God since I was 21 years old. I was SA'd when I was 21, and I was pregnant with my first child. And the
Oh,
guy
wow.
that SA'd me had full-blown AIDS.
Oh, man.
And he gave me HIV. So, from being SA'd by my own father as a child,
I'm
and
sorry.
then it reoccurring, and praying and praying and praying and praying didn't do anything but make it worse. I lost my first child at 18. He passed away. And I don't understand, if there is a God, why does he do the things that he does? Why would he take my child? Or why would I be a victim of SA? Why would I have HIV? Why am I in pain every single day I wake up? It makes no sense. So I've just sat back and listened to what you have to say. I've been on OSOs, I think twice, and listened. And I've been on ties, sitting back and listening. And a lot of what y'all guys say is factual. So I don't know what I am. I'm really confused, and I have a son that has autism. I deal with a lot of mental health stuff myself, seizures, epilepsy. And it's, the more I pray, the worse it gets. And I'm not up here for sympathy or anything like that. I'm just really confused.
And that, rightfully so. You're asking all the right questions, and your feelings are valid. Your questions are valid. Your doubt is valid. There's no pressure to know exactly what it is that you believe or don't believe at this moment in time. There's healing in that process of questioning, asking all the questions and looking for the answers, right? That alone itself could be a mechanism that starts you on the journey of restoring and healing and acceptance at the same time. Normally I don't pick topics for the guests, but I am going to pick the topic for you, God's will versus that's just life. And I'm not saying that what happened to you is just life. So please don't think that's why I picked that topic. But a lot of times people will tell you that, when you say, I'm praying, and the more I pray, the worse things get, people will say, well, this is God's will for your life because you have, you may be able to talk to these type of people, or, be a motivation to these type of people, or God is trying to bring you closer, or God has something special for you to do. But the reality is that, we live in a world where there are, unfortunately, people who just do bad shit. Humans who take advantage of other humans, cause harm to other humans, and they just do bad shit. It's nothing that you did, right? It's not because of who you are. It's not because you didn't pray hard enough. It's unfortunately something that did happen to you in your life. And because you've been sold this idea of a God that has enough power, enough mercy, and enough love, and enough grace to protect you, to heal you, to bless you, and you're not seeing the results of that promise, you're now at this point in your life where you're saying, but what about this? Right? Should I continue to believe in this thing, or do I convince myself that it is working? Right? Do I continue to tell myself that it is working, or do I continue to look for the blessing in everything around me? Like, you're at that point of questioning, and that's okay. There's no rush to try to self-identify. If you still consider yourself a believer at this point, that's perfectly fine. You can be a believer and still be someone who's questioning. You can be a believer and still be someone who's deconstructing what it is that you believe at this very moment. Right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, just
at this
it's okay.
time, I think I'm deconstructing. I don't know much about the Bible, just what has been said to me. Just like I didn't know that the Bible promoted slavery. I had no idea. That was never talked about in church. And now I see why. There's just a lot of things that just don't add up.
Yeah. It seemed like to be like they had to create the God that they wanted, like the stories. They had to build a God. If that makes sense, that's why it's not adding up.
Because there's another guy that I have been watching on here for 6 months. His TikTok name is True Devil Worship or something like that. And he used to be a believer, and he's no longer a believer, and he talks to Christians and stuff like that, and they get up there and act all crazy, and it's sad. As humans, we're supposed to not do harm and hurt other people. We're supposed to love each other and be kind, and there's just so much hate and people tearing people down. My one of my childhood best friends, he was gay, and he was unalived by a man. He was cut up pretty bad and then caught on fire in a motel room.
Damn.
So I just don't understand how people can be so cruel. And I don't understand. I just don't understand life itself, I guess. Because God's supposed to be perfect. But the Bible is just a bunch of fucking nonsense, excuse me. I don't know, because his word supposedly says that he'll never put too much on someone that you can't handle. My plate is so full and it's unbearable. And I get judged a lot. I don't come out of my house. I'm on medication. I've been on medication since I was young. The antivirals that I take make me so sick. And I have I do my own lives. I haven't done it in a while because I've had some very terrible things happen. Like, I've had 10 people pass away in less than 6 months, that are family members. And And if God is so loving and just, then why do we go through the things that we go through and have to endure? Why are people being essayed? Why do people have cancer? Why are children being unalived? Why are children starving? It just doesn't make any sense.
I agree with you 100% on that. It doesn't make sense. And good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Hey, I popped up just because I wanted to echo what Thinker said and add one additional layer to this. We went on a trip this past weekend, and part of the thing that we did, one of the things on the agenda was doing makeup before we went out, right? And this is going to sound weird, but this is the first thing that popped up into my mind. And one of the things that Christina, who helped us with our makeup, told us is that there are no rules for makeup. What works for your face, what works for your eye, your palette, whatever catches your eye, that works for you. It's the same with deconstruction. So you talked about all of these horrific things that you've experienced, which I'm so sorry you had to experience that, and you're still dealing with that. And you talked about your learning disability or challenge and the additional layers that can come with deconstruction when you get really, really deep with it can make it so much more heavy. And you're not required to do that. You can have these questions and you can go through a deconstruction process that's tailored for you. So I'll give you an example. Thinker's learning, and a couple of other people are learning Hebrew. Sis, I do not have time to learn any other languages right now with 2 jobs and life, right? So my deconstruction doesn't include that. There are some people who love the history. Like, I like history. I don't love history the way Thinker does. So her deconstruction process looks very different than my deconstruction process, but we're both deconstructing. And the same can be true of you. You can work around your situation in your life, and it's absolutely nothing wrong with going through this process in a way that works for you. So if you hear, I know a couple of people who I've had these conversations with, as soon as they read that scripture in Leviticus, and they're just like you, they were like, he told them they can have slaves. No, I don't want anything to do with this God. That was enough. And that's perfectly fine. There's no one specific way to do deconstruction because it can get very, very overwhelming. And it's so much in this book, so many time periods, so many versions, so many translations that it's literally never ending. So it can feel overwhelming. It's like the water hose analogy. You turn it full blast and let it rip. It just goes everywhere, as opposed to bending it and controlling the flow of the water. It's the same thing with information. So I came up to say that this can be scary. It can be overwhelming, especially when you've got a lot of life happening at the same time. So just remember to give yourself grace through this process, and don't feel like you have to, just because you hear all of these conversations and all of the research and all this, it does not have to be that for every single person. And it's still deconstructing and figuring out what it is that you believe and how it is you relate to this book that you were indoctrinated to believe.
Yes, ma'am. It makes sense.
So did you have any other questions? I saw Thinker had picked that particular topic about God's will versus just life. Did you have any thoughts on that?
I just think that I don't think that it's God's will that we as humans have to endure the things that we do. I think that it's life itself. That's how I feel. Um, it's just very overwhelming. I don't even know what to say. Like I've been in here listening for about a week and a half, and thinker is very smart. Also is very smart. And it just makes sense what everyone is saying. I just didn't know all the nasty stuff, all the nasty shit that was put out in the Bible.
Yeah, that was the case for most of us. Like, we only knew the scriptures that were read to us from from a pulpit or through a pastor or preacher. We had no idea that what was actually in this book was in this book. We had no idea of how it came together. We had no idea of how it was used to subjugate. We had no idea of any of these things until these platforms and these questions came up, and this community started to develop. And I think that's the beauty of it. And I liked hearing that you say you go to different people's lives and listen to the different content creators and the discussions that come from those content creators. And I think it's beautiful. So what you'll probably find is that as you do that and you learn more of the things that are in this book and you learn more about the way it was canonized, it could start to solidify this idea in your mind that, okay, yeah, this doesn't track and this doesn't make any sense with the idea of God that has been presented to me. And then that sometimes leads to some people to reconstruct in a different way. For some of us, it leads to complete atheism. It leads where you lead it, and it is your journey. And there's no expectation to follow anyone else. There's no expectation to have the same destination as another person. It's absolutely an independent and individualized journey for sure.
So, my question is, what exactly is being an atheist? Is it just not believing in anything, just like what we can see?
Atheism is honestly just a position on one claim and one claim alone, and that's there's a God. Atheists just are not convinced that there's a God. It's not the claim that there are no gods. There's hard atheism, which is the claim that there are no gods. There's soft atheism, which is just the disbelief in a God. A lot of people like to say that atheism is a religion, but it's just simply not. It's the lack of a religion. I said this the other day. It's like, in the same way that Off is not a TV channel, atheism is not a religion. There's nothing to tune into. There's nothing that we're looking at. We simply are not convinced that there is a God. And everybody in this community are not atheists. There are several that are spiritual. There are some that are, I think there's pagan. There are a few pagans in the group. So everyone is not an atheist in this group. I think the tie that binds is the fact that we're skeptical thinkers and we aren't afraid to question things. But where we land in our journeys is absolutely different.
Yeah, it also doesn't mean like there are some people that believe in like the spiritual world, like their ancestors, right, or reincarnation or something like that. Like it doesn't mean that you don't have a belief in that. It just means that you don't have a belief in a God.
Well, at this point, I don't have a belief. It was all just stuff that was put into my head, and I'm now deconstructing, and I will continue to do that. But I do have a question. Is there like any other books or anything like that during my deconstruction that I could read that could help me through the process?
What part of the process specifically would you want? And the only reason I ask that is because so many ways it can go. Is it there are books on the Bible, Dr. B's book about the Atheist Handbook to the Old Testament. If you're looking for something biblical, that's a great resource. I know Thinker has a ton of them too. And this is where that individualistic perspective of deconstruction comes in, because for me, I read a lot of books about critical thinking. I wanted to shore up how I thought about things to make sure I didn't leave myself susceptible to falling into any other belief systems that were not tested. And I wanted to ensure that I knew how to test them. So my resource of books looks very different than Thinker's resource of books. So what types of information are you looking for specifically?
I don't know exactly, but I don't want to believe in a God at all. So I don't know what my next steps are. And like it's hard for me to understand what I read. So that's another issue that I have. Um, I need something that I will be able to, like, I can read, but like I need something that I can understand.
The NRSVUE Bible is a good Bible. And then Justin Deconstruction did a video yesterday going through the different types of study Bibles that he recommends. Do you follow Justin Deconstruction?
I do not.
He's a good person to follow. I'm sorry, y'all. I got a mouthful of noodles.
No, you're you're good. Thinker.
Yeah, he's a good person to follow. His username is deconstruction.zone. And the last video he did, I think it was yesterday afternoon, he goes through about 7 different Bibles and he puts them in order to which ones he recommends. And they're all written in modern language, right? So that it's easy to understand. But they also have study notes, not commentary, because the goal is not, right, to indoctrinate you or to, give you the commentary, what the inspiration is, but it's to give you the historical context of it, the data. And so I would follow Deconstruction Zone.
I just followed him on my other device.
But I definitely recommend the NRSVUE, which is the Bible that I use in here, because it's really easy to understand. It talks like how we talk today. And so I recommend that too if you're going to use an online Bible. Because the Bibles that he recommend are the printed Bibles. But if you're going to use an online version, the NRSVUE is the one that I recommend.
Okay. Because I can understand whenever you read from that one, when you pull it up, I can understand because it's like how we talk today.
I think the King James Bible plays a big role in like a lot of the confusion and why people get stuck in the indoctrination, because the way that it talks in their head, that's how the God talks, right? I also think it has a lot of other different side effects, but I think it's hard to understand what they're saying in the King James because nobody speaks in Middle English anymore. And then King James uses different words for very basic terminology. He complicates it with the Shakespearean language and the different words. So that definitely contributes to the confusion, and it contributes to the indoctrination as well. And the starry-eyed, glossed over reverence that people have for that book and for the God. Because in their head, they talk like how we talk, and then when they read that book, they hear, "Thus saith the Lord." Like it's very proper and Old Englishly. So in their head, their God is a white British man, a white British king. I don't know if they recognize that.
I don't think they do. I also think that leads to a lot of people thinking, oh, well, I'll never understand this, so I have to listen to what people who do understand it tell me that it means. And that's just simply not true, because there are easier to read translations. and versions that don't have a specific spin. So it's not trying to lead you in a specific direction. So yeah, I agree with you on that one, Thinker.
It's almost like when they come up and they say, "What version are you reading?" It's like, don't pull me out of my delusion, out of my illusion. If you go to the NRSVUE, you're pulling me out of my dream.
Yep. And then if you ask them why the King James Version, they can't tell you other than this is what I've always used in my family. They can't tell you anything about the way that book came to be that makes it a better version. It's just what they're accustomed to.
They believe because it's authorized, the authorized King James Bible, they believe that this God commissioned King James to put this book together specifically for this cause. So they think it's holy. They think it's magical. You can't take away or add to it. God said in Revelations, no, don't take away or add to it. They think the book has like this holy spell on it.
Wow. See, I never knew that. You know, we didn't grow up using the King James version. You could use it as a reference or a comparison, but it wasn't the version that J-Dubs used.
Yeah. That's why I every time a black Christian come up here begging for the King James, I'm like, do you realize that you worship King James just about as much as you worship this God?
Mm-hmm.
And I'll ask, like, does King James' life even matter? Like, does the life that he lived, does it even matter? And they say, nope. God chose him. God used him. Like, they think that he was chosen by God.
He's David reincarnated.
Also, you are on Teacup.
I was wondering how that was happening.
Am I? I don't know if there's teacup for me.
You're on Teacup. Now, what did you say?
He said they think he's David reincarnated. I can see a teacup now, but that's weird.
Yeah, I agree. What were you getting ready to say, Loka?
And I just want to say that I appreciate everything that you do here, and everybody on the panel that does their lives. I appreciate it. You guys have really opened my eyes to see how cruel and how brainwashed I was. And I have found a place now that I can come and finish deconstructing and just be me and just live my life. And I really appreciate you.
You are very welcome.
Yeah, and I honestly don't even think deconstruction ever finishes, to be perfectly honest with you, Loka, because we've been conditioned from birth in a lot of ways, for a lot of us, to believe this book. And reading through it, there's so much to it, and that needs to be deconstructed from. And the reach of it goes so much farther past religion and going to church. Like you mentioned, it dictates how we treat other human beings. It dictates how we see other human beings and the biases that we hold about these other human beings. So all of it, plays
even how we treat ourselves.
Exactly. Yeah, how we treat ourselves and what that means for other people. So it's so all encompassing that I don't think it ever ends. And you mentioned something earlier I wanted to allude back to, and you said you don't want to believe in a God. One of the things that I've learned through this process of deconstructing is that when you're on a journey, for the most part the direction that you're going in, but to have a fixed destination in this particular journey is sometimes dangerous. And I only say that because we talked about, I think this was on Christina's live, I can't remember whose live it was, but we were talking about when we start to look into something specifically around the idea of this type of concept, having a goal in mind allows us or pushes us in the direction of the information that supports that goal. So for example, And what Thinker talks about when she started her journey was to learn more about this God. And in her process of learning more about this God, she ended up realizing that a lot of the information that was being supported for learning about this God wasn't making sense. So for me, I didn't necessarily have the goal of learning more about the God. I wanted to learn more about the religion that I grew up in because I had never been able to or permitted to investigate it outside of the actual organization. So if your goal is to not worship a God or not believe in a God, and you come across some information that gives you pause, how are you going to handle that? So I think just being open-minded enough as you step into this journey in whatever, using whatever materials that you use, is going to be really beneficial too. Because if we say this all the time in here too, if I start with the goal of proving, we have one guy that used to come in here a lot. He wants to prove that Islam is wrong, and he's investigating it every corner he can think of, every nook and cranny, because he knows he wants to believe that it's wrong, or he wants to prove that it's wrong, but he hasn't done that with his own belief system. So if we're going to start investigating anything, I think we need to make sure that we're investigating it from an open-minded perspective to make sure that we follow where the data leads, as opposed to finding data that leads to where we want to be.
Yeah, that is really important, even on the believer side and the non-believer side, because there's potential for bias and on both ends.
Absolutely. And that's why I know you're probably getting sick of me saying this, but I think that's why that those critical thinking skills are key. Because even if you can look up anything, and if you phrase the question in a way that favors the idea, you're going to get information that supports it. If you phrase the question in a way that does not support the idea, you're going to get information that doesn't support the idea. So you're going to get what you're looking for. But if what you're looking for is the most non-biased, neutral information you can find to allow yourself to land at the conclusion that truly works for your mind, I think that's when you ensure, as to the best of your ability, that you're following the data as opposed to pulling the data to the direction or the location you want to be.
Did you have anything else, Loka?
No, ma'am, that was it. But I thank you for everything that you do and for opening my eyes. And you have made a huge difference in my life. And I just appreciate you. You just don't
You're
know how
very
much.
welcome.
And you have such a kind voice. And everyone in here is also kind, and I really appreciate it. And I will be in here every time you go live because I'm eager to learn more.
Well, you're welcome. You're welcome to be here and join the community, get to know everybody. We like to have a good time in here.
Yes, ma'am, I will join.
All right, sounds good. I hope you have a good rest of the day, okay?
You too, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Loka. Have a good one.
You too.
I remember the first time I said El Elion's name on live. I don't know if Rhea remember this, but a lady who is Jewish, she joined the live and she was like, "You're not allowed to say that name." Yeah. She was like, "That's our God and we don't speak that name." Yeah.
I didn't know
Tell
that.
Sky Daddy on me.
Huh?
I said, don't tell Sky Daddy on me now.
Yeah. I cussed her out, of course. And I told her, like, whatever her religious, restrictions are, that's on her. And that she couldn't put that, put it on me. And she was like, "I'm just helping you out." And I was like, what the fuck ever. But yeah, she did not want to sing Elian's name, or Elian at all. And that was the day me and Rio, we talked. He was like, yep, we done found the name. Like, that was the day that we realized that's the name.
That's crazy. It's
Yeah.
also crazy that people believe that their belief systems can place restrictions on other people. Like, where do you do that at? Like, it's like a Muslim coming into my house. You can't eat that pepperoni pizza. Yes, the fuck I can. Watch me.
What I did learn, though, is that, like, if you are talking to a Jewish person and you want to be respectful of their belief, and you, like, if you make a joke about Elohim, you say Eloheka. You don't say Elohim. So if you're going to make a joke about God, you say Eloheka, so they know that you don't make the joke using Elohim.
Oh, so it's just like a substitute for respect.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think that's reasonable.
Yeah.
But to come into your space telling you what to say when like, that was pretty bold.
Yeah. Anthony, how are you? Anthony? Okay. We have had a lot of accidental requests tonight, and I think my patience level for them is just like non-existent.
Yeah. Have you had any good conversations tonight?
Yeah, we had some good conversations.
Good.
I cussed out a guy named Andrew. He incited me to do it. I kept telling him, like, chill, because I'm gonna end up cussing you out. I kept warning him.
You'll learn today.
Maya B is not connecting. Lightbird, are you in the guest request on purpose? Machumba? Lightbird, I saw a video of a lady fighting with her parrot, and the parrot kept saying, the parrot kept basically telling her to shut the fuck up. She, like, literally, she was arguing with her parrot, and the parrot walked over to her, jumped up on the couch, and the lady had her feet up, like, trying to, like, push the parrot back. She was like, get back, like, I'm not out to fight with you today. And the parrot's like, you don't know me, shut the fuck up, like, the parrot is, like, literally fighting with her, and her husband is on the other couch, just laying there, like, on his phone, looking over and laughing. And the comments was like, man, he's a smart man. He got a parrot to argue with his wife. And it made me think about Lightbird and her parrot.
I didn't know Lightbird had a parrot.
Yeah, he used to watch the lives with her, and he would hear me say something, and the parrot be in the background going, yep.
That's hilarious. I saw that video thinker came across my FYP too. Those birds are hilarious.
I know, they're intelligent as hell. Like, I don't, like, I know they're just like parroting,
right?
But I don't know, like, they know how to, like, little kids know how to use curse words right in the right way, because they're just parroting what they heard. That, like, watching this bird fight, you would think that she was fighting a human.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you are a believer, if you're deconstructing, if you're an atheist, the guest box is open. Y'all, it is 5:11 a.m. Here we have 672 people in the room, with another 81 on YouTube. Also, we've had a lot of nerds come up today, and a lot of deconstructionists come up. Not many Christians, though. They're still here lurking. You got into an argument with a moose AK and won?
Oh yeah, AK is in Alaska, right?
Mm-hmm. Can you ever win against a moose, though?
Exactly. That's why I'm like, you won? Were you in Christina's live yesterday when all those Christians kept tagging me yesterday?
I was in there, but I was driving, so I couldn't see what they were. And I heard you cuss them out, but what were they saying?
They were, their usual tagging me, thinker you don't know anything, you be misinterpreting the Bible, thinker God created women for such and such, like just the antagonizing shit. Like, but the thing is, like, do you see how right now there's almost 700 people in here and the guest box is empty?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Do you think that they're here in these?
Absolutely not. They probably are here, but they're not saying anything.
Mm-hmm. Though they'll come out the woodworks and say something once somebody get on stage, but I'm still trying to figure out. Like yesterday really pissed me off because they kept tagging me like crazy. I'm still trying to figure out why they feel comfortable doing that when I'm on somebody else's live. They did the same thing when I was on Tyler's live.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
It's like the videos you see of dogs behind fences barking and acting all big and bad, but as soon as the fence opens, they run their asses away. I think it's the same thing.
I love those videos.
I've never seen. Say that again. The dogs do what now?
You know how dog behind a fence just barking, big dog barking, like he gonna fuck
Oh
somebody
yeah.
up. And as soon as the fence opens or the gate opens, so they're like, "Nah, I'm good." They turn into an actual punk. I think that's what it is. I think they know they can't hold water against the information that you have, and they know that. So the only thing they can do is try to irritate you when you're on somebody else's panel when they have a layer of protection.
Yeah, well, they're succeeding. It does irritate the fuck out of me. And then I try my best to like respect other people's space. Good thing Christina lets me like curse and go the fuck off. But when I'm on other people's panel, I try to respect their house. And so I think they know that. And so they antagonize the fuck out of me when I'm on other panels.
It's probably what they're doing. It's a very childish way of behaving too. I mean, which tells you a lot about them. Because as an adult, if you have an issue with someone or someone holds a position you want to have a conversation with them about it, then do that. But to wait until you get on somebody else's panel, engaging with someone else, and then start tagging you, probably for the purpose of distracting you.
And then they reported me yesterday because I called them out and I was like, all of you men in here who start whining and tagging me every time I open my mouth, I was like, your insecurities smell. And I was like, it's a nasty ass stench. And after I said that, they reported me for bullying and harassment.
They reported you for responding to what they were saying to you repeatedly as bullying. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yep.
Sounds about right.
It's just weird to me. And it's mostly men. That's the crazy thing. And one of them tagged me and was like, thinker, God, back in the day, women knew he said, thinker, back in the day, women knew their place in the kitchen and in the bedroom. And I just politely responded and I said, well, ask Jesus to take your ass back there so that you can get you one and leave me the fuck alone. Because it's that simple, ain't it?
It is. It truly is. And I think they say these things to be incendiary. They say it for the purpose. They know what they're saying when they say it. And they would never say it to your face, which is why they were putting it in the comments on Christina's panel, which I don't know why they thought Christina wouldn't let you cut some the fuck out, because she'll call him a fuck in a minute.
One of them did whine to Christina about it. She was like, I like her. I don't like you. It's like, why you let her talk to me like that? It cut me off. But, yeah. Like, honestly, if a man wants a woman that's going to be in the kitchen and that's going to be in the bedroom, there are some women who are like, that's my role. That's what I want to do. Yep. I don't understand it, but that's them. Go get one of them. Stop trying to fucking make me be that. For one, because you don't have any chance in hell in dating my ass. You have no chance in hell in me becoming your wife or your potential wife. So there's no need for you trying to convince me that that's what I need to be. if that's what you want, go find you a woman who wants to be that.
Yep. I think they approach this type of idea with all women have an obligation to be what they want, as opposed to approaching it from the perspective of women have a right to be whoever they want to be. And I need to figure out which one matches me. Because like you said, I'm not that woman. There's no way in the world I could ever be. And that's okay. And like you said, there are plenty of women who want that. They want that traditional role, the trad wife or whatever, and go forth and conquer. I'm not going to tell you that you shouldn't want that any more than you are able to tell me that I should want it. And that
Exactly.
simple.
And it's just that simple. And I don't know why they can't see that. Like, live your life. Live your life and leave everybody else alone. Stop trying to make everybody look alike and walk alike. The fucking dystopia that they're trying to make. Like, it's just disturbing as fuck.
Well, they learn how to do it from the God that they worship. He didn't leave people alone to worship the gods of their people and the gods of their ancestors. He's trying to make them all his and convert them all and force them into his way of worship. These men are doing the same thing, just in a different arena.
And then I think too, it has a lot to do with their ego. Like, even the women that think that come into the lives and they, are that one girl yesterday that was like, women are catty. And she called Oso feminine. Oso hated that girl yesterday. I've never seen Oso respond that way to a Christian.
Yeah, she was pretty off-putting. I mean, and very misogynistic. I don't even realize if she knew it. She's like, well, he's acting like a woman. Like, you are a woman. What are you saying? Like, think about what you're saying. And yeah, she was, but you could also tell that she was not engaging with an open mind, because there was something I think you said to her about something being, I can't remember what topic it was, but she's like, well, I don't care if it does say that. I'm going to believe what I want to believe. So it was a fruitless endeavor to begin with, because she wasn't there for actual dialogue.
Yeah, and that it was about the slavery, and that's how I was going to say. Like, it has a lot to do with ego, and on both ends, men and women who believe in this God, because for me, it just feels like it attacks their ego and what they already believe about themselves. And then when they see someone with confidence, they feel like they need to shut it down or fight against it, because they feel like it's attacking them. And I'm not talking about like attacking their belief system. They feel like it's literally attacking them, right? Their insecurities. And they're fighting their insecurities by trying to fight us. That's what it feels like.
I think it is. And I think it just shows how fully connected their ideas about this God are to their ideas and identity of themselves. Because the reality is, that's why they take it personally, because this God is the outer layer of who they are. And if that layer is cracked, I don't think they have any recourse. There's not very much in there, because they haven't filled it with anything. They haven't shorn up their character, their integrity. They don't know what that looks like absent of this God. So when we have these conversations that are pretty objectively about this belief system, and not necessarily, it doesn't necessarily start with them. It gets to them as a person because of this connection they've made. But I think by poking a hole in that outer layer, they're realizing how completely vapid they are inside, and that's why they take it as a personal attack.
Yeah, and it scares them. Like that guy yesterday, who was talking to Bash, and then he started like freaking out about the abiogenesis. He sounded terrified. The way he was fighting for his life, I could the only thing I could focus on was the anxiety in his voice, like the fear in his voice, which he portrayed it as him being bold. You know what I'm saying? But he was so anxious, and the way he was arguing and fighting back, it was as if he was fighting for his life. And that's why I asked him, like, do you get a cookie for this? Because like the way that you're responding to defend whether the God exists or not. Like, honestly, if the God existed, like, the God could just show up and show that he exists. But you're in here like you're in a boxing ring fighting for your fucking life.
And I remember him when he's been on Bash's panel several times before. I think he's been on yours too. Do you remember?
I don't remember.
Yeah, I remember him because I only remember his username. But yesterday was the first time that I heard that franticness in his voice. I agree with you. I don't know what that was about, but he couldn't even get a coherent thought out. And then it goes to, oh, y'all are scared. Y'all are scared. See, they're running. Like, what are you even saying? It's almost like there's a conversation or something happening in their minds that isn't really happening in real life, and they're reacting to that. It was kind of weird, though. I agree with you.
You know, he went to his friends and was like, man, I had these atheists running. I had these atheists scared. You know, he went and told that story, and that's the story that he's going to tell himself forever.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when in reality, Jeff asked a very simple question. What is abiogenesis? First of all, he didn't even say it right. He was like, y'all believe in biogenesis. Like, what?
And then when I asked him what it mean, he said, it's the thing you, when Christina asked him to define, he said, it's the thing you believe in. He couldn't think of the definition.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, that shit is crazy.
They know just enough to be dangerous. Like, if you were to ask him about the hypothesis of the primordial soup, he couldn't tell you what it was. He couldn't. And I think what's irritating about these conversations is that the vast majority of believers that we talk to assume that we approach and ingest science in the same way that they do religion. You hear it, you believe it. And that's just not true. Like, if that may be true of some people, but I think most of us here are intellectually honest enough to actually research the things that we believe and the things that we accept. But if you are conflating your negotiations with religion to be the same way that we indulge in things on the scientific level, that's just not true. And you can catch these buzzwords and on the religious side, well, God's ways are higher than ours, all of those thought terminating cliches. You're not going to find that in science because science is evidence based. But when you try to explain that, you can't get through a sentence because they start yelling and screaming and telling you that you're running when you're really just trying to ensure that you guys are talking about the same thing. They don't know how to engage in conversation that way.
Yeah, he couldn't even accept the fact that the book says that in Genesis 2, this God created man before he created animals. Like, that scared the shit out of him to realize that the book actually says that, and then to accept it. The fear of losing this belief is attached to losing the I don't want to say status because they don't have status, but the self-esteem. Like, they've attached their self-esteem to it because of, you know, what white supremacy has done and said, oh, black people aren't valuable, black people are the lowest in the totem pole, black people aren't smart, black people aren't creative, black people aren't this, right? Mm-hmm. And so I can tell that he wasn't necessarily fighting for the God, but he was fighting for whatever he's attached to the belief in that God, his value, right, as a black man. And it's like, don't take that away from me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly. And that's what I was going to say. I think they've attached their value as a person to the belief system or the correctness of the belief system. So when we're talking about the correctness or the incorrectness of this belief system, it feels like a personal attack to them because those two things are mutually inclusive. And until they are willing to separate them, we're going to have the same pushback in these conversations.
But I feel like it even, like, I think it's more than just their value as a person. I think that has that too, but for the black community, I think it's also their ability for them to love their black skin or feel valuable in their black skin that I feel like he was fighting for, right? As a black man. Does that make sense? Like, because of what society has said about black people, I feel like he was fighting to not lose whatever he feel like he got from believing in this God about his blackness. And so how dare you say that what's in the book ain't true? How dare you say the God don't exist? How dare you say the God didn't correct me? Because if all that falls apart, what I believe about being chosen by this God or being the chosen of this God, that also falls apart. And if that falls apart, what I feel about myself as a black man, you're telling me that ain't true.
Right. As if one cannot exist without the other.
Yeah.
But we do live in a world where, specifically for black people, you know, knowing that the church was the first place we could legally congregate. The church was the galvanizing point of our organization as a people. The church was a place that uneducated black men could rise to some sort of status. It was the thing that gave them their position. It was the thing that granted their power. Like you can't go into any other field without some sort of credentials, some sort of post-secondary education, something to show that you have mastered a layer or a level of understanding to be able to teach this thing. You don't have to do that with church. You just have to believe strong enough. You have to have a certain speaking cadence or a way with people that people listen to you. But when you start to peel those onion layers back and say, oh, well, you know, this is problematic, they lose their shit. Because I think you're right. Their worth is tied to this God being right.
Yeah. Yeah. And then with men, this God has told them that, you know, they're the dominant ones, and they've not, you know, even sat back and said, what do I have dominion over, right? Like the book literally just says they have dominion over animals. You know, they're like, God gave us dominion over the whole earth. It's vegetation and animals. You know what I'm saying?
So they kill me saying that. Let me see you exercise your dominion over a gorilla. You gonna get your ass beat.
Exactly.
So if God gave you dominion, it's not going to be worth anything unless humans created tranquilizers or weapons to be able to utilize that dominion. Like, make it make sense.
And they don't think about that, and so but they've attached their value to in society to be able to lord over women and children by what, you know, Genesis 1 says and Genesis 2 says. And so you take that away, then you're telling him he's not a man, and you don't have to bow down to him. Like, that's why they tag and they say women are supposed to be this and women are supposed to be that. And I guarantee you that our voices, when they sit and listen to us talk, just hearing our voices and the things that we say, I could imagine smoke coming out their ears. Like it probably sounds like nails on a chalkboard to them, because they probably want to like really shut us up because it fucks with their what they've been taught is the manhood or the respect or the dominion that a deity gave them. And we are attacking that belief, that ideology. So therefore it tells them that in order for them to get the respect that they think they deserve, they have to actually work for it. And to work for that type of respect from women like you and me, is in their head, they already know that they're not going to get it. They already know that. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, better yet, let's just shut them up and write laws and force them to respect us, because it's too much work to try to earn their respect. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely. And I think the other piece too that probably frustrates them is that we're not saying anything, that we're not just pulling shit out of our asses. And we're not even saying it from, I love when you tell people this, like fact check me too. Like, don't just take what I say to be true. Make sure you verify it. And if you find information that is to the contrary, bring that, we can have this discussion. when you encounter people who are intellectually honest and who are not power tripping, it's a challenge for men, specifically men who are power tripping. And when those people are women, it's very, very daunting for them. And I do think that's why they resort to, the name calling and the threatening and the trying to intentionally antagonize you in other people's lives, because it's just not going to be fruitful for them. And I think that they know it. So yeah, they want to go back to a time where we quote unquote knew our place and we didn't have the boldness to say these types of things. You want to go there, but I can guarantee you, I'm never going to go there with you. And every woman that I can speak to or help along the way to ensure that they get to a place that they never go there either, then that's what I'm going to do. And that's uncomfortable for them for sure.
Yeah. JB, how are you? JB? Who is old boy, cutery? Do you know this person, cutery? Oh, our dad? I guess this one didn't connect. I swear, if y'all don't start hopping in these boxes, I'm going to go ahead and shut down. Y'all making me sleepy sitting here, scared to come up.
I know, right? It's crazy.
Yeah. Damn near 700 people in here.
Yeah.
I don't know if this person is going to connect.
I'm just seeing a black box on my end.
All right, y'all. I'm going to do one more call. It's almost 6 o'clock. I'm going to do one more call. Believer, deconstructing, or an atheist. The guest box is open. I'm going to give it about 5 minutes to see if we get a conversation.
Because I know we can't have almost 700 non-believers in here.
Nope. They're in here. They're waiting for a bold-ass Christian to get on stage before they come out the woodworks and start defending their God and themselves.
And if that's the case, then why be here?
Because they nosy as fuck. They have no self-control. They're nosy than a motherfucker. Their ears are itching, and they need to see what we're saying about God and their religion. They can't pull themselves away. And the crazy thing is that they're falling asleep. Like, they come in here and they fall asleep to the live to listen to shit that they don't agree with, to not even like engage with it. They're falling asleep with the devil in their ear. Like, they consider us demons and the devil, and they fall asleep with us right there next on their pillow. It's fucking ridiculous.
It really is. Because like the last thing my mind wouldn't even let me go to sleep listening to things that I find, one, offensive, or two, that I completely disagree with, only because I'm going to be thinking about it. Like, if a point comes up, my mind is going to go to, oh, well, let's, kind of chew on that for a minute. I wouldn't even be able to go to sleep. So I wonder what that says about them going to sleep listening to this type of dialogue.
That's why I asked the question. If God can't resist the devil, how the fuck can you? I don't know. Like, this is the thing that they tell people that they need. Right? Like, that's why I kept asking that guy yesterday, Sky Kai, whatever his name was. And he was like, you need God. I said, for what? Because he's sovereign. But how the fuck is that an answer?
Like, maybe we have different definitions of what the word need is, because
exactly.
What?
So I messaged him back and I put need in quotation marks. I don't need sovereignty. What do I need your God for? So that he came up, then he said creation in the comments, and I was like, okay, and what do I need him for today? So he came up last night. I asked the same question because, like, every time I ask a Christian that, the only answer I get is for like eternal life. That's not something that I want. So y'all keep coming in here talking about thinking you need to repent. You need to repent. And then threatening your God's gonna do something. God's gonna get you. The time is coming. Judgment is coming. Like, y'all can't even sell this God. Like, y'all don't even know what the God is useful for. right? When someone asks you a very logical question of why do I need this God, and why is it so important for you to be pushing the God on me 24/7, or threatening because I don't believe, right? Picking wars with people because they don't believe like you, but you can't even articulate why I should want this God.
I think that's another reason these conversations are so problematic for them, because we've got the balls enough to ask the questions that they probably thought about. But in asking these questions again, it highlights the fact that they don't have the answers to them. Not only do they not have the answers to them, but they are boldly trying to convince us that we should see things the way that they do, when they don't even know why they see things the way that they do. Because when you push back on dude about the sovereignty or the efficacy, what can I do with the God? What is the purpose of it? Show me how this is beneficial for me. He couldn't do it. I think about back in the day, they used to have the vacuum cleaner salesman that would go around trying to sell like housewives vacuum cleaners and things like that. Everybody came out with the new model. Well, you're going to have to demonstrate what this one can do that the one that I have can't do. And if I ask you this and you can't show me any functionality, you can't show me any new technology, you can't show me any usage whatsoever that's going to benefit me in my real life, then why are you using it? Why should I take it? I'm not going to take it from you, but you can't then tell me it is a requirement for me to live when I'm clearly living perfectly well without it. And I think having those conversations and asking the questions that push them on, why do you have it? Not only can I tell you why I don't need it, I can show you that I'm living perfectly fine without it. And that's going to force you to ask yourself why you need it. And I think that's the question they don't want to have with themselves.
It's almost like you know the marginalization labels, right? Like, oh, woman owned, veteran owned, black owned.
Mm-hmm.
And so one thing that I always say is, even though you are a marginalized small business, you can't expect people to patronize your business because of the marginalization identity. If you sell a product that your customer is the same product that your customer is already getting from a larger organization, you have to have a benefit or a reason or a competitive advantage that will change that customer's behavior, right? That'll pull that customer away from the larger competitor that's already solving their problem and is solving their problem well, right? You have to be able to convince them with utility to get them to change the behavior and start spending that money with you, because you'll get people saying that they want to patronize smaller businesses, right? From marginalized groups, and they may have every intention of doing so, but habits, right? Behavioral patterns and convenience always wins out. And so, like, when people say that, oh, you should serve God just because he's sovereign, or you should serve God because he's the creator, to me it feels like the same thing saying you should buy from me just because I'm a woman, when what my problem is already solved. Does that make sense? Like,
Yeah, I already have the thing. I have access to the thing. The whatever it is you're selling, I can get it. I can probably get it cheaper, but you want me to come to you for what? What are you providing that I can't get elsewhere? And I don't know that they think about that with respect to this God, because they drop that label of sovereign on it, not even knowing what it means, honestly. And they just think, okay, that's all that's required. Let's go with that.
yeah, yeah. And because they already have like this reverence, this loyalty to the God, they think that that's enough. They think that, like, oh, I just respect the God because he's God and you should too. They think that that's enough. And I don't think that they've ever asked themselves, what is God's unique selling position? Like F. Mills just said, a unique selling proposition. What is God's unique selling position? Like, he doesn't have one, honestly.
I don't even think that they've ever contemplated him having one. I mean, think about the ideas that we as this generation generation are pushing back on, like the ideas of how we parent, how we engage with older relatives. Growing up, you would always say, oh, that's the older person, you got to respect them, you got to let them, she's going to say something sideways, you just got to take it, she's older. And now we're like, no the fuck I don't. Like I don't have to let someone disrespect me just because they've been on the earth older than me. I can absolutely respectfully let you know you don't have a right to speak to me that way. And now we're doing this with this God, and they're like, well, hold the fuck up. Who do these people think they are? Like, we're challenging the status quo, and they don't like that.
They always say, who are you to judge an almighty sovereign God? And it's like your almighty sovereign God needs humans to be sovereign, right? I mean, to act out his sovereignty here in the physical realm. And so asking me, who am I to judge that God when that God can't walk or talk without a human body? Like, what?
And I also think, like, if God were truly sovereign, we wouldn't be having this conversation because I wouldn't have a choice.
Right. Yep, that's true.
Yeah, we wouldn't be having this conversation. There's not a person on this earth that can tell you they can go outside and stare at the sun. Nobody. It doesn't matter what part of the country you live in. Like, that shit is going to burn your retinas eventually, right? The power of the sun is undeniable. Though things that are truly powerful, you don't have to have these conversations about whether or not that power is there or not. But we do constantly with this supposedly sovereign God. That should tell people something right there.
But they refuse to see it because of that feeling that they get, that feeling of being special. That feeling of being chosen. They refuse to see it, and they continue to gaslight themselves, and then to hang on to that feeling, they decide to gaslight everybody else. Yeah, I've heard of sun gazing. All right, y'all. So we have tried. I ain't up for begging people to come on stage. We've waited for about 10 minutes? 10 extra minutes?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. 600 people in here. That's too much for me.
And I don't understand. It looks like somebody just popped in the box. You see somebody on your side?
Yeah, that's Gregory. I think he's an atheist.
Okay.
I don't think Gregory meant to come on. Gregory is normally on YouTube. I'm sorry, Tic Tac Go, but nobody's coming in here, and y'all know I don't like to just sit and have 700 eyes watching me. Yeah, Gregory came up on accident.
Sorry,
but
my finger slipped.
You say what?
I told Fee, sorry, my finger slipped. I was going through to see if anybody else had just popped in, and as soon as I went to scroll, my finger hit her mute button.
Oh, you're okay. I'm just getting clothes out of the dryer.
What happened? You muted her?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you unmuted me. My bad. You're good, Selena.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. No, it's okay. Sometimes you just don't have anything to say, and that's all right. But we'll come back tonight at 11 p.m. And thank y'all for the likes, the shares, the comments. To the YouTube fam, I appreciate y'all. I apologize that we are ending 4 hours early, but we just don't have anybody to talk to other than ourselves at this moment. But I hope y'all have a good rest of the day, and I'll see y'all back at 11 p.m.
Alrighty, see y'all later.
All right.
Bye,
Yeah, I
y'all.
got power tripped just a little bit. All right, bye.
Bye.
Bye, y'all.
All right.